Hopping. All right. So it's time for some discussion. A little bit of reaction content. I'm gonna check out some views here. Starting off with the Metacritic score for Monster Hunter Wilds. I'll go ahead and go over some reviews. Gonna watch some the people out there that, you know, got all the influence and got all the pull, got to say about the game. All right. So we're here looking at the Metacritic scores for Monster Hunter Wilds that came out like 2 days ago, something like that. So we got PC 88 on PC. All right, 40 reviews. Score Xbox 89 with 12 reviews. And PS5 Metacritic score of 90 out of 78 critical reviews. I'm assuming this is big outlets like, you know, the big boys. All right. Well, outside of that, looks like the overall score for the game is a 90. Now, as I was looking at searching up some of these, I see that I can't find not one, and there's supposed to be 78 reviews. Base PlayStation 5 review. Outside of Digital Foundry, which is not a review on the game itself, it's more of a technical thing where they're talking about performance and stuff. They're not really reviewing the game as a game. They're reviewing technical aspect of things, which is cool, but I'm not watching that here. Off to a good start. Minus 300 nips for the Defiant. Let's get it. Well, I have hit like buttons and browsed over some of these videos already. But I got a couple people here. We got Fighting Cowboys review. We got Gaijin Hunters review. We got Dark Hero. Dark Hero is somebody like I know he make videos on Monster Hunter, but I don't really mess with his content all like that. Shepherd, I mess with Shepherd heavy. IGN, all right. We even got Eric's Gaming on here. We're gonna take a look at their review. I don't really mess with their content anymore either. Dear Gamer, Rorycon, his video is long. It's like an hour. Gaming Bolt, not really very familiar with Gaming Bolt, but we'll check out Gaming Bolt. I think this is just my search history or what I was searching for, trying to find a PS5 base. I couldn't find any. We're going to go ahead and start off with, we'll start off with Dark Hero. We're going to start off with Dark Hero. See what Dark Hero has to say about Monster Hunter Wilds after he played for 100 hours. Let's go ahead and get in there.
Past couple of weeks I've spent over 100 hours playing Monster Hunter Wilds. I've hunted every monster, crafted all kinds of weapons and armor, and I'm just now finishing up my endgame sets. So in this video I'm going to be reviewing how much Monster Hunter Wilds has changed the Monster Hunter formula, and if it is worth it for you to get this game, whether you are a veteran of the series like myself, or a brand newcomer, by going through elements such as the story and narrative, how the combat feels and how much it has evolved, how good is the core progression and the endgame loop, and all of that without spoilers. I won't be showing any high rank footage and will only be able to show gameplay of a few select monsters from the early game portion of Wilds due to the embargo rules imposed by Capcom. It is for this reason that you won't be seeing as much weapon variety in my own gameplay, as I didn't really play around too much with different weapons up until I finished the game, though I will still be able to talk about all of them. So with that being said, let's get started. Now without a shadow of a doubt, the biggest headline for Monster Hunter Wilds was the fact that it was the very first open world Monster Hunter game. Having these massive open spaces that are filled with great detail,
Pause. So I'm taking this as a confirmation that the game is actually fully. Every zone is connected. This is what I'm taking it as. I'm taking it as it is open world. Like every zone is connected. There's no loading screens. All that good shit. Okay.
Smaller secrets, hidden passages and shortcuts to get from one point to the next allows you to feel immersed as you explore these vast open lands. Gone are the days of segmented areas separated by loading screens, and the sheer scale of it all in Wilds feels like a massive leap for the franchise, especially as you are able to go from one entirely separate area to the next, being able to effectively go from the very starting point of the game up until the final region without a single loading screen in the middle. And of course, due to all of the monsters as well as the endemic life that populates these different regions, along with the dynamic weather system of Monster Hunter Wilds, truly encourages exploration, as you want to see how much each of the different regions are going to change depending on the weather that is currently active. And naturally, as you explore the different maps, you'll come across these settlements and villages where you'll be able to interact with all kinds of NPCs, with some of them being able to trade items with you, and as you help them out and do quests for them, they will be able to provide even more valuable items as well as ingredients that you'll be able to use in your canteen to make the best meals possible. And if you build your trust with these settlements far enough, they'll even be able to offer you a special meal eventually, which will provide you with a ton of buffs while having an increased duration. Speaking of which, because of the new open world maps, and you likely spending a lot of time simply exploring them, the way that the canteen works has changed in Monster Hunter Wilds. You no longer have an actual canteen, but you can still cook at the base camp or at any of the
No canteen. No granny cat. No Meowskiller chef. None of that cute stuff that we know and love from Monster Hunter. Sad. Kind of disappointed, to be honest. Kind of disappointed.
Pop-up camps that you're able to set up in multiple different areas of the maps that allow you to fast travel between them. And you don't really unlock ingredients by doing quests, but you more so obtain them by playing through the game, trading for these ingredients with different NPCs, and you'll be doing this multiple times as these ingredients are actually consumable. I personally prefer the old style of the canteen, where you would be able to unlock different ingredients by doing special optional quests. Though that being said, I never felt that I needed to be careful not to spend my ingredients, as I was always able to prepare the more powerful special meals that came with a lot of benefits. Though going back to the open world nature of the game, because you're going to be spending a lot of time exploring the maps, these food buffs don't just last for a single quest or up until you cart. They actually have a fixed duration, ranging from 30 minutes to 50 minutes, allowing you to do multiple quests at once, all of them with the buffs from a single meal active. And I personally like that a lot because it rewards players that are good at the game and are able to finish quests quickly, while also not punishing the players that aren't as good at the game. And of course, the way in which you will be exploring the map is going to be on top of your trusty Sacred, your animal companion that you're able to ride everywhere and is honestly a lot of fun to control. Though that being said, I didn't quite use the manual control feature of the Sacred as much when I was initially going through the story of the game. That is because of the sheer scale of each different map. I was never too familiar with each location, so I opted instead to go for the auto ride option on the Sacred, which allows you to simply automatically ride towards the target of your quest and the Sacred will take you there. On one hand, this led to me not really knowing too much about the maps as I finished the campaign, but at the same time I was always free to go around and explore as much as I wanted, which I ended up doing a lot of once I finished the story of the game. Speaking of which, it's time for us to talk about the story. Leading up to the
So he basically saying that Sacred is your basic transportation through the maps, and you don't get that in with the maps. What I'm getting out of it, like, you know, most Monster Hunter games, the location, hey, we can go this way, but he's saying he didn't get that from the game. Hopped on Sacred, and Sacred took him point A to point B, and he never really got familiar and intimate with the maps until he beat the game, which is kind of crazy.
The release of monsterhunterwilds, it was clear that a lot of the marketing for this game centered around its narrative and the characters all being a huge part of the game. It's no secret that narratives in Monster Hunter have ever been a huge focus, and in many cases it's actually a bit of a meme where people don't really care about the story of these games. They're usually just a way to set up conflict between you and the monsters, getting you from one monster to the next more powerful one, basically serving as a vehicle to the game and not really a true component that players would often look forward to, with 4 Ultimate being a key distinction and standout story among a list of weaker narratives.
Kind of crazy because Monster Hunter got like damn near 20 years of like lore and backstory and history, all kinds of stuff, right, that actually play into all the Monster Hunter games. So it's kind of crazy, like, people like dismiss the story, and I understand, because, you know, some people only play Monster Hunter for gameplay, but there is like a whole large history of lore in Monster Hunter. We'll just skip over it like it. Except when he mentions Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate, which I've never played, but a lot of people like that's the best Monster Hunter.
That being said, I do believe that Capcom has done quite well this time around, as while the overall narrative of the game isn't really anything too special or out of the ordinary, I do believe that they were able to put so much personality built into the different characters that you meet throughout the story, especially the main companions, that you are actually invested in how they feel about everything and want to progress the story to see the big new set pieces, but also how each character is going to react to what is happening. The characters this time around are so much more involved, and it really helps sell the idea of you being an actual hunter of the guild and having all of these infrastructures in place that are very important to the job of a hunter as part of a research commission. As a hunter, you are assigned a job at the beginning of the game to go to the Forbidden Lands and try to find out as much about this region as you can. Doing so, you are accompanied by your own handler Alma, the beloved Smithy Gemma, and a young boy that you end up rescuing by the name of Nada. That is basically the core team that is always going to be accompanying you on your quests, and it really surprised me that at some points even Nada and Gemma would be accompanying you in a quest, though naturally not actually taking part on the hunt themselves, and Alma would always be following you in her own Sacred, commenting on some of the things that are happening, and she doesn't just hide as soon as a cutscene starts whenever you find a new monster. You are also accompanied by a group of agents belonging to the Astrum unit, basically a second team also comprised of a hunter, a handler, and a smithy, those being Olivia with Athos as her palico, Eric as the handler, and Werner the Bum as a smithy. And again, it's this attention to detail, having a whole second team to explore the Forbidden Lands with you, that allows for a much more dynamic narrative, where sometimes Olivia and her team are going to explore a different part of the map, or they're going to be fighting on a different end of the map a different monster, but once they are done, they'll be able to join with you to help you on your quests. And as you play through the game, you'll come to learn a lot more about these characters, learn about their motivations, more about their personality, community, what they like and dislike, and you even get these heartfelt conversations at some point where you're able to ask more about these characters and their background. Now, I'm not saying that Monster Hunter is getting to Final Fantasy levels of storytelling, but it is clear that a lot of effort has been put into trying to make these characters a lot more likable and allowing you to be much more invested as they are more involved in the story, and I do believe that Capcom did a good job in doing so. And naturally, you also get your Palico companion, which this time around, not only are you able to customize him, but you can actually decide to make him speak. I know some players aren't big fans of that, but me personally, I actually enjoyed it a lot. Though I do have a small nitpick, as you can't disable subtitles, and their quips and voice lines can end up feeling repetitive over time, especially as this is a game that you will likely be able to play for hundreds and hundreds of hours as you hunt different monsters, craft all kinds of weapons and armor, etc. Though my biggest criticism of the story in Monster Hunter Wilds is that at times it felt a little bit too much like a railroad, as they keep feeding you a new objective to do right after you finish a quest, always moving from one point to the next, and always feeling like you are in a constant period of go go go, going from passing through multiple different regions, and at times it feels like you could have used a little bit more time in each of the different locales. Now, at any point in the story you're able to finish a quest and go do optional quests or just explore the map, but as I said, it feels like you are put in a railroad, as once you finish a quest you are brought back to base camp and put in front of all of the characters, that by talking to them you'll be able to initiate the next portion of the story. But of course, we can't be talking about Monster Hunter without talking about the monsters, and in a lot of ways I'm very happy with the roster of monsters that we have in Monster Hunter Wilds, as we don't just have brute and flying wyverns, we also have leviathans, temnocerans. It really feels like a lot of the focus in Wilds was trying to give us a roster that was a lot more colorful and fun rather than something more serious and dreadful, and honestly I'm very appreciative of this. I feel like it's something very refreshing, and I hope that they keep this up with the title updates. Now, as far as how many monsters are in the actual game without spoiling anything, I would say that it's in the ballpark of around the same amount as in Monster Hunter World, but with how differently each of these monsters fights from each other, with some of them having some really impressive standout designs such as Lalabarina, Nu Udra, or one of my favorite new monsters, Arkveld, you won't be getting bored of them for a very long time. And thankfully, even after you beat the game and get into the end game, there's actually incentives for going and hunting some of these weaker monsters, which allows for a fresher experience that is a lot more enjoyable in my opinion. Now, Monster Hunter has always had a ton of detail at selling the animations of these monsters and making them as believable and realistic as a squid covered in oil that can shoot fire can be, and they made sure that their attacks reflect this, as they're able to properly convey each of the different monsters' personalities, while also giving even the sillier monsters some very powerful and cool attacks. Now, that being said, I do have a point of contention here with the monsters, and that is when it comes to their actual difficulty, because truth be told, I actually didn't get to see a lot of the different monsters' moves the first time around. That is to say that while the monsters' designs are innovative and their patterns engaging, the game's lack of difficulty means that ultimately they won't leave much of an impression on you until you get around to hunting them back again in high rank. It's like they built this really cool roller coaster, but instead of letting you ride it, you can only admire it from a distance. These monsters are awesome, their animations are fun and flashy, but when it comes to the difficulty, the game is simply lacking, especially if you are a returning player.
Is he saying this is baby Monster Hunter? Is that what he's saying? And then, like, how easy? Because, like, Monster Hunter Rise's village story mode was really... Is it easier than that? Because if it's easier than that, that's kind of sad if you had to take that far. It is low rank, it is a base game, and I understand that, but so you're trying to tell me that I'm not going to experience any challenge during
player, you'll be able to easily take down the monsters as you play through the story in 5 minutes or less. I personally didn't have to craft a different armor set up until I finished low rank, because there simply wasn't a need to. Now, of course, low rank is meant to be the early game portion of Wilds, basically a tutorial for new players to get better at the game and giving them a chance to learn the controls and how to use the more complicated weapons. I do understand that, but I do feel like we do miss some of the things that we had in the previous games, like for example even in open world, you would be able to fight against a Kirin early on, and if you weren't prepared, that thing is going to kick your ass. I honestly didn't feel quite the same thing here, and I think it's a little bit of a shame because again, it undercuts the awesomeness of the designs and how they develop these monsters. And that is of course in part to the new combat mechanics and how much the combat has changed in Monster Hunter Wilds. New to Monster Hunter Wilds are a lot of combat features, and by far the one that is the most pronounced is the focus mode, where basically by holding down the left trigger or simply pressing it if you make it a toggle, you'll be able to gain a reticle on screen that allows you to redirect and aim.
But this man said he didn't even craft any armor until high rank. That means like you could just stay in the default starter set for all of low rank and not even be challenged. That's kind of sad. Like, at least in World, like, you got the Anjanath. Anjanath could smoke you. Right? He'll fry you up like a sausage with that breath attack if you ain't ready. You don't know what to expect. Anjanath would body you in low rank. He would body you. 100%. So to say like he didn't have any challenge, and he ain't craft no armor, is wow.
And where your attacks are going to land, while also making it so that the monster's wounds would glow, with wounds being a monster part that you keep attacking multiple times, will then create a fresh wound that allows you to deal extra damage by hitting that part. And while in focus mode you can perform what is known as a focus strike, a more powerful flashy move, that when performed on a wound will consume it, but will allow you to deal much more damage and perform sand focus strike, that in the case of a lot of weapons will help you replenish your own gauge. And I'm somewhat conflicted on focus mode. On one hand, I love the wounding system and I love how focus strike works, being rewarded for being precise and hitting the same monster part over and over again by creating said wounds and then exploiting those wounds to deal more damage to the monster and also make your weapon stronger is all a very fun and rewarding gameplay loop. But being able to redirect your attacks is a little bit crazy. For example, the greatsword can almost do a 360 turn, almost a full rotation as you are charging up your true charge slash. And that feels like it takes away some of the skill expression of the older titles, where you need to rely a lot more on your positioning and you couldn't just really be throwing out such attacks because you would risk missing them. It's still too...
Yeah, but I don't think like I don't think the ceiling is lowered because of focus mode. I think like the vets that play greatsword, you know, the ones that really know how to position themselves. I've never really been one of those players, but I've seen a lot of people like hit shit that you be like, damn, he really nailed that. The spacing was perfect, his timing was on point. I think those people don't need focus mode. Focus mode is for the new people, right? Like to help them get into the combat a little bit more, especially when it comes to greatsword. Like I think a lot of people see greatsword and they touch the weapon and they're like, man, this thing is slow. And then they start playing with it and they try to hit one of them slashes and they just whiff it. At least in focus mode, you have a chance to not whiff it, you know? So.
Too early for me to decide whether or not I like focus mode, but at the very least I can say that I'm not a huge fan of the big reticle that you get on screen with it, though admittedly you can simply ignore that mechanic, albeit you would be putting yourself at a disadvantage. That being said, a couple of other very cool mechanics are power clashes, something that only the weapons with a shield can do, that allows you to block a monster's incoming attack and enter this fray where you are contesting with the monster, trying to overpower him as he lunges at you, and if you do succeed in being victorious in the power clash, you will knock it back and leave the monster vulnerable, giving you a big window of opportunity to deal big damage. That, along with now being able to perfect guard with any weapon that has a shield, including the greatsword, has made blocking a lot more fun and rewarding in this game. Another very cool feature is the offset attacks that you can perform as the monster is about to attack you, and if you time them right, you'll be able to essentially parry the monster and knock them back, kind of like you could with the power clashes. Some of these can be tricky to pull off, and not all weapons get an offset attack. But even so, you'll get some of the most rewarding moments that you can get out of the entire franchise by well timing a parry on some of the monster's strongest attacks. And as if that wasn't enough, you can also now bring two different weapons with you on a hunt. All it takes to swap between them is to hop on your sacred, press right on the D-pad, and now you'll have the secondary weapon that you have equipped, allowing you to take, for example, two pairs of dual blades, each with a different element, so that you have more coverage, or bring a ranged weapon with with you when you otherwise wouldn't bring one, so that you can deal with flying monsters or put them to sleep or paralyze them. There's a lot of fun combinations that you can do, and I think that this helps making the game feel much more dynamic, that coupled with all of these other mechanics, lead to Wilds feeling like the perfect mix between the faster pace of Monster Hunter Rise and the slower, more methodical approach of Monster Hunter World. And of course, we can't exactly talk about weapons without talking about crafting and upgrading them, as well as our armor. And I'm very happy to say that this time around the weapon designs all look amazing. Don't worry, I won't be spoiling them, but there are no slap-on weapon designs this time around, and I'm very happy for that. Your armor sets also look pretty fantastic, and in Monster Hunter Wilds you're actually able to equip both the male and female versions of the armor set on your character, giving you even more options to fully customize your hunter. That being said, I really like the way that they changed the way skills work in this game, as you're going to find skills on both weapons and armor, but not just that, the decorations that you're able to equip on the weapons and the armors can be mutually exclusive. That is to say that there are some decorations that you can only equip on weapons and some others you can only equip on armors. This limitation makes it so that you need to make a more conscious decision when it comes to creating your own mixed set, especially when you reach the endgame, but you'll be happy to know that decorations in Wilds are actually a lot easier to obtain, which leads me to talking about
did they break the meta, so you have to actually make choices when it comes to your skills? That's what it sounds like.
The endgame of Monster Hunter Wilds. And guess what? Investigations are back. You'll be able to unlock them once you reach high rank, and the way they do them in this game is a lot better. If you open up the map, you'll be able to see all of the monsters that are available for you to hunt, as well as a few others that are about to rotate into the map. From there, you'll be able to see the rewards that you can get from these monsters, and you can walk up to those monsters and hit them to initiate the quest, or you can save that investigation for later. So if you need to log out of the game or you want to do a different quest, whatever it may be, you can save those investigations for later that you're the most interested in, and whenever you want to, you can go talk to Alma and you'll be able to repeat them 3 times.
So we get to choose our own investigations? Is that what he's saying? He's saying like you could just take a monster, say like you open a map and you see all the monsters on the list, you can literally just pick one of those monsters and turn it into an investigation for later? Instead of like in World, you had to go out on a hunt and sniff feet and gather tracks and stuff and have a chance at getting an investigation, and that investigation may not even include that monster. Is it very specific? Say like you open the map and you see Balahara, and Balahara has a bunch of good rewards, and you're like, I want this to be an investigation, and then it just marks it and it's a Balahara investigation exclusively? Or is it like it's a random investigation, you know, and it could be different. It could be a different monster, or it could be more than one monster. What you heard is correct. So it's choose your own investigation, basically. All right.
These investigations will also have a chance of having 2 different monsters, which are the ones that you really want to aim for because they allow you to get many more rewards, and I really mean a lot more rewards. I'm talking about sometimes getting 20 decorations in a single investigation. And because the investigations you want to be doing the most have 2 different monsters, one of them is often going to be one of the weaker monsters like Congalala or Lalabarina, for example. And that is going to add to the variety of the game, because it's not always going to be hunting the same monster over and over again. You will encounter monsters that you haven't hunted as much. Additionally, not only tempered monsters, but frenzied monsters are also making a return, with them of course being more powerful, aggressive versions of each of the different monsters, though in the case of the frenzied monsters, I believe they have slightly less HP, which is a nice nod.
Now he said tempered and frenzied monsters. Are there tempered frenzied monsters, or are they both separate? Or is there could be a tempered, could be a frenzy, or there could be a tempered frenzy? Like, is it both, all, or either or?
to how the frenzy works. Tempered monsters in particular have this really cool mechanic where, because they are battle hardened monsters, they will often gain these scars as you battle them, effectively working as special unique wounds that only these monsters can get, that you can then of course exploit to your advantage. So you essentially get this risk reward scenario with the tempered monsters because they deal a lot more damage and are much more powerful and aggressive, but at the same time, if you are aggressive yourself, you will be rewarded with even more wounds on the monsters. And naturally, by hunting these more powerful monsters, you'll be able to obtain better drops and better decorations. And some of these drops will also include materials that you can then use to craft what is called the Artian weapons, a special unique type of weapon that you can craft that is somewhat similar to how Kovtaroth and the Safijiva weapons worked. Now, I can't say much more about this in my current review, but I will have an endgame review video where I will talk more in depth about those specific mechanics, so if you want to know more about the endgame of Wilds, stay tuned for that video.
So, what he's saying is, like, you fight temper monsters, get some kind of special material that lets you create. Like, there's something about Safijiva and Kovtaroth weapons? Alright. So, Kovtaroth, if I remember correctly, because it's been a while, Kovtaroth dropped random weapons for you at the end. Safijiva had dropped different weapons, but you could, like, level them up and stuff and add skills to those weapons. But as I'm thinking about Rise, because they had the goddamn rampage weapons in Rise, which kind of got thrown to the waste. They were actually trash. And then when Sunbreak came out, they literally got dismissed. The only good part about the rampage weapon was you were able to take a non-rampage weapon and, like, some of the weapons had certain skills on them, and you could, like, block a skill to a weapon when you upgraded it, but that shit went out the window once Sunbreak came out. Like, that system got completely replaced. So they're saying there's some kind of weapon system in the game that's gonna behave somewhat like Kovtaroth, Safijiva, but when we get an expansion down the line, is it going to just, like, they're just gonna say, oh, the system's done, we're not even gonna use it anymore and move on to some other stuff, or if the system, if the community thinks the system is good, they're gonna carry it on. I don't know. Sounds sus to me. Right.
Ultimately, Monster Hunter Wilds feels like a very refreshing and very fun iteration upon the Monster Hunter formula, and while I was apprehensive at the idea of getting an open world Monster Hunter game, I find myself loving it, and I do believe that at least the endgame of Wilds has been the best high rank endgame that we have had in a very long time. I cannot put this game down, and I'm looking forward to putting in many more hundreds of hours into this game, and as you guys know, I am very biased towards Monster Hunter, but if you want to know whether or not you should get the game, in my opinion, definitely go for it. I do not think you are going to regret this. With that being said, thank you to Capcom for sending me a review copy, and thank you so much for watching. My name is Dark Hero, and as always, happy hunting.
Alright, I'll give Dark Hero a like. I'll give him a like. I'm going to close that down. Thanks, Dark Hero, for the review. Well, much. He definitely enlightened me a little bit. Alright, who next? Let's do Rory Khan is probably gonna be last because this video is like 40 long. Alright, let's go ahead and do Dear Gamer.
We're back, and today I'm giving you my review of Monster Hunter Wilds. I have completed the game. We have about 100 hours into the game, and now we are doing some juicy things that I'll talk about later, but I would just say this: Capcom, they did it. They made an absolute masterpiece for people that are gonna love coming back to Monster Hunter, and for new players coming in.
World thing. Well, yeah, like, I don't know. They didn't show it to say it, but, like, no, we always thought, like, okay, so they was like, oh, you know, you can go from one zone to the next, But they weren't saying like, hey, all the zones are connected. So I'm assuming everything is connected. Whole world. Like you go from Windward to Scarlet, from Scarlet to whatever the oil map is called, from the oil map to the ice map, and you can just like basically take your sacred and just run through all the zones and go all the way to the last map. That's the part I thought maybe it was gonna be like one or two zones connected. Then there's some kind of loading issue or like some kind of like loading that you have to go through to go, and then you start on like the oil basin, and maybe the oil basin was connected to the ice map or something like that. Seems like the whole thing is open and it's seamlessly connected. That's kind of what I'm getting.
And there's a lot of things that make the game extremely exciting, challenging, and fun. So we're going to go over all those things, the things I love, the things I wish could be better, and just a full encompassing review that kind of goes through my experience. My fan, without further ado, let's dive in. So give us some background. I've been playing Monster Hunter for many years now.
But I don't understand how it works with
multiplayer. I played all the games, and I have 2,000 hours in World. And love that game, love what they did. So it's cool to see the elements it took from World and add into this game, and some of the things from Rise, and just made the perfect baby in this gameplay that's so magical, so satisfying. All the things we want, baby. Trust me, all the things we wanted are in this game, and this is just the base game, which is absolutely amazing. So we're gonna talk about that stuff right now. So what makes Monster Hunter unique is Monster Hunter is a game focused on, as you would imagine, fighting monsters. You have nice action-packed battles that you're going to be doing, and the cool thing about it is it's just such a heart-pumping experience. There's 14 weapons you can try out, and all the weapons play uniquely different regardless of what weapon you're trying. They all feel really, really good and strong. So essentially what you would do is just take the weapons that you play in other games and like incorporate into Monster Hunter, and like you can find your weapon for everybody. You like ranged weapons, you like close weapons, you like defensive weapons, or something for everybody in the game. You just gotta take a little bit of time and figure out like what weapons suit your style, which the game kind of helps you with the recommendation system. Right when you start, you can talk to all and say, hey, based on some things that you've shared, I think this might be a good weapon for you, and you can go from there. So Monster Hunter Wild is available on PlayStation, Xbox, and Steam PC. And the cool thing about this game is crossplay. You can play with your friends, you can play solo if you want. You don't have to play with other people, but if you want, it makes the game fun. You can play with some random people as well. They can kind of fit into your playstyle.
Hold on. He questioned whether the multiplayer was fun or not. The way he looked, he was like, fun? Wasn't sure?
Thing that I truly love about Monster Hunter is, like I said earlier, the gameplay. The gameplay is really good, and I showcased that a couple of fights during the video. But first things first, we're going to talk about is, now let's talk about the story. Monster Hunter games, you play the game for the core gameplay mechanic, not necessarily for the story, but I felt that this time around, I loved the story presentation in terms of how they showed it. It's similar to that what you will find in World. As you're kind of going through a story, you have a main character named Nata, and you're trying to figure out like where he's from, his story, and help him move forward. And that's kind of all I will share for now, so you guys can unpack those stories when you play on your own. But essentially, that's what it is. And you're a hunter, and it's your job to necessarily protect them along the way as we figure out what we're going to do with this said individual. But as far as the story has some good moments. It's one of the situations where like I can see, okay, Capcom is stepping into the realm of presenting storylines differently than what we've seen in the past. Like the story had a little bit more involvement than I thought I would like. Has some good turning points, but ultimately the story is there to progress the game, and for us to just have some really, really good points and really good time like progressing to fighting the monsters. I think the monster presentation, how they brought them up, was fantastic. The cutscenes for the monsters were just beautifully done, action packed, super cool, and I feel like they're gonna be watched over and over again because of how well they did with showcasing the monsters. So when it comes to story, I would say the story was good. It got you from point A to point B. It was fun, but like for me, like we don't play these games for story. We play these games for some juicy combat.
Like that's, once again, like Monster Hunter has like damn near 20 years of like lore and shit in the universe, and people just skip it, bro. Crazy to crazy. Like, nah, we don't care about story. We're here for combat. Like, okay.
So let's go ahead and get to that. The core mechanics of the game, the combat. So now this is where the game truly comes alive. The fighting combat, the gameplay, the feel, the hit stops, everything is back. Everything we asked for in the game. They took the game
excited
and really just took it to the next level. If you enjoy Monster Hunter World, you'll love this. If you enjoy Rise, you'll love it. I feel like the cool thing about this game is there's 14 weapons. I play longsword. Oh my gosh. But there's, well, like I said earlier, there's a weapon for everybody. And it just feels so good. It's so fun to kind of just master your weapon and try new combos, try new skills. The way you customize your character in terms of your build and your gear is similar to what you experienced in the past from a Monster Hunter game. So in that regard, with farming, looking for loots, trying to get the most optimal stuff, you're gonna have a good time in this one, because I surely have enjoyed my time.
They need to nerf that longsword, dog.
Fighting the monsters to get all the different loot and all the mechanics that open up as well. The game's really cool because just like you would imagine, it doesn't give you everything at once, but as you play more and more and more features are unlocked, and with each feature that's unlocked, you're like, ooh, that's cool. And it kind of makes you kind of excited for what happens next. Also too, with your your side quest, you want to take advantage of doing those as well, because what happens is when you do your side quests, you unlock some really cool features in the game that you kind of don't want to miss out, which will ensure you have a really good experience. Oh, look at that one. So, gameplay, absolutely stellar. The hitbox, the customization, the options we have are really good. If you played the beta, it's more of the beta, but better in terms of what you can do. And honestly, what really makes it cool is the fact that it's now your character, and you can customize it the way you want, level up the way you want. So it really makes it like a true, like, intimate experience, I would say. What I'm fighting right now is Raidal. This is one of the apex monsters of this area, which, as you can see, it's a really good fight.
Freestyling.
The sound effects, oh my gosh. Let's talk about sound next. The sound effects in the game for the monsters, for the feels, for the attacks, it just sounds top notch. Everything was, you can tell, was done carefully, really well.
Talk about sound effects. Like, the only the sound effect, when he said that, like, the first thing that popped into my mind is that your sharpness degrading in Monster Hunter Wilds. You remember that noise that you would hear when you went down the sharpness level? Bro, that shit was so... that was like the worst sound ever. But, like, I remember in World with I think, because World, I think, had was the first game that I can remember that had the 3D audio in it. That shit was good. So if they're doing that here, I expect more of the same. Really good audio.
Detailed as well. Oh, that's good tail. Oh, beautiful. No, don't move yet. Don't move yet. Okay, since he went away now we can talk a little bit. So, sound animation, and I love that I picked this fight because the way it roars, the lightning, the effects, the graphics, the way the game looks, just the gameplay element of this game just is really good. So, like in previous games, the goal of Monster Hunter, you fight monsters, you take the materials, you make stronger monsters, stronger weapons, stronger armor, allowing you to fight even stronger monsters, and it just feels so good as you're progressing through your character and building up, and just seeing what kind of combinations you can go with. Which takes me to my next part, the crafting. The crafting is insane. The amount of builds and customization and options you have, everything feels good. It's kind of like Endgame of Rise, where like when you play World,
Don't tell me
at the end of the game, there was like, okay, there was like 3 main sets.
Endgame of Rise was fucking ridiculous. You were at some points where you had like 3 goddamn pages of skills, bro. Don't tell me that like this game is like Rise, where we're gonna have 3 pages of skills, because I really don't want to see 3 pages of skills again, bro. I really don't. Like, you would have all kinds of shit, right? All kinds of shit. Mad skills. Mad skills.
But in Rise, you had so many options as far as how you want to play, and they took that and it took it even further on this one. And I'm not going to talk specifically
that
about
doesn't
what's
sound good at all,
because I want you to experience that for yourself. But just know that there's tons and tons of builds and customizations that are really, really strong. And it's great because it makes it more inviting. You don't necessarily feel like you have to have a meta set in order to be able to beat some of the monsters. Sometimes you can get through the fight just on your pure skill alone. Your ability to dodge attacks, get out the way, and capitalize on your damage. You can just do really, really well.
I mean, if you beat Arcvale,
you don't have to worry about having
in the
some
beta,
really,
then
cool sets. But I guarantee you, it will help. You will feel a lot better when you can take a couple of hits and not get one-shotted. But as far as character progression, that's one thing I would say is really cool. The wounded situation we have in this game, being able to wound the monster body parts when they got rid of the clutch claw, oh my gosh, I love it. I love the wound system. So right now I just wounded it, right? And when you hit the wound spot, sometimes it falls over, sometimes it gives you some openings like this, or just the fight just keeps going. The cool thing is you want to target those spots with your focus strike, because when you do it, for longsword, it builds up my gauge. For other weapons, it does other things as well. Look at that, I went from white gauge to red because I hit 2 wounded spots. And it just, oh my gosh, that was disgusting. Okay, let's load up another monster. That was too quick. Wow, I just tell you, the gameplay is just so addicting. The gameplay loop is just so good. It's just so satisfying to play. So I didn't get a chance to check out multiplayer when it comes to my review, because there was some Discord, but my time frame wasn't available for us to link up with some people to play. But we played the multiplayer in the beta, and it felt good. Being able to just not jumping in and out, but join the quest that you need for a specific monster you're looking for. It was quick, and because the game is cross-platform, you'll always have people you can play with, which makes it really, really fun. So just looking at highlighting art, this is a Monsters Run Popolo. Look at the way it looks. It's just so beautiful. I love how all the monsters in Monster Hunter Wilds look different, feel different. It just feels so fresh to kind of see all these new monsters and elements they added into the game. So this is Monsters Run Popolo, and it's a poison monster, and it's actually kind of big. The cool thing about it is it has, just like you would imagine, it looks like a big old balloon, but you can pop its body based on how much damage you're doing. So I also, just the variety of what they added in the game is really cool. And if you notice right there, I'm holding my focus mode because it helps me kind of move around, right? But if you notice, right there, when they're doing specific attacks, they give you an opportunity for you to use your focus mode while they're charging their attack or when they're done with their attack. So it's cool because it keeps the gameplay super interactive, because as you can notice, I'm holding focus mode right now. There's no wounded spot on it, but when it was doing that poison mist, it created an opportunity for me to hit it in his face, because I was doing that ultimate attack wind up, like right here.
And there it go.
So I missed it. When it's letting out its poison gas, we can hit it right there.
So I caught on to this very early in the temporary wound. Most of the monsters have a temporary wound. I got to explain. Alahara has one when he's out of his mouth. Cobra has one after he does like a weird tongue attack. Tongue is like out of his mouth, laying around. Now, after anytime he shoots, not every time, but if you didn't hit it, does his lightning, charges up, and he shoots lightning bolt out because he has 2 different attacks for that. Like he has a smaller one, and he has like a super charged up one. Both of those have a temporary wound after he stops for a second, like recouping temporary wound. I don't know about Gypsyros because I didn't really like Gypsyros all that much. Doshiguma has one on his nutsack when he's standing up, getting ready to do one of those big, powerful slams. Arkveld had one on his Wing Epion tentacle. Does a big explosion. Now, when I was fighting Arkveld, there were multiple times where, like, I know the big explosion, 100%, he gets a temporary wound after he. But when he when he rages out and he doubles his tentacle chains, he will like do a slam where he slams all 4 of them down. I would see them light up, like it would glow red, and I don't know if it's glowing red from the dragon element that he's letting out, but I don't know, or maybe that's also a temporary wound, but it wasn't functioning correctly in the beta. And I know there was a couple times where I was trying to hit it when he did that, but it wasn't working. So just maybe it was broken, or maybe it's just not that, and it's just the dragon element that he's let. But yeah, and it definitely caught on to that very early, very early in like the first.
But let's go ahead and use our helm breaker on this. So if you guys are wondering, longsword's a counter weapon. Oh, so we got it. We stopped it. And we got a topper right there. And that's why it's just so fun. There's just so many ways you can attack. One thing I did notice as well when I was playing the preview, if you have a fire weapon here in the oil, it actually lights the floor on fire, which is super cool.
Wait, he said you don't light shit on fire if you got a fire weapon? Does that mean it'll like, if you have a fire weapon, it's gonna set all that oil on fire? And it's gonna probably put fire blade on you? Don't sound cool. Don't sound good at all. But it depends. Is it just like an area around you, or does it like set all the oil ablaze, right?
Hold on, watch it.
Gotta see it. Gotta see
it. I got a little roar. Just to imagine the amount of detail they added to the game, it's like, oh man, I love it. I love it. It just keeps it so much fun. So now, if you didn't notice, you can also pause the game, which is fantastic for if you're done and you need to step away from a second. You can pause the game, handle what you gotta handle, and kind of get back to it. When it comes to gameplay and frame rate, I feel like Capcom was pushing this game to be truly next game open world experience, and I feel like for me personally, I have a 4090 and I have 3900X, and my game ran well. I was playing on an early access beta version of the game, so I'm sure by the time you guys play, some things will be even better. I didn't experience any crashes. I think there was a situation with some drivers that got updated that I did have like one blemish while I was playing. But ultimately, I felt like my game experience was good. There was some opportunity where I did have a little bit of artifacting, but it didn't last too long and it wasn't too frequent for me to say like it's a problem. I feel like with PC, it's gonna be one of those situations where like this game will get even better 6 months from now, and that's when it'll fully be optimized. Because kind of the same thing happened with World. When it first came on the PC, it ran. Wasn't the greatest, but it ran.
Got review bomb,
so I think that's kind of a similar thing we're gonna experience with this game. They're gonna continue to build it upon it. As more people play it, they get more data as well. So I feel like the gameplay performance, one thing I did say, my computer was going ham when I'm playing. I can hear it's going because it's running, it's doing the thing. So I feel like over time, that stuff like that will get improved. At least I hope it would, which I'm sure it will. I was gonna play it on PlayStation. I played the base game. I played the game on base PS5 when I went to Capcom's offices, and it had a lot of improvement as far as the gameplay and how smooth and fluid it felt. So I would imagine by now it's better, but I'm looking forward to seeing like what some of the other reviewers are saying based on those that play on PlayStation, and what some of you guys have to say as well. But I knew for me, I wanted to have the best experience for gaming and presenting the content, so I decided to get it on PC, which I felt like was the best decision for like my situation. But I just love the way it sounds when you hit the monsters. So now the next thing I want to talk about is creative risk. Did they take enough creative risk in this game? And I feel that we were in a beta for the last 7 years with World and Rise, and this is a perfect baby that came from that game. I feel like they perfected the formula in terms of gameplay, hunting, exploration, how you find missions, the story progression. I think it's amazing how they've come out. What sets this game apart from other games? There aren't many hunting games out there, like, to be honest. The last one we had was Wild Hearts. You have Soul Eater and you have Dauntless. So there aren't too many Monster Hunter competitors, so it's kind of in a league of its own, I would say.
Soul Eater.
Just the quality of life improvements they did were just fantastic like that. The fact that you can like put your weapon away if you miss your Huntbreaker. One thing I would say is they really wanted to make this accessible, because in the past, Monster Hunter games were very, very in-depth for a lot of people. And they said, oh man, I had a friend that bought World and there. He's like, I immediately returned it. 2 hours in, I couldn't figure out all the mechanics. So what they did this time around is they really wanted to walk you through. So there's a lot of tutorials there's a hunter's guide that kind of walks you through all the monsters, what materials you can get from breaking it, how to fight it, good strategies, weaknesses, so that if you really want to be technical and you don't have the game knowledge that some people like me and others that played for many years have, I thought I got that one. You're not left in the dark. But what I was saying is they made the game more accessible for people, which is great for new players to come and jump in. But it's also, they did a lot of things for veteran players that will really take your game to the next level, which it just makes this so addicting. I don't think you guys understand like how good the gameplay feels. But one thing I will say is things that I feel could be improved would be the gameplay. Not the gameplay. The gameplay is solid. I don't know how they're gonna improve from here going forward with the expansion and feature games, but it already feels amazing. The gameplay is great. I think storytelling, the story can be a little more, I wouldn't say better, well, maybe a different element. Maybe just because like it didn't resonate with me as much. But the story was okay. I think that was the weakest point when it comes to the game. But like we know, Monster Hunter games are meant for combat and hunt the monsters and like cool cutscenes. All that stuff, they delivered on. They delivered on it. But like for me, I'm just not one for like soft stories or hunter kind of games. So that's what I was taking to improve on. Things I could talk about that like end game. After you beat the main story, that's when you go to high rank, which is really, really cool because things, as you imagine, just get even crazy. Tempered monsters are back. Frenzy monsters there. Just the end game mechanics of how you just make your character stronger is so tempered. Good. So good. We're gonna be playing. I would just say we're gonna be playing for a while. We're gonna be playing for a while. And I know my review. I'm not giving away too much content. I'm just trying to sum it up and say I had a great time playing the game. I'm still playing the game. We're gonna put countless hours into this game. I can see myself doing 2,000 to 3,000 hours in the game because it's so good. So I would just say that my verdict is, I'm not gonna give it a score. I'm just gonna say it's near perfection. It's what I would say. I had a really, really good time with it. Oh, actually, what I would say is just your sacred. So look, you can turn your sacred off so you can manually look at stuff and just traverse on your own, or you could have it set to autopilot where it kind of just goes straight to it. So with a sacred, I can see some people being not liking that it just kind of shoots you to the direction of where the monster is, like autopilot. But I love it because you can just like sit back, relax, drink some food, drink some water, eat something really quick while the sacred's taking where you need to go. They really do a really good job getting out of the way and just letting you hunt. If you want to hunt, you want to play, you want some riveting gameplay, they get the hell out the way and just let you do that, which is great. Like if I want to play a story game, I play, I don't know, I play Ghost of Tsushima. I'll play that if I want like some really good storytelling. This is really where gameplay mechanics, gameplay lovers, action RPGs, you will love this game and what they did with it. Some criticism people have said in the past I've heard is, oh man, the monster hunts take like 20-30 minutes to fight. They don't. It only takes that long if your gear is not good and if it's a skill issue. Most fights probably take like 10 minutes, 12, 15, 20 if you're taking your time, 25 if you're really milking it, exploring along the way, collecting the epidemic life like this, you know, getting yourself super prepared. Then it could take a little longer, but most fights aren't that long. It's a really, really good combat, and the reason the monsters don't run away as much as they did in the beta, so I'm glad they fixed that.
That's good.
They
I had
stay
an
in the
issue
fight.
with that shit.
Well, those
I also had an issue with the fucking cat. Like the monster ignoring me and just going for the cat. Like I had an issue.
Those are the criticisms I feel people would have. For me, I said it once, I'll say it again. This is my game. This is my game. They did such a good job. And they were so confident that they showed us so much of the game because they knew it was going to be a banger. They know people are going to love it. And that's what they did. I felt that Capcom delivered on this masterpiece. And also, too, they already announced the Title 1 update, which means we're getting free content already. They already announced it. So that's the one thing I love about this game and the series, that they continue to give us more content as we play more and more and more. So this has been my look, my review, my thoughts on Monster Hunter Wilds. I love it.
All time.
And you're going to love it, too. No doubt. There's no doubt. I don't need to convince you. You just need to convince yourself to stop playing once you start playing, because you're gonna just continue playing and playing and playing and playing. Ladies and gentlemen, thanks for watching. If you're new, make sure you subscribe. Make sure you come up, because we're gonna have tons of video of the game. I got like a lot of videos recorded and ready to upload, so make sure you don't miss on any of the action. My family stay smooth. Till next time. Dear Gamer, signing out.
Alright, Dear Gamer, that was pretty good. Pretty good. He was very, 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 very positive. I really pretty much positive the whole way through. Very excited. Where we at here? I'm gonna do Gaming Bolt next, but I gotta use I gotta pee. I'll be right back and we'll keep going. Now some more reviews. Hanging out. All right, we back. Good, and get into the gaming boat. Only mess with gaming boat, so let's gotta say.
For me, Monster Hunter shares one sentiment, and only one, with Destiny. I hate it, and it's my favorite franchise, or at least one of them. That's reflected in all the time.
Better kiss that ass if you don't want to end up like. Yes, I don't know what that means. What's that mean? What do you mean, non? I don't know what that means. Better kiss that ass if you don't want to end up like T. Talking about like dark side? Is that what you're talking about? Even though I don't know what happened. I don't know.
Time spent in Monster Hunter World, dragging myself through multiple siege quests and Fatalis attempts, swearing I would never come back, not even to play Rise, and yet returning anyway, all the way to Sunbreak and its affliction-riddled madness, cussing and raging while simultaneously seeking out the next challenge. Just when I swear I'm out and the monster roars, trips, and instant death, sorry horrible memory, it pulls me back in. Such is the case with Monster Hunter Wilds, but it caught my favor sooner due to how much it felt like a successor to World. All the switch skills and smaller maps of Rise were fine and whatnot, but World is where I and many other people really got into the franchise and discovered its magic. Monster Hunter Wilds isn't exactly a sequel or a successor to World. Calling it an enhanced version is also odd for reasons that I'll get into. Nevertheless, and above all else, it's a pretty good Monster Hunter game, even if the signature loop of hunt monsters, get materials to craft better equipment to hunt tougher monsters may work out differently for some. Now, stop me if you've heard this before. The guild ventures to unknown lands to investigate mysterious phenomena and encounters dangerous monsters. Sooner or later, they learn that things are much more complicated than they seem, investigating mysterious occurrences tied to seemingly legendary monsters. It's a time-worn premise, but to my surprise, Monster Hunter Wilds plays around with it in some very interesting ways. One of the main drivers of the plot is Nada, a young survivor discovered near the Forbidden Lands. His story of the White Wraith ultimately motivates an expedition led by you and a new handler into this new frontier. While learning more about the White Wraith is key, the narrative dabbles into the overall ecosystem and its constant shifts, extolling the balance of humanity and the nature of the hunter's role beyond turning a monster that looks at us funny into a nice hat. I also like Nada's character development. It's a gradual shift that feels earned, with his journey of seeing the wider world and moving on from his trauma meshing quite well. The other characters didn't quite resonate as much, though Gemma the blacksmith does have some notable layers to her backstory. Olivia, another hunter that can back the player up during hunts, and Eric, a curious yet incautious biologist, are also intriguing during their appearances, but only just. Of course, you also meet different villagers and learn more
issues. No, this video is
about their culture and place in the Forbidden Lands. Again, nothing too compelling in terms of characterization, though I found the woodwoods of the Scarlet Forest charming. Even with this setup, the core plot of Monster Hunter Wilds followed many familiar tropes. The quest structure, at least during certain parts of the story, also got a little too rote at times. I can appreciate the reduced reliance on the gimmicky set pieces of World and Rise. Even some of the chase sequences don't feel ham-fisted or overstay their welcome. However, the number of times I would slowly canter through a locale, conversing with other characters, felt a bit excessive. And while the cutscenes are impressive, setting the tone of many fights in a hyped manner, the dialogue choices are
Darkside didn't get a review copy. I don't know what to say about that. Am I supposed to feel bad or something? Or there's a lot of people out there that create a Monster Hunter a copy.
Are superfluous and ultimately inconsequential. Things improve as you progress further and are unleashed upon the Forbidden Lands. For all my hang-ups,
Get a copy because crazy stuff like speed running again. No. that break the game. That's why maybe they got blacklisted by Capcom. There's 1,000 reasons. There's 1,000 reasons why they might have not have got one.
With the story, the actual environments are pleasing to explore. The plains of Windward Plains are nice and flat, but other regions offer dunes with potential threats of Balahara trapping you in a whirlpool, sending you to its lair. You also encounter rockier expanses and an area seemingly built for Reidao, one of the new wyverns, to excel. Then there's the Scarlet Forest, which has shades of World's ancient forest, but with more open spaces and water bodies, not to mention a conveniently crafted overhead route for your mount to traverse. Some of the monsters, like Uthduna, will also use the more water-heavy sections against you in creative ways. Further areas are similarly compelling to explore and boast impressive attention to detail with their endemic life, changing weather, and art direction. As is tradition, looking for ways to leverage the environment in creative ways, whether it's hanging rocks overhead or vine traps, is vital. As for the dynamic weather and day and night cycle, I like the cycling periods of fallow, inclemency, and plenty, and how they influence different occurrences on the map, like an outbreak of certain flora and fauna, or even environmental hazards. Phenomena like the sand tide can also have an impact on hunts, with thunder raining down from the sky and hitting monsters. It's not the most game-changing aspect, but offers an additional wrinkle without feeling too oppressive. Of course, the main appeal of Monster Hunter Wilds is the hunting of monsters, and this is truly where the experience shines. I think this may be the most refined and enjoyable combat in the series to date. While I didn't go hands-on with all 14 weapon types, focusing instead on the sword and shield, it felt like a dream. Perfect Guard is so satisfying to initiate, if a little too forgiving at times, while the counter hits have some serious oomph, yet even the regular combos are blissfully responsive. The hit-stop changes over the beta are also very much apparent. Plunging the sword into a monster with the charged chop is more visceral, reinforcing its devastating nature. World and Rise both had their share of new combat mechanics like Clutch Claw or Tenderize, and Wire Bug or Switch Skills or Wyvern Riding. Wilds introduces two new systems, Wounds and Focus Mode. As you attack a monster, wounds will appear on its body. Attacking and destroying these will deal more damage and some stun on top of providing materials. However, if you activate Focus Mode, you can initiate a Focus Strike, a special attack that destroys the wound more sensationally and deals more damage. The trade-off is that a destroyed wound can't be opened up again, encouraging you to focus on other parts of the body. This combines so well with the focus on breaking monster parts for materials that I'm surprised it's taking this long to turn it into a regular mechanic, even if it bears a slight resemblance to the anomaly cores from Sunbreak's afflicted monsters. Don't worry though, you'll find a system similar to the latter as you progress. When you combine everything, the environments and their dynamic weather conditions, the satisfying feel of combat, wounds, and focus strikes, it's an honestly addictive combat experience. Even some of the more annoying aspects of Monster Hunter's experience, like monsters running away, don't feel nearly as egregious as past entries. This isn't to say that some of the flyers won't venture far away after taking a few hits, but it felt less common than World. As for monsters, Wilds delivers an eclectic bunch of returning threats and newcomers. Each feels like it fits naturally into the respective ecosystems and looks great overall. From Chatacabra and its uncomfortably moist skin to Cumitris, Ajarakan reminded me a bit of Rajang, but with some interesting twists that forced some changes to my usual counter-hit playstyle. There's a solid mix of close-up brawlers, ranged combatants, hit-and-run attackers, and others that diversify their tactics among these to keep the combat feeling mostly fresh. I say mostly because as far as difficulty goes, Monster Hunter Wilds is probably the series' easiest yet. Some context, I've spent hundreds of hours in World and Iceborne, and probably as far as difficulty goes, Monster Hunter Wilds is probably the series' easiest yet. Some
easier than Rise? Easier than Rise?
Context, I've spent hundreds of hours in World and Iceborne, and probably 100 hours in Rise and Sunbreak. These may seem like impressive figures, but I'm far behind those who have been on these games for years at a time,
his numbers is
let alone
lacking.
feeling their toughest challenges. You'll notice I said Fatalis attempts earlier and not kills. Long story short,
numbers is
I'm no
lacking.
expert, but Wilds felt barely challenging through much of low rank. I would run with the same armor and weapon for multiple fights in a row, barely upgrading my defense. Several fights shockingly lasted for mere minutes at a time. When it felt like I reached what could be considered a difficulty spike, I would usually craft a higher rarity armor and cobble things together, with more or less continued into high rank. Even then, I never felt the urge to grind out a single set or min-max my gear. Fights barely crossed the 20-minute mark, even when it was clear that monsters were hitting a little harder than usual. Your mileage may vary, but this isn't just a humble brag.
Like, he just said, like, hey, I rarely get any armor, or here I might just like make something, throw it on, upgrade my weapon.
The lack of challenge for a good chunk of the experience felt like it messed with my sense of the core loop. On the one hand, it felt kind of liberating to not have to worry about these things and just venture out into the wilds, slaughtering monsters left and right while gathering resources. However, once I had my fill, I would return to the story, if only to unlock many core features and find some sense of challenge. The story has always been half-jokingly referred to as the tutorial in past Monster Hunter titles. In Wilds, it feels like just that, almost to an insulting degree. Personally, of course. Things do slightly improve when you reach the so-called end game, especially as tempered monsters enter the picture. By that point, I decided to invest in in-game armor and optimize some more, if only to avail of their quality of life features and slots. Even then, it felt like only 2 or 3 tempered monsters offered any real sense of danger and unpredictability. Beyond that, it didn't feel like there was anything else to conquer. Regarding the end game, hunting high rank and tempered monsters will award decorations, and you can earn an embarrassing amount with multi-target hunts. Decorations with multiple skills drop from tempered hunts and feel like the true min-maxing experience. I'll admit gaining a level 3 decoration with 3 points in a main skill and 1 point in a crucial secondary skill feels good. You also have Artian weapons, which can be crafted from Artian parts, also obtained from tempered monsters. The catch is that each part must be of the corresponding rarity to forge the weapon. While you can mix and match parts depending on your desired affinity and attack, not having 2 parts of the same element or status ailment can result in a raw damage weapon. At a glance, this may seem like an adaptation of the Safi Jiva crafting and awakening system from Iceborne, though a bit more limiting. It's far from a downside though, since Artian weapons offer a means to create some strong elemental or status weapons as you spend more time hunting specific monsters. They also don't replace the traditional weapon crafting system, especially since every weapon now has an intrinsic skill. So while you could rely on that Artian weapon and slot in decorations of your liking, maybe there's a weapon with a skill that could work well with your build, even at the cost of higher level decoration slots. And speaking of build crafting, Wilds makes a rather drastic change. Weapons can have their own intrinsic skills and slot in certain decoration types. However, those same types cannot be equipped on your armor, forcing you to really pick and choose between which ones are worth taking. This was initially limiting, no doubt, but as time went on, I began to appreciate the experimentation and opted for quality of life decorations, whether they enhanced my playstyle or simply felt.
It's been mentioned a times about how the weapon armor work now. Not like saying too much enough. I mean, Dear Gamer made me think like you're gonna have skills like Rise, but you guys talking about sitting, you know, you can only pick. Gotta make some kind of choice. What? I'm gonna have to wait until the game releases to find out what's going on with the decos.
Good to have. Whether it's due to the overall difficulty and balance concerns, or to simply combat players going for full spread of familiar damage skills once more is hard to say, but it works. Even with all of this in mind, and the ability to save potential targets as investigations to hunt later, Wild's endgame is lacking. Heck, even in the new arena, the Wounded Hollow felt like a shadow of World's arena.
Endgame.
To be fair, I didn't have access to any event quests, so the development team could likely deliver more stringent conditions and tougher targets post-launch. Still, it's hard not to feel a little whelmed. I don't know if it's because this is the beginning of yet another fresh slate, where Wilds is a new platform that the developer will build and iterate upon. and then add some real endgame content with the inevitable expansion. Regardless, in terms of difficulty and diversity, the current endgame just isn't enough for me. I could bemoan the lack of other features from previous titles, like the canteen and the cats with their darling animations.
He only put like 100
Monster Hunter
hours
Wilds
into
offers a rich array of quality of life improvements and features.
Like, what end game are you
Pop-up
actually
camps,
really looking
the ability to cook meals anywhere, though the ones with the most buffs come from feast invites, and not having to fully complete the animation for gaining weapon sharpness, the sacred, even if its auto move can get a little wonky at times, the aforementioned investigations, the radial menu that automatically selects the best healing and status curing items, they all fit in perfectly. As for multiplayer, I dabbled a bit with co-op hunts, usually responding to SOS flares for people who already had AI support hunters in their party. I couldn't delve into the nitty-gritty of lobbies or inviting friends, so time will tell how these perform at launch. Nevertheless, barring a few instances of lag, these hunts felt pretty good, though it feels like they further trivialized the difficulty on all but the toughest tempered targets. I mentioned my appreciation for Wild's art direction earlier, and that extends to the sound design and music, which are always top tier. Unfortunately, the technical aspects of the visuals aren't, at least on the base PS5. Playing on balanced mode with 120Hz mode enabled and the frame cap off resulted in a decent mix of resolution and frame rate, even if it meant sacrificing 60 FPS. The results were decent enough, though distant objects in larger environments suffer in their image quality. Asset loading issues would also rarely occur, such as having the environmental cue for a falling boulder, and it was invisible. The image quality in performance mode takes a bigger hit, while pop-in is more apparent and some close-up textures can look iffy. On the bright side, it mostly was locked to 60 FPS, so if you can stomach everything else, it may just be the mode for you. If nothing else, it's a major improvement over the beta with no sign of origami Raydao. Despite my various complaints with Monster Hunter Wilds, I did have an enjoyable experience. It's an ideal experience whether you want to hunt a few targets or spend hours grinding out decorations and RTN parts. It's not the be-all, end-all Monster Hunter game, but while there's no shortage of things to improve on, Monster Hunter Wilds is an enjoyable action RPG with some great new additions to the formula, and I'm intrigued to see how it's built upon in the future. And that'll be about it for this one. If you guys like...
Okay, so that was very surprising because I didn't think... I was looking for a base PS5 review, and I couldn't find one that was telling me, like, hey, base PS5. He's saying he base PS5. Outside of that, his review kind of boring. I'm gonna be honest, it was kind of, didn't really... Outside of him saying that hard and echoed far. Alright. On to the next. On to the next. Rory, calling you last, dog. You got a 50-minute review. Let's do Gaijin.
Hey guys, this is Gaijin Hunter, and thanks to a review copy provided by Capcom, I was able to review play the entirety of Monster Hunter Wilds.
I'm cutting now.
But without any spoilers. So I'll only be showing unedited random gameplay from the initial area of the game, and this will be more of a listening experience than a visual one. Feel free to background this video as you go about whatever you're doing. This also assumes that you're not new to Monster Hunter and you already know about the different features that Wilds has to offer. I'll try to give the pros and cons of each topic together, that way you don't hear me gushing for the majority, only to back end whatever shortcomings I felt the game had in its current state. Playtime. It took me roughly 11 hours to get through low rank and an additional 14 to get through high rank. This is on par for all the games in the series, honestly.
Like
Monster
25
Hunter is a game
hours?
about replayability, so this was fine for me, and the amount of needless fat has been trimmed so much that these were some really high octane 25 hours or so with no deviation from myself when it comes to key quests or messing around with more than 2 weapons, the sword and shield and the dual blades. I don't know how much mileage normal people get from base games if they only play one weapon, but what I can say before I get to the topic is
I
that
told
the
you
way
a
they
million
redid the skill
times and
system
your
is
ass still acts
fantastic.
surprised.
The final list of weapons are all very well balanced, so I could easily see you wanting to simply make one of each of your favorite weapon, especially considering that they're back to unique designs for every variation, and some of them are nice. If you're coming in from a full-on expansion release like Iceborne or Sunbreak, you'll probably find the content super refined but lower in volume, sort of like how fancy steaks are served at high-end restaurants. They'll continue to add monsters as the base game goes on in free updates, and I assume unlocking new tiers of weapon upgrades and such, but don't expect the roster to change dramatically.
Wait, I missed what he was saying.
Sort of like how fancy steaks are, and some of them are balanced, so I could easily see you wanting to simply make one of each of your favorite weapon, especially considering that they're back to unique designs for every variation, and some of them are nice. If you're coming in from a full-on expansion release like Iceborne or Sunbreak, you'll probably find the content super refined but lower in volume, sort of like how fancy steaks are served at high-end restaurants. They'll continue to add monsters as the base game goes on in free updates.
So he's saying the roster
and I
is
assume
light.
unlocking new tiers
them
of weapon
roster is
upgrades and
light,
such,
dog.
but don't expect the roster to change dramatically.
Okay, yeah.
Base games are where they lay the foundation so that they can go crazy later with a master rank expansion. Still, I feel the quality of what is there makes it worth playing the game now, and the experience of enjoying new updates along with the community is a fabulous one that I wouldn't want to miss unless time and money makes it hard. In the end, I feel the roster is smaller than even I expected, so that disappointed me a little bit, and I hope Capcom expands the roster faster sooner than later post-launch. Difficulty. We can't talk about the playtime without talking about difficulty. It's both true to say that Monster Hunter as a game is progressively easier the more experience you have in the series, but it's also true to say that Monster Hunter Wilds is probably the easiest entry in the series at the same time. Low rank hunts
keep
were
saying
all
this game is
talking
really
about 4 to
easy.
5 minutes for me, high rank about 6 to 10, and the end game hunts is where I finally saw some going over 10 minutes to and upwards about 14. Every time you get knocked down, it's just a button press to get away and heal, and I think they could consider making the auto dodge ability of the Sacred a little limited to like just 1 or 2 times. That way there is risk to using it, because at this point it's like having unlimited wirefall from Sunbreak. They did remove a lot of friction that I know a lot of players liked in order to make the game more approachable, and the series has been going this direction for a while now, so I find it kind of pointless to talk about whether you like that approach or not. But it certainly does mean that more people will get into the game and stay with it, so in the end it'll be good for longevity of the franchise. But that also,
Like, if the game actually sells more than Monster Hunter World, and it brings way more people in, then it was worth it. If it doesn't, sad days.
also affected how much I cared about one of the cooler new features, which is pop-up camps. To be blunt, I ended up not using them at all. Not only was there low risk of carding in the game, but the Sacred is so fast and so good at autopilot that I would just hold circle to call it in auto mode, and then I would stand up and stretch, get a sip of water, and just let it shuttle me to the monsters. And that never took much time because the Sacred is fast and has a really good auto pathfinding. Pop-up camps, I think, were meant to shine more in multiplayer, where you'll want to get back into the action as fast as you can in the event of a cart. But they were broken by monsters so often for me that I didn't care to repair or even engage with the system. Sacred kinda just nullified the niftiness of the mechanic for me. Progression. One thing that pleasantly surprised me is how fast you unlock each of the areas in the game. The idea seems to be less that one area houses harder monsters than the other, but that they all contain early, mid, and end game monsters. I really love this approach, and it made the game feel like it really opened up fast. I could have easily blown 100 hours doing different stuff if I wasn't focused on just the story. One of the reasons why I critical pathed the game was because I want to spend my majority on a new save when the game launches so I can enjoy it in multiplayer with my daughter. I only did like a few hunts in one area and already they were ushering me onto the next. But later on you'll come back to previous areas and there's new progression. The flow was sublime, and this is the best paced Monster Hunter game to date in my opinion.
Okay.
They also do a really good job of slowly unlocking features as you play through low rank. Low rank is very much treated as the extended tutorial for the game, so when you roll credits, assume that it's just the intro credits to the game. High rank is not to be considered endgame content, it is the actual continuation of the game, and there is a clear spot where the game then transitions into endgame. Without spoiling anything, it is hard, but there is a particular decision at the end of the game that is not going to sit well for a lot of players. It seems all but obvious to me that they wanted to keep some stuff in holding for post-launch updates that connect to the larger experience.
Wait a minute. Wait. The hell is he saying? Hold on.
It is hard, but there is a particular decision at the end of the game that is not going to sit well for a lot of players. It seems all but obvious to me that they wanted to keep some stuff in holding for post-launch updates that connect to the larger experience. I personally don't like the decision, but it'll be solved with just a little bit of time.
Is he saying that they're pulling a Monster Hunter Rise on us? Like the story, from what it sounds like, what he's saying to me, the way he's saying it sounds like the story's not finished. Like how they did in Monster Hunter Rise. That's what it sounds like. The way he said it is that they made a decision that would be solved with a little bit of time. Is the story not finished? Sounds like he's seen spoilers. Sounds like he played it. What are you talking about? He didn't see it, he experienced it. Like, he's saying, it sounds like he's saying the story ain't finished. That's what it sounds like. That's what it sounds like he's saying to me. Sound like he's saying the story is not finished and it's going to take a little bit of time. And they did this in Monster Hunter Rise. You remember, Pope, on the Switch. Story wasn't finished, but that game had to deal with, you know, right? So, if that's the case, that's crazy. Crazy and kind of disappointing, if so. I'm gonna listen to it one more time. Just one more time, bro.
Transitions into endgame. Without spoiling anything, it is hard, but there is a particular decision at the end of the game that is not going to sit well for a lot of players. It seems all but obvious to me that they wanted to keep some stuff in holding for post-launch updates that connect to the larger experience.
See?
I personally don't like the decision, but it'll be solved with just...
It really sounds like he's saying that the story is not finished. That's what it sounds like he's saying, without saying it. What up, Tommy?
A little bit of time, hopefully. I love what they did with investigations. Basically, when you look at the map, you can take any of the current monsters there and make an official quest out of it, being a survey quest that you'll start right away, or saving it as an investigation to do several times at a later time.
Choose your own investigation.
And thus rewards will differ, so you can pick and choose like going out grocery shopping. This does, though, have the side effect of making rare items like gems almost meaningless, since you can always just choose harder investigations that have a guaranteed gem as a reward, but it's still better than what they did in Iceborne, since at the end of the day, you're still having to hunt for it. It's not like you're just trading points for the item. Like it or not, but the quality of life seems here to stay, and while it feels kinda like cheating at times, it does mean players will hit less walls less often, for better or worse. Story. I'll be honest with you, for me, Monster Hunter is almost exclusively about having a compelling premise.
I don't have any problem with the story not being finished. Like, I feel like it's unnecessary for it not to be finished. That's how I feel. Like, what is the reason? Like, don't not finish the story because you want to release content later, because you were going to do that anyway. So you could have finished the story and then gave us title updates, right? So I don't know, but that's what it sounds like he's saying. He's saying the story not finished. You should always finish the story to have a full product that you're selling to people for money.
An environment for the game to take place in, and not about actual storytelling. Some parts of the story made me roll my eyes, but overall, it didn't drag at all like I felt it did in World Iceborne, and I think it did a good job of stitching together the elements of the game. Vocal performances were also great. Like every Monster Hunter game, I always feel there's potential to dive deeper into the characters that Capcom simply fails to do or often even attempt, with Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate being one of the rare exceptions. Nothing is really different this time. There's memorable locations, setup, and the characters are great, but the story itself will be like whatever. Some will love it, some will like it, some won't, and some will be indifferent about it like myself. Overall though, the journey and just the overall feeling of the game and the whole setup is really good. My initial concerns. First, let's cover my original concerns about the game from previews and the demo. First, the idea of a pack monster is there, and it's much easier to deal with than I thought it would be. And honestly, it only came up a few times in the natural progression of the game, so it felt kind of like a special event. This allowed me to really appreciate the mechanic, and it felt organic and not something gimmicky. If you're like me and you don't like to have a huge amount of chaos in your hunts, it's not something that you really need to interact with a lot, and there's tons of ways to handle it. So I find this to be a very positive feature for the game that I hope they expand on. I hope in the eventual expansion that they actually add more scripted pack monster events. The second concern I had was how fast the weather changes in the demo really occurred, and that added to the chaos that I wanted to get away from. And I was shocked to see how well reserved Capcom was about the pacing in this game. The different states of each area start out very static. Like you'll see the first area in one way and it'll stay that way until a big story beat later, and then it'll progress to the next state. Even after hours in endgame, it never felt like some chaotic gamey system, but rather 3 distinct flavors to enjoy each of the maps in, and generally if you go into a hunt with the condition in one way, it's going to be that way for the majority if not the entirety of the hunt. The dynamic nature will be more visible when you're just out open exploring, and that brings with it a special charm for just chilling out and hunting whatever you run across with you and your friends or just simply alone. The third thing I was concerned about was how much focus mode would be shoved down your throat. It's very well implemented, and depending on the weapon you choose and the playstyle you personally want to go for, you can interact with it a lot or only on occasion when you want to bust open a weak spot for damage. Pleasantly surprised is how I'd put it. Again, with the difficulty being so lenient and so many viable options on the way to play your weapon choice, what is shaving 20 seconds off a hunt when you can just play in a way that you find more enjoyable? Don't over-optimize the fun out of the game. Even if you don't ever go into focus mode, you'll still be fine, because choosing not to do a finisher and pop the weak spot right away, that means that you'll have a longer period in which dealing increased damage to the weak spot, so in the end it really just comes down to player choice. I also didn't realize in the beta, but the monsters have an attack where they're left with a temporary weak spot. Like a Rathian, when she blows a fireball, will expose her tongue, and this limited time weak spot is there for the keen-eyed and well-timed hunter, and it felt really satisfying to identify these for each monster and exploit them. Weapon skills. I love what they did with the weapon skills. By taking each weapon and applying different innate skills on them, it really helps differentiate each end form of the weapon in the crafting list. Because attack boosting skills are only applicable to the weapon slots, it means that you can't have everything. There are trade-offs that you'll have to make, and that's great. It makes each choice more meaningful. I just pray in the eventual expansion that they don't add level 4 decorations, as it would make the weapon slots so powerful that you could pretty much put any skill you want, and that would take away from this meaningful choice. The best way to push more power into a set the way that they have it is with the charms, and they have a really good grocery list of items to hunt for in order to upgrade them, which is more than enough to keep you very busy trying to make and upgrade the ones that matter to you. Decorations can be melded so you're
I'm very confused about how they're going with decos and skills on weapons and stuff. It's kind of weird. Like, one person is saying like, oh, it's crazy, it's like Rise but better, and then this person is saying, well, you have to make a choice, you can't have everything. So like, I'm very confused on what it is like, what's going on with the skills. To me, it makes the title update mean something other than just monsters showing up for no real reason.
You're not left out of a skill for a certain playstyle, and decorations with bonus skills can be earned by hunting harder endgame encounters. Performance. I played on a GTX 4080 PC, which is an expensive setup, so I really can't comment on overall performance, but the game is certainly not light, and I expect that they'll find ways to optimize it post-launch, if not by day one. And if you are concerned, consoles are usually a really sure bet to get a great experience. Or you can even try the free PC benchmark to make that determination if PC is the route for you. I had a great time in 4K DLSS on quality mode with ray tracing on high, and I did not use frame generation. I did have dips, but the game does give you a fair amount of toggles that you can mess with to sort of tune your experience, and I'm sure somebody will test them all in depth and come up with some really good optimization settings. Overall feelings. I can't go into more detail without spoilers, but I found the game to be super cozy and fun to play. It reminded me of the difficulty of Monster Hunter Portable 3rd, which is a game that didn't get localized to the West. When things are not too hard, but the monsters are still dynamic enough to make you feel really good when you pull stuff off, for me it leads to more experimentation, less caring about over-optimization of your gear, less concern about what's meta, and it's really just a fun time to hunt and explore. The maps are all incredibly memorable, the states that they are in are unique, and while the roster is smaller than I had hoped, the quality of what we do have is fantastic.
All roster.
They streamlined a lot of friction out of the game, so if you know that before jumping in, then I think you'll have a great time. The DLC monsters and eventual expansion will no doubt give us the difficulty that we crave, and I can say confidently that this game creates a foundation so solid that one day it might very well become the best Monster Hunter game to date, but time will tell. In the meantime, how they plan to flesh out the endgame, expand the roster with free updates, and how they can address some of the glaring omissions that I'll cover in my spoiler review will become key to the overall experience. Seasoned players will see their mileage vary depending on how many weapons you play, how much you like to play without the need for a grind and just for the sake of fun, but for newer hunters, Wilds will no doubt be a fabulous entry with more than enough content to carry them from start to finish without ever feeling like it's light. How the game is as a multiplayer story experience is something that I'll find out as I start my new and forever save when I play this game at launch with my daughter. Anyways, I hope you guys enjoyed this audio.
No answers for multiplayer shenanigans.
Great. There's certainly some shortcomings, but overall the content quality is very high, and I can't wait to see how they expand on the game post-launch. I'll do a spoiler review probably maybe in like a week or two. I'll give it some time. And of course I will label it justly so those of you who don't want to know about the monsters or even the endgame mechanics can just skip that video until you're feeling comfortable. Hope you guys enjoyed this early review, and until next time, happy hunting.
Alright, Gaijin. Alright, so
Hey
Gaijin is saying high quality, low volume. What multiplayer shenanigans? He said he didn't play any multiplayer. So he's not telling you anything about multiplayer because he doesn't know how it functions because he didn't do any. He can't tell you about how the story or how playing multiplayer and doing story stuff, I guess, works because he didn't do it. He didn't do any multiplayer. All right. Did you? No, not yet. His is like an hour. He has like an hour-long review. Found another review that I actually do want to check out. I want to go ahead and do Ouroboros. I definitely mess with Ouroboros. Big Souls PvP player, but he does play some Monster Hunter and dabbles in some other games. So we're gonna check out Ouroboros review.
If you've never played
we're gonna check out Rorycon's, but it's probably gonna be last because it's like an hour.
You're gonna be eating real good because the latest entry in the series, Monster Hunter Wilds, absolutely blew me away. Monster Hunter at its core is simple, fun, and incredibly addicting. You hunt monsters and use their parts to craft weapons and armor to hunt bigger monsters. Obviously, though, there's a lot more to it. Before you set out on a hunt, you have to decide which monster to hunt, the supplies to bring, food to eat, weapons to use, armor to wear, decorations to set, and the list goes on and on. This preparation is what makes this game feel so unique. Every hunt is a big deal, and you often have to adapt for each monster you choose to hunt. And speaking of monsters, the monsters in this game are incredible. Wilds introduces a ton of new, unique monsters, all super exciting and fun to fight. There's also lots of returning monsters, but I won't ruin that surprise for you. Each monster has unique habits and patterns that they fall into. Things you'll learn as you hunt them over and over for parts. This is a living, breathing world. A world I can easily see myself putting thousands of hours
Did I miss it?
And
Hold on. That one, right there.
Each monster has unique habits and
Is Arkveld eating Gormagala?
has unique habits and patterns
Is Arkveld eating Gormagala right there?
that they fall into. Things you'll learn as you hunt them over and over for parts. This is a living,
I didn't catch that before, but
a world I can easily
that's what it
see
looked
myself
like.
putting thousands of hours into. And speaking of world, Wilds features the very first true open world in a Monster Hunter title, meaning that you can traverse the entire map start to finish without loading screens. And it's all absolutely stunning. There's vast deserts, sprawling forests, volcanic mountains, icy caverns, and more. The graphics are incredible too, but the art style is what really helps pull everything together. My number one worry about this game from watching the first few trailers was that it was going to feel washed out and bland, but I couldn't have been more wrong. The environments pop in every area, and it's absolute joy to just look and take in the sights of this beautiful world that Capcom has created. I often find myself completely immersed in this game and love every second of it. NPCs converse among themselves, they walk around and sort of do their own thing. It's a small thing, but it really helps make the world feel more alive. And oh my god, that soundtrack. The soundtrack of Wilds really brings it all together. The music is a highlight, and some of the new monster themes are absolute bangers. Now, the performance of this game has been a hot topic ever since the beta released. I'm happy to share that the final game's performance is much better, but still not great. If you have a lower end PC, it might be time to upgrade if you want to play this game at a reasonable frame rate and resolution.
People who complained about washed out and bland, people need to adjust their monitor's brightness. Correct. You're not wrong. And Divine says, better not be eating my bay gore. I don't know. I just see he's eating something. He has some black shit in his mouth. And the first thing I thought of when I caught that in his mouth, I was like, is that a piece of gore? We know Gore's in the game. He's definitely part of the main story. Or, you know, he's definitely part of the game. He's definitely part of the story. So I was thinking, is he eating him? Is he eating Gore? Just saying. Just speculating. I don't know. Could just be eating some random little creature from off the ground, but just the blackness that was in his mouth, it just, I don't know. I thought Gormagala like off the rip.
Hopefully they improve the performance in future patches, but time will tell.
Well, okay. So, assuming that this review build that they are playing is at least one version behind launch, and depending on what kind of graphics cards you got, so you got a version that's one patch behind the launch version, so there's probably going to be a day one patch which is going to change things. Then there's definitely going to be some kind of driver update. It's either out right now, it's either coming out tomorrow or at launch or the day after launch from NVIDIA. 100% there's going to be some kind of driver update for graphics cards when this game launches. So they're saying the performance is better, but it could be even better than, you know, what they're saying.
PlayStation and Xbox versions of this game come with performance and resolution modes, so you can decide which matters to you most. Now, moving on to one of the most important things in Monster Hunter, your weapons. There are 14 different weapons to choose from in Wilds, each with a completely unique moveset and feel to them. Because this game is so well balanced, you can pick whichever one you like.
You Tommy, no.
They're all vastly improved from the previous titles and feel smoother than ever. The best advice I can give to new players is that if you're not vibing with the weapon, try a different one. Switch it up and see what you like best. Now, something with Monster Hunter is that it doesn't hold your hand. You'll have to learn these weapons for yourself, although there is a small in-game guide for each. In my opinion, part of the fun is mastering your weapon's moveset. Becoming more proficient in the weapon feels so good in this game because the combat is so oomphy. You really feel every swing. There's a new combat mechanic in this game called Focus Mode, which allows you to attack or guard in the direction the camera's facing. It also highlights any weak points on the monster and allows you to focus strike it, which triggers a super cool animation that deals tons of damage. Another new mechanic in Wilds is called Power Clashing. This can only occur with weapons that can block. When you block certain monster attacks with perfect timing, you can trigger these clashes and follow up with a powerful offset attack. This is definitely my favorite new mechanic, as it's super fun to try to pull off and extremely rewarding when you do. Now let's talk about the customization in Wilds, which is a huge highlight for me. You can customize your character, your cat, your bird, your tent, your UI, and even your UI's UI. It's ridiculous, but it's perfect. You can play this
Your
game
UI
exactly
got
how
a
you want to
UI.
play,
That's crazy.
even if that is making a completely cursed character.
Oh my
The
god.
layered armor systems from previous
automatically
games
think of
also
Chuck.
returns, but you'll have to go through the story a bit to unlock it first. Now, arguably, the best way to play Monster Hunter is with 3 other hunters, and multiplayer has never been better. Wilds features crossplay, which allows you to play with anyone regardless of their platform. It's also much easier to invite your friends to play than the previous entries. For example, I was able to invite someone straight to my lobby from my Steam friends list. Guilds also make a return from the previous games, allowing you to invite your guildmates to play and join your session anytime you so choose.
Oh,
The story
Poogie,
is
is
never
Poogie,
a highlight of any Monster Hunter game.
Poogie Squad coming back? Is that what he said? Hold on. He said something about guilds. First of all, he said you can invite somebody from your Steam friends list. He also said something about guilds.
Guildmates to play and join. Guilds also make a return. For example, I was able to invite someone straight to my lobby from my Steam friends list. Guilds also make a return from the previous games, allowing you to invite your guildmates to play and join your session anytime you so choose.
Poogie
The
Squad?
story is never a highlight of any
Poogie
Monster
Squad?
Hunter game, and unfortunately, this game is no exception. This game is very story-focused, similar to Worlds, but it's a lot more engaging than Worlds ever was. There's also no handler, so it's already a lot better.
Wow, the
Characters are all
handler
really charming, and the
slander,
story
bro.
is mostly lighthearted.
Hold on. So, not yet. So far, there might actually not be a Poogie in this Monster Hunter, which is kind of sad. There might not be no Poogie in this Monster Hunter.
Again, the story isn't the focus of Monster Hunter. Monster Hunter's about hunting monsters. Advancing through the story
Yes,
is
but
super
no,
fun,
I don't
though,
agree.
as it's really tight and constantly throws new monsters and encounters at you left and right. It feels like a roller coaster you never want to get off of. The game is also lengthy. I estimate it'll take most players around 20 to 30 hours to complete the main story, which is basically just the tutorial. After you complete the story and advance in hunter ranks, you'll eventually make it to the end game, where a lot of new systems are introduced. Tempered monsters that you might remember from World make a return. Tempered monsters are monsters that are stronger than typical monsters.
God damn, he just dumped this shit out of Narcilla.
Hunting these tempered monsters is the only way to get the strongest weapons in the game, Ardean weapons. Crafting Ardean weapons and trying to get perfect rolls is the true endgame grind of Monster Hunter Wilds. Decorations also appear in high rank and can be socketed into equipment to boost your skills. Multi-skill decorations can also be obtained by hunting tempered monsters. Investigations also make a return, which allow you to find monsters on the map and save them for later. The endgame of Wilds has vastly improved from previous titles and is much more exciting and rewarding than ever. Now, there's so much to this game that I could never possibly get around to talking about it all. And if there's anything huge that I may have missed, please comment down below. I'd love to hear your thoughts. Monster Hunter Wilds is a game that will keep you playing for hours and hours on end. You lose track of time and get completely immersed in this beautiful open world, sprawling with all sorts of exotic monsters to hunt. Wilds is the Elden Ring of Dark Souls, and before you unfollow me forever, please just hear me out. I mean
Hold
it in the
on,
way that
what did he
Elden Ring
just say?
absolutely Elden Ring of Dark Souls, in this beautiful open world, sprawling with all sorts of exotic monsters to hunt. Wilds is the Elden Ring of Dark Souls, and before you unfollow me,
Monster Hunter Wilds is the Elden Ring of Dark Souls.
forever, please just hear me out. I mean it in the way that Elden Ring absolutely shattered expectations, drew in an unprecedented amount of new players to the series, and revolutionized the gameplay loop that we've come to know and love for generations. That's exactly how I feel about Wilds. This is the perfect Monster Hunter game. For new players, for returning vets like myself, for everyone. I rate Monster Hunter Wilds a 9 out of 10. From start to finish, it's a completely enthralling journey that you'll enjoy every moment of. I think that's about it. Be sure to follow the channel for more Monster Hunter Wilds, and thank you so much for watching.
I don't know, compared to all the other reviews, this one seems completely different. Yeah. Very positive. No, Dear Gamer's review was very, very positive too. Very positive. Yeah. High praise. Very high praise. Like, well, if we looked at the Metacritic scores, the game is sitting at a 90. So he says it's a 9 out of 10. He's saying it's the next, it's like Elden Ring to Dark Souls. Like, I understand what he's saying. I get it. But is it true? I mean, it's looking true because the scores are saying, the reviewers are giving the game high praise. So he is hyping it all up, and others seem like 50-50. But that's not the case. Like, that's not the case. Overall score for the game out of all the reviewers on all the different platforms is sitting at a 90. PC, based on 40 critical reviews from different outlets, content creators that played the game, 88. Xbox has the lowest amount of reviews from critical reviewers and streamers or content creators and outlets, major outlets, 89. 78 on PlayStation, 90. So the score is up there. It's sitting at a 90 on Metacritic out of all the reviews that were done for the game. Like, him saying, like, yes, it's a really good game. It's adding up. You know, I can't say he might I'm not gonna say he wrong.
So tasty.
Cool. Cowboy. Fighting Cowboy. See what Fighting Cowboy has to say about Monster Hunter Wilds. I expect high praises from Cowboy. Off the rip, I definitely expect him. He's a big fan of Monster Hunter, so I expect positivity.
What's happening, y'all? Cowboy here, and welcome to my review of Monster Hunter Wilds. Now,
It says, I think depends on the reviewer, and they're all coming from old school gen Monster Hunter versus being new and introduced recently to Monster Hunter with World and Rise. Well, Dear Gamer started playing Monster Hunter in, I don't know when Ouroboros started. I don't know when Gaijin Hunter has been playing Monster Hunter and making Monster Hunter content way probably before a lot of people. Because he lives in Japan. He was making guides and reviews for Monster Hunters that I didn't even play, like Monster Hunter 3, 3U, 4U, Generations Ultimate. He was making guides and doing reviews on those Monster Hunters when at that time, we weren't getting Monster Hunter global releases. They was releasing the base game in Japan, and then when they got to the ultimate version, they would bring it out in the States. And he was making guides on base versions of the game. So he been playing Monster Hunter for a long time. Cowboy, I don't know when Cowboy started. So I can't really answer that. What was the other review we watched? The Gaming Bolt one. I don't know. His review was like the most boring to me. Even though he did give me some enlightenment on base PS5. So here we go right here. So I'm looking at this. We see some skills. Looks like he has 2 pages. A total of 6 skills on this first page, plus your set bonus. I don't know if one of these skills on here is coming from his weapon, but it doesn't look outrageous like Monster Hunter Rise when you had like 3 fucking pages full of skills. So from what I'm seeing here, look like you might have 12, 13 skills. Maybe 15. So that gives me some answers, because people are saying, man, the skills are so crazy. You got so much this, that, you know. So this kind of lets you know, but I don't know if he's going to show any more than this. But seems pretty standard. I mean, not standard, but seems like it's lighter than what I was thinking.
Now, as of now, this review is based off of, let's see, 126 hours played. I am HR 134, playing everything on PC, of course. So I got quite a lot of time in the game, and I will say outright, you know, if you've followed the channel before, you know I'm a huge Monster Hunter fan. I'm probably one of the biggest Monster Hunter glazers. And this game is an easy 5 out of 5 for me.
Blazing it.
With that being said, there are definitely a lot of criticisms that I have, but at the end of the day, I don't think any of those detract enough from the experience to bring this lower. I've had an absolute great time with this game, and I can't wait for, you know, the title updates and the inevitable Master Rank expansion. But with all that being said, let's jump in. This review will be spoiler-free. We're not going to be going into story details or showing off stuff that hasn't been shown off in the previous trailers and whatnot. But either way, let's jump into it. And the first thing I want to talk about is the general gameplay loop, because at the end of the day, that's what we play Monster Hunter for. I will say, from a gameplay perspective, overall, I think it's probably the best Monster Hunter has ever been. We have a lot of the quality of life changes that we got in both World and then in Rise, and so overall things are pretty nice in terms of like just the overall hunt and how the hunt feels, and you know, going around the map and exploring the world. The changes to combat with things like let me dodge that. Changes to combat, things like the focus mode and whatnot, I definitely think those are welcome additions that'll make the game a lot more beginner friendly as well. But at the same time, I do think they maybe went a little bit overboard in terms of how beginner friendly it is. And to clarify, so low rank has always been essentially a tutorial for Monster Hunter events, and it is very, very much that case now. So much so that, you know, even in low rank, until I got up to like the very end of low rank, there was no chance of carding. I never really felt at risk, and on average, I'd say my hunts were coming in under 10 minutes. And then, you know, as I got into high rank, things started taking a little bit longer. And then as I ended up, you know, finally getting a full end game armor set, the overall hunt times started to get back down to where, you know, if I'm taking over 10 minutes on a hunt, I'm like, oh, something's wrong with my build, because it's quite easy now, to be honest. So while I do really like the overall gameplay and just how smooth everything is, I will say the overall difficulty, I think, is a little bit too easy. You know, at the same time, I think part of that might just be the fact that really like the overall gameplay and just how smooth everything is. I will say the overall difficulty, I think, is a little bit too easy.
Too easy.
At the same time, I think part of that might just be the fact that the most recent experience that I had with Monster Hunter was obviously going through a fresh Iceborne playthrough and doing Master Rank. And, you know, when you're playing Master Rank or G Rank, whatever you want to call it, obviously there is a higher expectation of difficulty than what you get with the base game. So it might be a little bit of just my expectations not exactly being where they should be, but despite that, I do think there are a lot of things that really make it easier, like what you just saw there. Anytime we get knocked down, our secret can instantly pick us on up. On top of that, the Palico is insanely good. Just to put it in perspective, you know, in World, we had the ability to have our Palico either heal us or put out a shield, or instead he could taunt the monster or use his little, his little damage device, and our Palico actually gets all of that stuff now. So your Palico is healing you, he's rezzing you, he's taunting, he's flash caging, he's trapping. It's absolutely wild. So much so that I will say, if you are a veteran of Monster Hunter and you want to give yourself a harder challenge, I would suggest honestly just leaving the Palico at camp. And
did he really just say, if you really want to challenge yourself in this game, you should just leave your Palico behind? That's what he's saying. Listen, I can't do that. I gotta give Nudes his first Monster Hunter shine. I have to do it. There's no way I'm leaving the Palico out. Nope, can't do it. Ain't doing it. As much as I would like to be challenged, but this has been happening since World. It's progressively been getting easier, but we also Hunter rank 999 in real life, so it is what it is, dog.
For
let it be.
The sake of the secret, I'd suggest not using the secret to recover in combat, because it does make the combat a lot easier than probably any prior Monster Hunter experience you've had. But despite that, I mean, the game is still really fun, and I do think this kind of falls into the realm of, like, you control the buttons you press. Like I said, these are features that I can turn off to make the difficulty harder, but they are very nice quality of life, and then, it's kind of nice just to have that more relaxed hunt at times. Now, with that in mind, once you get up into high rank and you start doing things like the tempered monsters, which were recently revealed, I think veterans of the franchise will certainly feel closer to home with the content like that. Right now, this is just a low rank hunt. They didn't want us to show off the high rank footage and the high rank gear and whatnot, so we're just doing a low rank hunt against a new Udra. This is with low rank gear. I think it's like a rank 3 glaive I got going on here. But either way, just know going into the gameplay that, especially if you are a veteran of the franchise, it will absolutely feel easier to you. Now, moving on from there, I do want to take a second to talk about the story, because this is something that is relatively new on the front of Monster Hunter. And what I'm talking about is, when I think of Monster Hunter, I don't think anybody really thinks the campaign. You think about the hunt, and that's actually changed here. They have the low rank is like a fully fledged campaign, even more so than what it was in World. It has a full story going on with it, and there's a lot of dialogue. There's a lot of parts where it's very on the rails, and so I think especially veteran hunters of the franchise, you'll feel a little bit off experiencing that. But for newcomers that are just trying to get into the Monster Hunter franchise for the first time, I do think that will be a very welcome change and make the franchise a lot more approachable for them. In terms of hours, out of the 120 whatever hours that I have, I will say I'd say my low rank experience was probably under 15, and all the other hours came from high rank. So it is true Monster Hunter in the sense that, like, once the game gets going, you're going to have plenty of content, but just know that we do have a more structured story in the low rank environment. Whether you're going to enjoy that story, that's going to be very much an interesting point that I think. I enjoyed the story, but I do think the people that are big lore geeks when it comes to Monster Hunter are going to have some thoughts. I don't want to make any spoilers, but there are certainly some, we'll call them interesting revelations that we get out of the story that I think people probably will not see coming. And they're things that I think would have a pretty big impact on kind of the lore of Monster Hunter as we know it. So I'll be curious to see the responses as more veterans.
Now he says in the story there's interesting revelations in the story. Now, like I said, a lot of people are like, we don't play Monster Hunter for story, but Monster Hunter has like 20 years of fucking lore and things going on in the world and universe of Monster Hunter that get touched on in games. So, like, for him to say that means they're doing something that's turning all this lore on its head. But then you got Gadget Hunter saying some shit like, they're making a choice that, you know, I don't agree with, that it'll probably get fixed over time, like the story's not finished. And then Cowboy saying like, there's some shit going on in the story that might make the lore heads like break their neck a little bit, which is kind of wild to hear.
The franchise get a chance to experience it, but overall I did enjoy the story, and we obviously have the post-game high rank activities, and the story continues there, very similar to how things worked in World. Moving on from there, though, talking about the world design a little bit, and this is where I think the game really begins to shine, because, you know, as opposed to the model we had in World, where we would essentially, you know, we'd start off at our main hub, we would do whatever, pick a quest, we'd eat, we'd get our items, we'd go on the hunt. Now it's a lot more just you're in the world, and especially once you get into high rank, this loop is further refined, and I'll talk about that in a second. But so as we pick up quests, a lot of those quests, especially in low rank, will start with you just like, you know, you're going out in the world, you discover a monster, a hunt goes down. But especially because we don't have this central hub anymore, and we just have little camps in every area, there's a lot more time that's spent out in the environment, looking for monsters, going from one area to another. And especially if I think about how World approached it, where you spent your first couple hours just in the ancient forest, we actually go to the second zone relatively quick, and then the third zone relatively quick. And so there's a lot more time spent progressing through the game and visiting new areas and kind of unlocking the various zones. And the game has a big focus on the interactivity in those zones and how the whole world ties together, whereas, you know, in World it was a lot more structured in the sense of you did chapter 1 over to the next place, you did chapter 2 over to the next place. And I do think that's something I really like. This especially comes to live in the end game, as I mentioned a second ago, in the form of the investigations. Now, just to show, well, before this guy dies, I'll pull up the map real fast.
Structure differences is what I'm hearing.
Investigations. Let me go ahead and actually get on my mount while I'm talking about this. You calm down, Udra. But so the idea here is,
hey there,
as you're
calm down
going
there,
around
buddy.
the world, you're going to pull up your map, and we can see all the active monsters that are currently on the map. And once you're into high rank, these monsters will offer additional rewards that you can get. Now, you can just click it and add it as an investigation, or you can hunt it beforehand and then add it as an investigation. But as the map progresses through the various seasons and the various time of day, you know, whether it's going to be fallow or plenty or inclemency, things are going to change. Different monsters are going to spawn, different rewards are going to spawn. There's going to be double hunts where you can get tons and tons of rewards out of them, including both decorations as well as parts to make something known as Ardian weapons, which we'll talk about in a little bit. But it's just a really cool concept where, you know, in World, it felt very much like, okay, I'm going on my hunt, time to go on my hunt. And now you actively spend a lot more time out in the world deciding what you're going to hunt or seeing stuff pop up on the map. And even if you're trying to get something in particular to spawn, you actually can do that by just changing the time of day or changing the season and then seeing, you know, okay, what's changed on the map? What's up now that I can go after? And that's something that I think is really cool because it makes the world feel a lot more alive. It really makes it feel like you're spending more time in the world, in the environment, looking for things to do. And, you know, sometimes you'll take down a target and then another target pops up and you're like, oh, going after this guy. So overall, the world design and how that ties into the flow of the hunt, I think that's probably one of the things I've enjoyed the most about this game, as opposed to previous entries in the franchise that are a lot more localized around the hub and hub based. Now, I don't want to spend too much time talking about the endgame loop because I do have limited time to fit into this one video, but I will say the endgame loop has been a lot of fun. And this kind of ties directly into that world design approach, but being able to find various monsters on the map and go off those tempered hunts. Some tempered hunts are going to offer more materials for Ardian weapons, which are these customized weapons you can create, kind of similar to the Safi Jiva weapons that we had in Iceborne, and that's something that I really like. In some cases, they were extremely good. In other cases, the craftable weapons you would make from monsters were either competitive or better. It just really depends on the weapon you're doing.
Other Safi Jiva bring
one
up.
of the things I really enjoyed
playing 4
about
multiplayer, you know, all the time, you don't have a Palico anyway.
You've played one weapon for pretty much the majority of your hunts, and then you're like, you know what? I think I'd like to try out dual blades. Dual blades sound really cool, but you know, you obviously don't want to go through crafting an entire dual blade tree. Well, you can just craft an Ardian dual blade and then roll with it, and you suddenly have a max rank weapon that has the element you were looking for or the status you were looking for, and it's very easy to just get things up and running. And that's something that I found really, really cool, just as somebody that does like to play a lot of weapons. You know, even if you're just experimenting with stuff, that makes it extremely approachable in a way that we really haven't had up until now in the franchise. In addition to that, the overall deco grind, I will say, is basically a dream compared to what we had in World. There are certain investigation hunts on the map which will literally just pump out decos for you, and overall just the deco experience in general is a lot better, I feel now. It doesn't feel like I'm like constantly chasing after a specific tactic.
But he is whooping this Rom Popolo's ass.
Swapped decos to be split between attack decos and weapon decos, and so while you can still make builds that are very much focused around attack, you pretty much always are going to have room for some kind of utility now, and I think that does provide a very nice change in terms of the build crafting, and it allows players a little bit more flexibility, especially when you couple this with the fact that the difficulty overall isn't as difficult as what we had in like Iceborne, for example. I think it's also more flexible in the sense that you're not like, oh, I gotta have all attack stuff. You're able to fit in a lot more flexible stuff, and even the set that I find myself using the most in endgame content, while it does have plenty of attack options on it, it also has some extremely good utility skills. So things like evade window, things like earplugs, things like divine blessing, these are going to be a lot more common, and I think that's actually something that's really good for the overall health of the game and getting players to move away from the ideology of, you have to have max rank attack, you have to have attack, because it is kind of a pervasive thing in the Monster Hunter scene, and so it'll be nice that players will finally have more flexibility.
That old meta bullshit. That's what it sounds like.
Obviously, things are going to be a little bit biased here because I am playing on PC. I have a 4090. In terms of graphics, this is with everything cranked up. I do have frame gen off because of some issues that I have with that, which I'll detail a little bit later once we talk about bugs and performance.
That's how your game
but I
won't
think
look.
the graphics absolutely look beautiful in this. I know talking to some other people, I've heard there's some issues with TAA and kind of giving things this overall blurriness. Just to go over into my options real fast, I am, NVIDIA DLSS, pretty much everything is set to high except for mesh quality, which we'll also talk about that in the bug section. But, we're in 4K, low latency mode, capped at 144 frames. On average with the 4090, I'd say I was right around 80 to 90 FPS. With frame gen, I would get over 100, but frame gen was giving me an issue, which we'll talk about in a little bit. But in general, I think the graphics looks absolutely beautiful here. I've heard some people say, oh no, the graphics are worse than World. No, I vehemently disagree with that. The level of detail that we have on the maps right now is so much higher than we had on World, and especially once you really get into the environment and you start looking around. I mean, the facts are at any given time, these maps have 5 to 6 different monsters on them, tons of endemic life, tons of small monsters, and there's so much more going on in the map that just makes it a lot more alive than previous maps.
Fast.
And that's something that I've really come to appreciate the more time that I've spent with the game. Briefly, just to talk about audio. Audio is exactly what you'd expect out of a Monster Hunter game. The sound effects are very crisp, the monster noises are distinct, the music that plays on certain hunts and the ones that are a lot more memorable obviously pop out. Audio was a clean sweep here. I had no issues with audio. It's exactly what I would expect from Monster Hunter. Speaking to length and price, this is another area where I think it's a clear win. Like I said, I'm over 120 hours played at this point. I plan on still doing tons of additional high rank content on stream. I plan on doing an additional playthrough on stream. There is absolutely no question about whether you will get your money's worth out of this game. It's Monster Hunter. And then on top of that, I think it's important to remember that we also have all the free title updates coming. We're going to get an inevitable expansion, even though that will be paid. But the point is, when it comes to Monster Hunter, like, you will absolutely get your money's worth. I think I had close to like 1,000 hours.
I mean, I believe that.
Playthroughs with World and Iceborne, and probably also something similar to that with Rise and Sunbreak. So when it comes to value, Monster Hunter absolutely.
Hold on, bro. He killed that Rum Popolo in 4 minutes. 4 minutes. 4 minutes, dog. That's fast as hell, dog. They killing a speed run. They killing a speed run community with this. They gonna kill it because can you get the time down to 1 minute and 10 seconds? Yeah, that's what I'm saying, bro. Like he killed him in 4 minutes. Like can a real speed runner get the time down to 1 minute and 20 seconds? I would think it would take you that long to get to the monster, or just about like
Has you covered. Moving on from there, though, I did want to take some time to talk about bugs and performance. Now, there were two distinct bugs that I encountered, and both of these actually had to do with some stuff in the options. The first being mesh quality. When I had this set to either high or highest, I had a mesh that would slip off of monsters and populate as just this giant triangle that was like having a seizure across your screen. It was incredibly distracting. I just kind of played through it for quite a while, but it would be like, I can see the triangle, now it disappears. I can see the triangle, and now it disappears. And it was very clearly something coming off of the monster.
I mean, he said he had a rank 3 glaive at the beginning. He said they're not allowed to show high rank stuff. He said they're not allowed to show high rank weapons or high rank armor. So he said he was using all low rank stuff. He said they're not allowed to show us that. He clearly said that when he started. I'm assuming he's using a low rank weapon. But he definitely beat the crap out of that Rome Popolo. Beat the brakes off him. And it seemed like with what weapons? That's what I'm saying. He said they're not allowed to show or use high rank weapons and armor. They can only show us low rank stuff. With what weapons? Dual blades. Water dual blades, I'm pretty sure. I don't know. Whatever weapon they speedrun with. Like, does it really matter? I'm just asking. I'm just saying, like, he killed that Popolo in 3 minutes. Ron Popolo had it coming. Okay, like, you got the shit beat out of him, bro.
I do know 100% it's something with mesh. Capcom's obviously been informed of this. Hopefully that gets fixed up, but that was obviously very, very distracting. And then the other thing, I had a big issue with frame gen. Now, initially I was fine playing with frame gen. I was like, it's more frames. I didn't feel I really created a latency disadvantage in terms of getting off things like offsets or perfect dodges. But anytime that I would try to tab out of the game with frame gen active,
He said, "What? No, I'm asking you, what weapons are you asking them? This whatever weapon that they use. I'm just saying, it are speed runners in general. Whatever weapon they use, it doesn't matter. I don't know. If they use long swords to speed run, long sword. If they use switch, whatever weapon, it doesn't matter what weapon they use. It doesn't matter. I'm just asking, like, if he killed him in 4 minutes, 4 minutes and 8 seconds, what can a speed runner do to that monster? Is what I'm asking." And you can start the quest right next to the monster. Well, maybe.
Game would end up
I don't know.
And I don't know if this is something with my particular PC setup, but like if I had frame gen on and then I tabbed out of the game to like message somebody in Discord or whatever the case was, very frequently the game would crash outright. And that's something that was definitely pretty annoying, and that's what eventually got me to just be like, all right, we're not playing with frame gen at all. This could be related to NVIDIA drivers. It could be related to just, needing day one optimization. But regardless, those were by far the two biggest bugs that I encountered. Besides that, though, I'd say my experience was overall smooth. I didn't really have any other crashes outside of the frame gen related ones that I could think about, and the mesh related issue. But that was pretty irritating to deal with. And if you encounter that issue yourself, turn down the mesh setting like I did. I still think the game looks really nice, even with that mesh setting turned off, but I did want to call that out. In terms of overall performance, this is an area where I think I'm obviously a little bit biased, being someone that has access to a 4090, because performance overall, I mean, getting getting 80
Dunk the shit out of
FPS
her.
plus at all times, I'm okay with that. To me, that's going to be solid performance. Getting to 100 plus with frame gen on, I'm overall happy with that. But I know most people don't have access to rigs that are of this caliber, and I do think the game could have better performance, especially given that, you know, visually, while I think this game does look better than World, I get that a lot of people are like, I ran World and I can't run this, and I absolutely understand that. And so, to
Also,
them, you know,
the World
well, I
came
shouldn't
out
say
like,
to them,
you
but
know,
for them, I really hope that
2016 or
Capcom
some
does
shit.
take some more time and focus on the optimization of the game. I do think it can certainly get better, but just know that performance in general, I think it does run better than what we had in the demo, but on lower end rigs, you're still going to suffer. So if you're getting it, I would highly suggest you check it out and then, you know, play that 2-hour Steam window and see how it runs. If it runs good, great. If it doesn't, then, you know, at least you can return it and maybe come back later when things
Give your copy back to Tommy and get the
I'd
refund.
also like to keep in mind that, you know, when it came to launch World and Iceborne on PC, they were also kind of a mess in terms of PC performance. And
He's
I don't
not
know if
lying.
it's just, you know, how this engine is implemented or if Capcom just needs to work on their optimization more, but regardless, I do think it's worth calling out. So all that being said, what are my final thoughts? At the end of the day, I love the game. It's definitely a bit easier in the initial approach than previous Monster Hunter entries, and on top of that, I do think that
Is it
low-rank
easier than
experience is gonna be
Rise
very
Village,
different
dog?
from what people are used to, but I can't deny how much fun I've been having. Like I said, I mean, you don't play something for 125 hours if you're not enjoying it, and on top of that, I've been having a blast doing multiplayer. I've been
It's
having
true.
a blast doing the
It's all-
SOS
in the end,
hunts
it's
and
all
jumping
about how
in
much fun
and
you're
hunting with
having.
other people and doing the higher end investigations, and it really has been a just tremendous time playing it. And at the end of the day, I think that's the thing that's most important to me when it comes to a game, is how much fun am I having. If I'm having fun, that matters for, you know, about 60% of my review score.
That
But,
makes
you know,
sense.
as you can see right here, I mean, that Lalabarina was killed in sub 5, and our gear right now is you know, rank 3 Espada, and then the Ray Dow armor. So like the difficulty is definitely going to be something that I think people are going to take some time adjusting to, especially in low rank, because it is baby's first Monster Hunter. But regardless, I love the
Baby's
game. I'm excited
first
to play more.
Monster Hunter.
And, you know, I hope to see you out there on the hunt.
Okay. All right, Cowboy, let us know what it is. All right. We watched this Gaijin Hunter review already. We can close that. Let's do IGN. Let's see what IGN. All right, major publishing application or whatever, you know. They out here, Bebe's world, yeah. Bebe's kids. That's crazy. All right, let's see what they got to say.
After the massive success of both Monster Hunter World and Monster Hunter Rise, it makes sense that Capcom would do whatever it can to welcome that wider audience into the next frontier. That's exactly what Monster Hunter Wilds does, smoothing out the already excellent process of turning big scary dragons into silly little hats to be faster, more flexible, and less fiddly than ever before. The other side of those dual blades, however, is that Wilds is light on any real challenge, even for what I'd expect at launch, never asking me to think hard about my equipment. But while the monsters may not pose much of a threat this time around, smart tweaks to combat still mean the act of carving them up has rarely felt better.
We got IGN talking shit about the difficulty. IGN? PS5 Pro.
My first surprise in Wilds was that the campaign isn't just a totally forgettable excuse to kill anything that crosses your path this time. Okay, it's still mostly that as you explore yet another uncharted land to solve some mystery, but while the story itself isn't particularly fresh, the difference here is that the characters within it are actually pretty great. Whether it's the excitable engineer Gemma,
We are so gonna talk later, pal.
your empathetic handler Alma,
Oh, but I definitely heard of him.
or the total space cadet of a biologist Eric,
This forest is amazing.
your team is full of likable personalities and little character arcs throughout the gorgeously animated cutscenes.
See? Told you they'd be fine.
And that was enough to get me more invested. The revamped structure of Wilds also means that campaign is significantly shorter than I was expecting. I reached the credits in just 15 hours and didn't have to fight a single monster twice in that time, getting enough materials from any initial encounters to keep my gear up to snuff and jump right from one mission to the next. When you compare that to the 40 plus hours it took to see the end of the story and world, it feels like the intent is to allow more people to quote-unquote beat Wilds. And I certainly appreciate how that shift toward approachability might appeal to anyone who has been traditionally intimidated by the series. But as a veteran, I can't help but be a little disappointed that I literally didn't get knocked out once in that entire time. There's never a skill or armor testing wall of a monster that forced me to really consider my equipment choices more deeply in order to earn the reward of a hard-fought victory.
This man said he ain't card at all.
Avoiding spoilers, there is, of course, more to do once you get past the credits. That's where the larger changes Wilds makes to the traditional Monster Hunter loop really start to shine. Gone are the days of returning to a separate town between every hunt, then going down the same checklist of tasks before you're ready for the next one. Pretty much everything you need is out in the field with you, and you're never more than a lickety-split loading screen away from whichever beautiful area you want to be in. Convenient adjustments are all over the place, like food buffs being tied to a timer now that sticks around between hunts. It doesn't even tick down while in camp, making a previously repetitive process substantially smoother without removing the depth it added to hunts.
Nothing like home cooking.
The roaringly successful result of those changes is that a vast majority of the friction past games could produce as you start and stop and restart between every encounter has been removed. Now you can just check your map for monster information and go hunt. The monsters you'll face are also generally excellent. That could be a flashy newcomer like the flamenco-inspired Lalabarina, or Wild's headliner Arkveld and its chain-like appendages. But the true stunner has to be New Udra. The tentacles of Monster Hunter's first octopus-like creature can be as unpredictable to contend with as you might expect, especially when they're literally on fire. And the satisfaction of severing every single one of them over the course of a hunt is second to none.
I mean, I played the beta with Insect Glaive and beat Arkveld, and I didn't have an issue, and they haven't even made any changes to the beta version. I mean, I had issues.
But knowing
because I was
when
learning
to
the fight,
and
but
where
I did
to
beat him
stand and how
twice
the monster will
with
behave
IG,
next is
with
just
no
as important
bounce,
as
no
figuring
ear
out which buttons
buttons,
to press.
no offset attack.
That's true in Wilds too, but combat is also more flexible and forgiving here. For example, you can adjust your footing a little more mid-combo, resulting in fewer moments where a mistimed attack with a long animation had me embarrassingly slicing at the air.
I mean, you're entitled to your opinion. I just don't think the Insect Glaive's that bad.
In many ways, the combat feels like it's all about the new wound system this time. Wounds open up once you deal enough damage to a given body part, and then you'll deal extra damage when attacking them. But deal enough damage to a wound and it'll break, resetting that spot. Every weapon also has a simple to execute focus strike that will deal a burst of damage to a wound and break it right away. So maximizing the amount of time you leave one open and then using that finisher before it closes naturally is an interesting subgame to manage. Or at least it would be if Wilds ever presented me with a challenge that pushed me to make those considerations. Whether I was playing online or solo, I've never had a mission reach the 20-minute mark, and I've only fainted 2 times total across dozens of hours.
Okay, now he's saying he only fainted twice, but he said he didn't faint at all in the story.
My first couple of attempts, forcing me to regroup and craft an armor set around thunder resistance. And it's hard not to feel like Capcom's desire to make this a more inviting Monster Hunter sanded off some of the bumps I actually enjoyed in terms of overcoming big threats. Things do ramp up a little bit in the post-game, but
I mean, did you like main IG on Monster Hunter World Iceborne 8,300 plus only Glaive, but do you like Insect Glaive in Monster Hunter Rise Sunbreak more than you like it in World Iceborne? Like, I dibbled and dabbled with Insect Glaive in World a little bit, but not a lot. I recently just started playing Insect Glaive, like, really getting into it in Rise Sunbreak on my 3rd playthrough of Rise, or my 2nd full playthrough of Rise Sunbreak, and then coming into Rise sucks, so I stopped before DLC. A lot of people don't like Rise for some reason. So I really got into it on Rise, and then in Rise Sunbreak, the changes that they've made to the weapon made it different from World Iceborne. Like, you still had aerial bouncing, but your buffs actually gave you earplugs, and you did have like you did have an attack where you could deflect attacks. Very hard to do, but you did have that. You know, like your buff, you have red, white, and orange, you get earplugs, you get some movement speed, you get some, I think, stamina regen, or stamina negate stamina, something like that. And in the beta, they had none of that in the beta, in neither one of them. So, which they're adding, which will be in the main game. You will get earplugs when you have all 3 colors. You will get triple bounce. They are giving them, I think, an offset attack. So they are changing the insect glaive. Yeah, that's another thing. Was World your first Monster Hunter? Yeah, that's another thing too.
Even there, I only really had to worry about upgrading my armor or falling behind in damage once or twice during the content that's available at launch. After the 15 hours it took me to beat the campaign, I only had to spend another 15 to finish every side quest that wasn't about catching fish, and just 5 more after that before I had the best armor set and weapon I could get and a pretty solid suite of skill-boosting decorations. To be fair, I still have plenty more equipment I could grind for, but my usual desire to get the top-tier weapon of each elemental type and put together specialized outfits for certain challenging fights just isn't here this time, because those fights aren't here either. I think a lot of this comes down to raw numbers that could hypothetically be tweaked in one of the many patches that are sure to come, but some of what makes things so easy also seems to be baked into the bones of Wilds. For example, nearly every time you focus strike a wound, the monster gets locked into a little stagger animation, and you'll be breaking wounds a lot. Meanwhile, on the crafting side of things, my hunt for the best armor was way shorter than I ever expected, because materials that are usually super rare can sometimes show up as guaranteed rewards when looking at the monster list on your map. That was excitingly convenient initially, but it's also what brought that loot chase to an almost trivially fast end.
Perfection.
I imagine this difficulty tuning will get a lot more people through the front door, but it also means that where my past 3 Monster Hunter reviews wrapped up around the 50 to 60 hour.
I mean, you can play, if you want to play aerial, you're allowed to play the way that you want to. I don't see that there's a right and a wrong way to play Insect Glaive. If you like flying through the air with Insect Glaive and that's how you have fun playing it, then play it that way. I'm not saying that's right or wrong, right? Like, I like to mix it up. I like to, sometimes when I feel it's necessary, I like to bounce and do flying aerobatic stuff, but I also like to play very grounded. It's up to you. There's not a right or wrong way to do that. If you like playing in the air and that's how you want to play that way. There's nothing wrong with that. I just like both. I like both. I like being able to, when I wanna, I can play aerial, and if I don't want to, I can play grounded, and I like both. But if you like playing aerial, or somebody likes playing aerial, play that way. So they said, hey, we're adding the bounce back so you can do triple aerial flying in the game, because people complained about it, because they took it out in the beta. It wasn't there. They adding it back for y'all. So if that's the way you like to play, you got it. I ain't saying it's right or wrong. Then go play something else then. Change the entire kit with that mentality. I mean, hey, they always be trying to do some new stuff. They be trying to change the weapons up. They try to freshen them up. Everything got something new in the game. None of the weapons are exactly the same. They all got something new. All of them. So it is what it is.
Mark, while I still had plenty more I was excited to do, I started losing steam with Wilds before I even hit 40. Don't get me wrong, that's still a healthy chunk of game, and it has absolutely been some of the most fun I've had with the series. I'm also sure any longtime fans will be thinking, well, we just have to wait for updates or G-Rank or whatever for the real challenge. But in that regard, Capcom's own roadmap has left me wary. There's only one monster scheduled to be added for all of spring, and then only one currently listed for summer. In contrast, Rise also felt slight at launch, but got 6 new monsters just 1 month later,
tons of longsword,
and 3 more a month after that. Wilds already feels like it needs endgame threats like its formidable elder dragons to really push its limits. And if it instead only gets one returning monster in the first 3 or so months after launch, this could be a long wait until its inevitable expansion. That all said, Wilds deserves credit for being what has got to be one of the most customizable games.
He's definitely harping on difficulty of the game a lot in this review. Kind of crazy coming from like IGN. Oh, I just didn't expect them to mention it that much. 2.3 million cash got played with, and they lucky Glaive fans didn't rage. I mean, I definitely understand where people were getting upset, because there is some changes that a lot of people are saying, oh, you need to have a, like, if you're playing with controller, you need to have a controller with back pedals and all this other stuff, and change some buttons up to make the insect glaive feel good to play. But I didn't really have that issue once I understood. If you're not gonna play insect glaive in Wilds with toggle mode, like if you're not toggling focus mode, you're gonna have issues, I think. But if you learn to play with the toggle on and off, like you press the button to turn it on and press the button to turn it off and not have to hold it to go into focus mode, it'll make your life easier for insect glaive. But if you're holding, you're gonna be playing with a claw or something. But that's for each individual to figure out on their own.
I have ever played. There's a huge host of accessibility features. You can adjust the size of or turn off individual elements on your UI. You have more control than ever over your menus and radio
I mean,
wheels,
I have heard that though. I have heard
like
people say you need some kind of paddle or back plate or something to have some additional buttons to play insect glaive. I've heard that out there.
Your mount, chat stickers, and even fast travel tents to a surprising degree. As a crowning touch, you can finally wear any version of each armor set too, essentially doubling the cosmetic options previously available as you get into the all-important fashion side of things towards the end. Partying up online has also been made more robust, letting you run around each map with your friends and seamlessly flow from hunt to hunt without having to regroup at camp between each mission. And even if you're largely planning to play solo, there are quality of life changes here for you too. That could be the surprisingly competent AI support hunters that fill empty spots in your party when you fire an SOS flare, but also the inclusion of an online single-player option that lets you fire flares to get help, but still pause the action entirely before you do. Monster Hunter Wilds continues to smooth off the rougher corners of the series in smart ways, reducing as much friction as possible that could get in the way of you grabbing any of its exceptionally fun weapons and planting them firmly in a monster's hide. But in that quest to make Monster Hunter more approachable, Wilds is sliced a little too close to the bone in some places, trimming its challenge back so much that I barely needed to engage with its in-depth equipment system at all this time to become an apex predator. Its more flexible combat is still some of the most fun I've had with the series.
Yeah.
But like the blustering lightning storms of its gorgeous desert, it burns brightly but briefly until Capcom unleashes some real endgame beasts to challenge us.
But again, with the challenge, like this man he literally mentioned difficulty
like a Dragon,
5 or
Pirate
6
Yakuza
times.
in Hawaii. And for everything else, stick with IGN.
Okay. So IGN gave it an 8, and that other thing gave it an 8 too. All right. Who else we got left? We got Rory, which is like an hour. Let's go. let's do Pope's homie, Azarac. I mean Eric's Gaming. I don't really mess with Eric's Gaming in them anymore. I used to watch some of their content. I really don't. But I wanted to have some variety in here. FIGN. Yeah. It's crazy that IGN was like, hey, the game is too easy. That's crazy to me. Crazy. Yeah, they said it like 5 or 6 times, all right? Like, that's wild. We need to red buff back to that 7-second charge attack. What you mean is he ain't with them. Who? Azarac? I was like, I just don't mess with him. But I did this for Pope and for variety purposes to actually watch somebody that I don't really follow any. I'm not sub to them. I don't really watch their content. But I was like, let's give it up. I mean, that's not what it say here on this YouTube channel, all right? Not what it say. Let's go ahead and get in and see what they got to say. I called him. Ain't with them no more. I mean, but this is listen, you keep saying he ain't with them, but he is. Like, this is his channel. This is his gaming network. Like, he's definitely getting something out of this. They're doing the work. He's sitting at the top, right? He just chilling, right? In the background, right? That's what happens when you become the boss. You become the boss. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is.
Hey guys, it's Paradise, and it's finally happening. Our Monster Hunter Wilds review after sinking in a combined 300 hours of playing. As huge Monster Hunter fans, of course, we were gonna enjoy this game. But it is still a Capcom game, and we cover a lot of Capcom titles on this channel, so we feel it's our responsibility to review it honestly, including both the positives and negatives. We've had an absolute blast with the game, and as such, we think that we'll get positive reviews across the board. But as massive Monster Hunter fans and part of the community, we wanted to take the extra effort and care to point out the issues that you, the rest of the community, would want to know before jumping in. We'll only be using trailers and early game footage, so there won't be any spoilers here. And to be clear, Monster Hunter Wilds is amazing. But it's not exempt from criticisms that we will point out. If you're a massive Monster Hunter fan, most of these won't impact your enjoyment, and you're still going to have a blast. But as we progressed through the game, there were some things we didn't expect. Basically, some things in the game were not what we thought they would be like. So let's get into things, starting with what exactly Monster Hunter Wilds is. Of course, it's a Monster Hunter game, but this time it takes us on a story journey through the Forbidden Lands as you travel with a mysterious lost boy, trying to reunite him with his people. Along the way, you'll venture through dramatically different environments, witness dynamic weather shifts, and of course, hunt down some incredible monsters. What really stands out about Monster Hunter Wilds is how much more of a
They dropped another video today with a bunch of Q&A over all of Monster Hunter, like the franchise or just this game? I'm assuming you mean the franchise. I don't know. I won't be watching that, I'll tell you that much. But the story-driven experience is compared
to past games. The first several or even more hours in low rank feel very different from what Monster Hunter players might expect, with the game really immersing you in the world before fully opening up. It's a stark contrast to previous games, where you'll get a short setup and then straight into the hunt grind loop. Wild takes its time setting up the world, its cast of characters, and its stakes. But the more hours you sink in, the more it starts to open up into the traditional Monster Hunter experience again. Now, I have to take a moment to just pause and emphasize how phenomenal the actual gameplay and hunting action is in Monster Hunter Wilds. From the variety of monsters to the variety of weapons, the new additions on those weapons, environmental traps, sorting out your loadouts, making mix sets, killing monsters to get past.
Bro, why they drop a whole waterfall on your boy?
Stronger weapons and so on. The loop is there. It's as satisfying as ever, and just hitting things with your weapon, experiencing those monsters for the first time, fighting their harder variants when you get later on into the game and so on is just so good. If you like Monster Hunter and its formula at its core, the gameplay here is going to serve you massively, and you're going to have an amazing time. Imagine all of the things you like about Monster Hunter gameplay, but with an actual story that's front-loaded in the game that gives you actual lore and purpose to your hunter and attachment to the characters in your hunter even more than ever before. Simply put, if you enjoy hunting in previous Monster Hunter games, Wilds also does it very well. well. I think a good way to describe it is if you're looking for that Monster Hunter World feeling, then Wilds does deliver there. It's a worthy successor to World with some elements of For You in here as well. It really is a fantastic
I never played
mix
For
with,
You,
of
so I
course,
can't
the
tell you.
added new mechanics that Wilds brings. The focus mode system allows you to more accurately control your character, just making the overall combat more fluid and feel better moment to moment, while also
As I'm looking, I see that somebody is mounted on the monster, and he's like wilding on him with the charge blade. Now, if I recall, in World, I don't know about Rise with the whole wyvern riding thing, but I remember in World, like if you beat on the monster, wouldn't it like knock you off or end your mount early if you did too much damage to the monster while you were mounted on it? Do you remember that, Pope? Or am I tripping? I feel like in one of these games there was like if you were mounted on them and you were playing multiplayer and everybody was like wilding out. It might have been Generations Ultimate. Could have been Gen U. GU. Could have been GU that I'm thinking of, but I swear I remember some shit like that. I know the monster can smack the shit out of you while mounted, yes, but I'm saying if other people were beating on the monster, it would kind of contribute to the mount damage in your mount early. I feel like I remember that being in World to some degree. I definitely remember it being in a Monster Hunter game. Whether it was World, I don't want to say it was Rise, Sunbreak, and it might have been Gen U. Might have been.
Making that learning curve for new players even easier, as you don't have to worry so much about the orientation of your hunter, as focus mode does that for you. So while we will go through different elements of Wilds that it does both good and bad, I have to emphasize the gameplay, the core of the game, the thing that you're here for delivers and feels so good. Now the main story is around 10 to 15 hours long, but keep in mind this is just the start of the game. It's essentially just low rank. This isn't where you're going to be spending most of your time anyway. And I will say those 10 to 15 hours...
Hold on. I see Geralt from The Witcher in the background. Am I tripping? Bro, tell me that don't look like the dude. That don't look like Geralt from The Witcher. Like, am I tripping? I was like, wait, what? If you break any wounds while someone is mounted, it ends the mount immediately. Interesting.
Start of the game, it's essentially just low rank. This isn't where you're going to be spending most of your time anyway. And I will say those 10 to 15 hours were jam-packed with some awesome story moments. We can't talk too much about the story, especially late game stuff due to the embargo.
That's not a Palico, that's a goblin.
Moments, huge lore reveals, and for fans of Monster Hunter 4U, there was some exciting stuff. However, some of the final parts of the story did leave us feeling mixed. While the story itself and lore was incredible, absolute 10 out of 10 stuff, it brought back memories of how Monster Hunter Stories 2 handled Altura at the end, and hopefully this can be expanded on in future title updates. The hunter being voiced, though, was an excellent addition. It made us feel like our characters were a part of the world and story, and it's hard to imagine ever going back to a silent protagonist after this iteration. You genuinely will grow more attached to your hunter than ever before thanks to this and the story writing, and the music was just fantastic too, especially some of the later fights. As for the monster roster though, the variety was pretty great, but the overall number of monsters is lower than Base World or Rise, which is a little disappointing.
Wait, hold the fuck up. These motherfuckers just said that the base roster is lower than World and Rise? I swear, listen to me right now as I say this. There needs to at least be 3 surprise monsters in this game. If Capcom fucking spoiled the whole roster, I'm gonna be highly upset, bro. I know they did. Well, there's one monster guaranteed to be a surprise. At least one. Because, you know, we all know that Arkveld is not the last boss. We know there is gonna be a final boss, so that's one guarantee. So I need at least 2 surprise monsters that I don't know about and have not seen, and I don't want to know anything else other than this, what I already know. But if they spoiled the whole goddamn roster of monsters before the release of the game, that is absolutely sad. Sad. Very sad. Because now they're saying, these dudes are saying that the roster is smaller than World and Rise. Smaller.
Are incredibly fun fights, and the variety again is spot on. It would have just been nice to have a few more. Once the story is complete though, it's good to know that high rank exists, and we can't talk about high rank in detail yet, but it's very reminiscent of traditional Monster Hunter high rank experiences with plenty of things to farm. During our review period, there was no DLC, event quests, crossovers, or pre-order bonuses available to try out, so we didn't get to experience how event quests and DLC and microtransactions are going to be handled. We simply do not know. One of the biggest marketing points for Wilds was the idea of a big, seamless world, with fully connected ecosystems that you can travel through without loading screens. And for the most part, that is true. Now the thing is, if you're someone who enjoys exploring the maps in games, Wilds has some really diverse areas with a lot of awesome ecosystems, monsters to observe, and overall some areas just look fantastic. Going out into the world really can lead you to getting lost as you just explore and feel immersed in Monster Hunter. There's really awesome things that you can just witness if you just happen to be somewhere at the right time. The weather shifting is pretty fantastic as they dynamically change and everything looks different all around you. And overall, the world just feels so good to be in. I have to point out though, while you can collect the endemic life, there isn't anywhere to display it, and you don't have a house or a home that you can outfit and customize, which is a bit of a shame.
Damn, Tommy. They ain't giving you no cash shop shenanigans. You can't buy the whole house. You can't buy all the different furnitures and stuff. Only thing you can buy is extra colors for your pop-up camp and music. Sad days, Tommy. Sad days.
Itself is done very well, and I really enjoy my time just wandering around in it. The bigger issue is though, outside of exploration and gathering, the seamless world doesn't feel as necessary or utilized as you might think. Most of the time you'll still just be launching quests either via Alma or from your tent, kind of similar to how you would in past games. It's easier and faster to just fast travel between areas and just hunt traditionally by posting quests, rather than running out into the world all the way over to a monster and then hitting it until the quest starts. And while there is the environmental link system that does allow for some seamless co-op play out in the world, in practice you will likely just use the link party or lobby system to launch hunts together.
When you said that, I can only think of this. Like, he was like, ding, dong. How many motherfuckers you know that got that? Whore bells.
This world feel like a bit of a missed opportunity. That
Only
being
thing
said,
I can
there is
think
still
of when you
tons
said
of quality of life sprinkled everywhere in the game, from cooking out in the field to a loadout system that you can even share with your friends, and even a reworked wishlist system that makes keeping track of what you need to farm even easier and more streamlined than ever before. So overall, much of the finicky stuff in the series has simply been improved in many aspects. The art style is fantastic though, and there's plenty of moments where you have to just stop and take in the environment. But here's the thing, the weather system plays a huge role in how the world actually looks and feels. In the Plenty state, areas look incredibly vibrant, they're full of life, color, and movement, it's just incredible. But then when the Inclemency state kicks in, everything suddenly becomes dull, washed out, and grey. Now this is obviously an intentional weather system, and it plays a major theme in the game and its story, and even the gameplay. But it does mean that depending on when you're exploring, some places just don't look as good as they could in other weather states. Now let's talk about co-op. Of course, this is where Monster Hunter truly shines, and Wilds is no different. Taking down massive monsters with friends, reacting to each other's clutch moments, laughing at your buddies and their failed attempts, coming up with new strategies on the fly and more is where the magic's at. And Wilds delivers that
I mean, what
same
kind of
feeling
strategies is you
hunting
going to
with
deliver
friends.
in 3
But
minutes and
unfortunately,
22
when it comes to
seconds?
story co-op, it is still a staggered and frustrating experience, even though it's ultimately worth it. It's slightly improved from previous games, but it's still not where it needs to be. In Wilds, the link party system allows you to group up with up to 4 players, and every quest that you do will automatically send invites to your link party members. It's a great and streamlined improvement, so you don't have to post and join everything from the quest board. But the way that story quests work is kind of like Monster Hunter World again. You watch the cutscene alone, the hunt starts, and then others can join on you or you can join others, but it is streamlined with that party link system. Once the hunt is then done, you get your cutscene solo again and you're sent back to your own world. You can't just play through the entire story in co-op seamlessly, and if you do try to join your friends to experience that hunt together in the story, if you get hit at any point while trying to join, you have to try and accept that invite all over again. It's needlessly frustrating, and we really hoped this would be more streamlined for a smoother co-op experience in the story. But that is just the story. If we're talking about hunting in co-op with no story progression involved, then the overall co-op system is greatly improved, with 100-player lobbies, squad lobbies, the link party, and environmental link system, meaning co-op hunting is a blast and a breeze, but story co-op is lacking. I think if they just made it so that you can smoothly...
So it sounds like you should just not waste your time trying to co-op the story and just solo the whole game, because you're not going to card or die anyway, because it's super duper 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 easy. And, you know, then get to, you know, end game status, and then hook up with the homies and the honeys and do multiplayer for the grinds of what they call end game. That's the vibe I got. That's the vibe I got right now. I'm playing solo anyway up until end game, so it is what it is.
Group together and transition through the story and cutscenes as a group instead of individually, it would just make the co-op and the story experience so much better. Perhaps they could even tie the other hunters into the background of the cutscenes and just make you feel like you're part of a group as you're going through the story seamlessly. It's not like a huge problem, but having to constantly leave and rejoin each other mid-hunt as you're going through these cutscenes and story moments is just a little annoying. So if they could smooth that out, it would be the ultimate story experience for Monster Hunter. Another thing I have to point out is the suspicious lack of the gathering hub. Of course, you have these massive 100-player lobbies, the link party system and all of that, and you have your base camps and the pop-up camps.
Wait, did they just say no gathering hub?
Gathering hub would be the ultimate story experience for Monster Hunter. Another thing I have to point out is the suspicious lack of the gathering hub. Of course, you have these massive 100-player lobbies, the link...
Oh, no G-Hub. But I mean, is that really surprising? I mean, Monster Hunter Rise Sunbreak didn't have no gathering hub either. So, like, am I really surprised? And, like, I kind of thought that was the case when they was like, oh, yeah, you can have, like, 100 people in a lobby when you were just in the beta in the little base camp. Don't they have one? Yes, Tommy, but I'm saying, you know, the gathering hub where, you know, in order for you to do Zaffy Jiva or whatever, Call to Roth, you had to like go up to the gathering hub area to actually pick up that quest and do it. There's no gathering hub. You know what I mean? Like, you know, where you can go up there and arm wrestle. You know what I'm saying? Where they had the little fucking jacuzzi where you could dip your poogies in. You know what I mean? Where the cat would come up the thing and bring you your food on a tray. Yeah, none of that. No, none of that, dog. None of that. That's what they saying. None of that. But like I said, like, is it surprising? Because Monster Hunter Rise Sunbreak also didn't have that hub. We just gathered in whatever that town was called. I forget what it was called, but... yeah.
Party system and all of that, and you have your base camps and the pop-up camps, but there is no traditional style gathering hub that you would normally see in a Monster Hunter game.
No traditional
so I do
gathering
kind of
hub.
miss that. Now, unfortunately, we can't talk about high-rank weapons and decorations due to the embargo, but we can say that weapons and
Swag
armor
axe.
skins are a massive step up from World and Iceborne, even Rise and Sunbreak. There is a ton of variety and attention to detail. It's insane. Layered armor is also much easier to unlock as it's simply gained from crafting high rank gear, so fashion hunters when it comes to armor will be very, very happy. But layered weapon skins don't seem to be a thing, which is highly disappointing. I should also point out
I
in
kinda
the
hope they
recent
don't do that, but they
event,
probably
they
will.
revealed some endgame details
'Cause, you know,
about
you had-
Wilds, so I can't
You had your boy Tommy buying everybody stuffed animal weapons in Monster Hunter Rise Sunbreak, alright? So I can see it coming in the future. Like I pause. Alright. I can see him doing that though. I can see him bringing that system back. I mean, Rise still had a place. Base Rise had a place, but Sunbreak did. Yeah. Like Base Rise had like a gathering hub for multiplayer quests, but Sunbreak didn't. You're going to get the corn lance. Big corn creamer lance. All right. Courteous of Tommy Two Guns. I mean, I could see him doing it. I remember there was a little bit of controversy about some of the weapons that they had skins for that looked real cool. I remember some shit like that.
can confirm the existence of tempered monsters, frenzied monsters, and the Artian weapon crafting system. Now, of course, I can't show you any of this, but that's
I mean, they keep saying tempered monsters, frenzied monsters, but are there tempered frenzied monsters? That's what you're telling me, that there's one, you're telling me there's the other, but are both combined at some point? Like, is there such a thing?
essentially a late game crafting system as described in the Play event. But overall, there is that usual Monster Hunter stuff you would expect in high rank, like the tempered monsters, which are of course harder variants, and a thing to chase when it comes to finding these parts to craft these weapons that have different stats on them. The Palico system has also been streamlined, but in doing so, some of the depth and control over their tools, gadgets, and skills is gone. While they're still very fun to hunt with, you simply don't have as much control over them, but don't get it wrong, they're still super useful and entertaining to watch. Their gadgets are genuinely funny and cute once you unlock them, you just really have no control over anything. Now there are 14 weapons in total, just like the betas. Each weapon has...
So... they're saying that, like, I'm pretty sure, like, in World, you were able to, like, tell your Palico, hey, use this or use that. Like, you get different things for the Palico and you switch it up and you had some control over how they behaved. It sounds like, even in Rise Sunbreak, you had some control over what kind of Palico your Palico were. Seems like in this game, you don't have no control over it. You can't tell. It's like a jack of all trades Palico. That's what it sounds like they're saying. Which I don't really care. I mean I do, because I really like the thief version of the Palico where he just steals stuff for you. I really like that one. But to see there's no real customization for the Palico's behavior is kind of a letdown a little bit. Uncharted Land, don't worry, got a whole house for you. Yeah, dog.
Has new moves and generally more depth.
Sometimes you just gotta pop up and throw a camp down. Nude's going to kick all the ass. I want Nudes to kick some ass. You know, I want to give him his shine. You know, but somebody said the Palico is kind of strong. That's one of the reviewers said. Palico kind of strong. Well, we'll see.
Depth than previous games. That being said, outside of various balance tweaks and changes, the general flow of the weapons is the same as the beta, with the various improvements that Tokuda mentioned in the community update. I will say though, some weapons maybe didn't get as much attention as others, but that is subjective, and to be honest, I still enjoyed my time with each of them. I also want to highlight the cooking system, as it is worth mentioning because it's pretty cool with the portable barbecue, the new ingredient system and animations. It simply wouldn't be Monster Hunter without the food. But next, let's talk about the performance and graphics. We tested the game on RTX 4080s, 11th gen i7s, 32GB of RAM, and ran it at 1440p. To be honest, performance was all over the place. For me and 2.6, we have the same PC, but it ran much better than the betas for me, while it ran much worse for 2.6. For some of us, it had minimal issues, while for others, it had a lot of crashes and bugs. Even with the same hardware, performance was inconsistent, making it quite odd. On PC, we did experience some ghosting, frame drops, and crashes, while at the same time, you could have got lucky and had a smooth experience. Console performance for us is unknown as we've played on PC, and it is worth noting the HD texture pack wasn't available during the review period, so we think the game could look even better with that, but overall we thought the game looked great, at least during the plenty weather period. I will point out though that the main issue I was getting was visual bugs where textures would fly all over the screen.
Holy shit, dog, that don't look good at all.
So performance is just overall super inconsistent. Peppo even reached out to us as he was having these same issues and also uses a 4080. So again, performance is just variable even with the same GPUs and hardware. But performance aside, the overall Monster Hunter Wilds experience was fantastic. It's an evolution of the series. The story focus is a great addition. The gameplay is as fun as ever.
I wonder if the first big patch at launch will address the mesh issue Cowboy mentioned.
But there are some areas that feel like they could have been expanded or improved on.
I mean, I definitely expect a day one patch across the board and driver updates from at least NVIDIA. I don't know about AMD because I don't know anybody that really uses AMD cards. I don't know how they actually behave with updates and stuff, but I know like it's definitely going to be an NVIDIA card update, driver update, either before launch, at launch, or right after launch. It's going to be somewhere. It's going to happen. So get ready to rebuild your shaders again. Just to get ready. All right? So that's all I know. But I think there's going to be a day one patch. For real. That like I believe that the reviewers build is like a version behind. Right, there's definitely gonna be a day one patch. I guarantee it.
Especially the co-op story experience and the seamless world not quite reaching its full potential. But as always, Monster Hunter is mainly about the gameplay, and in that regard, it delivers. The story and overall experience makes Wilds a top-tier Monster Hunter game. For our final score, we're going to give this a 9 out of 10. It's very close to a 10, but there's some obvious things holding it back, especially performance. Capcom have delivered an incredible Monster Hunter game this time around, but we do hope future updates will expand and improve on some of its aspects.
By the way, you can install the game if you haven't.
An interesting review to you covering
14 gigabytes of 4K textures. So I wonder how those 4K textures are going to affect the game. Wonder. Right, because they already had high, it was either the benchmark or the beta. I don't know which one. I don't remember which one, but one of them had, one or both had high-res texture packs like World had. Am I correct on that? Already. So you're trying to tell me they're about to release another texture pack for 4K. What is that going to do to overall performance, like for say like Tommy, who has a monster PC with 4090 and all that good shit in it? How's that going to affect his performance if he decides to play? They already said even with the preload, you won't have to wait for the day one patch to actually play. Yeah, but I'm just saying that it's out. You can preload the game. You should have been able to preload the game sometime last night, I think. Because both versions for me are installed or preloaded. PlayStation version is installed, and PC version is preloaded. It's available if you're into that type of thing.
Drop a like below if you did enjoy it, and subscribe for more Monster Hunter Wilds content coming your way very soon. Here at REVEIWS Gaming, we're two friends who love to play games.
We're done with you. Alright, so we got like what, 2 more? We got 2 more. One is super long, one's at least an hour. We're gonna go ahead and take a look at Shepard. Shepard is somebody that I mess with on the regular. I'm always lurking in his live stream. He does a lot of challenge runs with Monster Hunter. I mean, like Hell Wheels, like 0 speed runs to Fatalis without dying, that type of stuff. Not like speed runs, I'm gonna kill the monsters, but like whole game kind of speed runs and stuff. Yeah, I mess with Shepard, so we're gonna go ahead and check out Shepard's review.
This is Monster Hunter Wilds, the huge generational follow-up to Monster Hunter World from 7 years ago. Developed by Capcom on the REX engine, Wilds is a true generational development, and quite possibly the largest leap forward in mechanics we've seen in the series yet. First, I'd like to thank Capcom for the early review copy they sent me. I'll do my best to be unbiased, but note that with tens of thousands of hours in the series, this review is going to be more of a review for the fans of the series than somebody already brand new.
For me,
know that I'll be doing my best to limit spoilers, stopping myself to just the first handful of fights in the game. So probably one of the most asked questions leading up to the final release of Monster Hunter Wilds on PC is how exactly has Capcom optimized Wilds for the final release? I'm happy to report back that at least on my PC with my specifications, locking the frame rate to just below 120 FPS, I had a nearly locked frame rate nearly the entire time with frame generation on. So in my case, I locked it at around 110 FPS. You do want to make sure, and you might actually have to do it under your NVIDIA control panel, that you keep it limited by program under 120 FPS, 240 FPS, what.
That shot Rurikon speedrun the game. Didn't intentionally go for the fastest time, but only did story content and focused that, and came out at around 11 hours. Yeah, some people said the same thing, yeah. If you just did basic story quests. I'm assuming there's stuff in between. I'm assuming there's probably quests in between, but they was just like skipping them because, you know, you gotta have your review. You gotta be the first one to get it done so you can get the views, so you can get the monies. You know what I mean? So I get it, but yeah. But I'm assuming like there's probably like some side quest stuff, other in between stuff. Maybe you want to stop and not do the story and just go hunt a monster real quick so you can make some weapon or something. You know, there's probably in between time, but a lot of people was probably skipping that shit.
Whatever. Otherwise, you may get screen tearing. I did do some testing of it without frame generation, and for the most part, it hovered around 60. Now, there are some areas in the game that are definitely a little bit more demanding, particularly in the Scarlet Forest. If you have even frame generation on, sometimes you'll see the frame rate dip down a little bit. At no point did the game ever feel unplayable, and especially with frame generation on, things played generally very smoothly. In terms of visual artifacts, I didn't really see any. I'm not saying that there weren't any, but there was nothing that stood out to me to be glaring. Of course, with frame generation, just the way that it works, if you slow everything down, zoom in, and you go frame by frame, whenever you're going to look at an artificially generated frame, there's almost definitely going to be something in there that shouldn't be there. But that's not the purpose of frame generation. Now, I cannot speak for console release, nor can I speak for any other wide range of hardware that's out there. If you're on the fence, if you were able to run the game acceptably at all during the beta, I can pretty confidently say it will only run better in the full release. If you were in that position where you were unable to run the beta or benchmark at all, I would make sure that you were in a position where you could refund your purchase in case it didn't run acceptably to you, or at least until you know for sure that you can make an upgrade of hardware. One more thing to keep in mind,
give
and this
Tommy
is going
back
to
the
be on
game
either console
so he
or
could
on
get his
PC,
money back.
is absolutely make sure to go into the settings and adjust your brightness accordingly. For some reason, the default brightness setting has everything kind of blown out and details are lost in almost like a gray shading over just about everything.
Now, Tommy mentioned something like
10,
this earlier.
20 seconds to make sure that your
turn down your brightness on your monitor or some shit.
Should make things
but you
look
should
way
go
better.
in the game and do it too.
Even more so, if your monitor does support it, this is a game where it's worth going out of your way to enable HDR. Especially if you're on Windows, you're also going to want to look for the oddly named or maybe exactly named Windows HDR calibration tool. Have no idea why that isn't just built into the platform anyways, but set that up, configure it, and then configure everything accordingly under the app itself inside Monster Hunter Wilds, and you should have a much better time, a much better experience going through the game. Let's address the biggest two changes to the game: focus mode and wounds. I think the development team spent a very long time reflecting on the long list of changes over the series. Swimming, mounting, mantles, clutch claw.
100%.
All likely in the front of.
I 100% agree with that. Like, the wound system is definitely the evolution of clutch claw tenderization. If there's a weakness exploit in this game, I guarantee 100% it's going to work the same way it worked in Monster Hunter World Iceborne. 30% affinity gained on weak spot areas, 50% on tenderized / wounded parts. 100%. There's no doubt in my mind, if Wex is in this game, it's going to work exactly the same way it worked Monster Hunter World Iceborne, except you just don't have to tenderize now. You just beat the PP off the monster, basically. I mean, they definitely did, because there are parts in the game where you do some swimming shenanigan shit, right? They didn't bring back swimming, but they definitely looked at it. They definitely incorporated it, some additional swimming aspects. They even had a little bit in World, like a little bit, but not as in depth as this one. Because I know when I was exploring the Windward Plains, there was definitely a part where I was like on rails underwater. I found a endemic life underwater, and I came up out of a little thing. Like they definitely looked at that for sure.
Mind when they were trying to develop this new system. I believe they had 3 goals. First, lower the skill floor. Attacking in Monster Hunter has always been a deliberate affair. There's no easy way to massively adjust your attack when you've already started. Well, that's always been a highlight of the series for me. There's no doubt it's a massive buried entry. With focus mode, you almost have to go out of your way now not to hit at least one part of the monster. I've heard the criticism about how this negates all skill on things like the true charge slash and greatsword. With the skill floor lowered though, has the skill ceiling fallen as well?
I don't think so.
I'd argue it's roughly as high as it was before, but quite a bit different. Monsters now have very time-limited wound opportunities on them. Likewise, things really move now. No longer being tethered down because of a slower speed of combat, many monsters like to move around or even behind you mid-combat.
You can't use your net underwater? I'm not sure if I caught it. I don't remember if I just grabbed it with the slinger or I used my net. I don't remember, Tommy, but I'm pretty sure you can. You can still catch stuff. I don't remember if I just like slinger grabbed it or used the net. I don't remember, but you definitely can get stuff from the water. You like in World, you was able to shoot your net into the water and get fish. You was able to do that in Rise, I think. In Sunbreak, Rise Sunbreak, I think you could either catch stuff with the net, if I recall. So I don't quite remember, but I definitely found endemic life under the water. I just don't remember if I used net to catch it or if I just slinger grabbed it. I don't remember. And him talking about the ceiling being, I don't think so. I'm not a great sword person at all, but I don't think, I think the people that are good at greatsword, that know how to hit those timings and they know the spacing and they can hit monsters, they don't have to use focus mode. But new people or people that are not as good, like that shit's gonna help them. Period. Point blank. I think the top is still the same. It's just the bottom is a little bit simpler.
Well, the camera does a pretty good job of keeping them in focus. It's still up to you to make sure that you guard or evade before you take a hit. Overall, I think most players on most weapons are going to end up enjoying the flexibility that focus mode gives them. Some weapons are still rough. Insect Glaive, I don't know, is ever going to be a chill back and play weapon in Wilds like it was in World or in maybe Rise. But for every Insect Glaive in the game, you still have Great Sword or Hammer or Bow or nearly every other weapon that I think plays in a more engaging way with focus mode on. Next up are wounds. While focus mode will probably be a little bit divisive, I think wounds are an absolute win. They're the evolution that focus mode was designed for. Simply hit a spot enough and a wound will be made. From there, it'll be highlighted while in focus mode, and you can either attack it for extra damage, focus strike it to do a specific attack, or just ignore it if you don't want to be bothered. If you do break one though, you are rewarded with an extra part, and considering that the quest pool seems smaller than previous games on average, you're going to be constantly incentivized to go after them. On the subject of difficulty, let's talk a little bit about the Palico. A lot of the pre-release chatter has been about whether to have him speak the normal language or just meow. I think those are both beyond the point. As my recommendation, if you've ever played and especially beaten Monster Hunter before, just leave him in the camp. I think the demo...
Wait a minute, did he just say what I think he said? Just leave Palico behind, bro. Wait a minute.
Talk a little bit about the Palico. A lot of the pre-release chatter has been about whether to have him speak the normal language or just meow. I think those are both beyond the point. As my recommendation, if you've ever played and especially beaten Monster Hunter before, just leave him in the camp.
Wow.
I think the demo showed a good shadow of a cat that seemed like he'd be strong, but trust me, in the full version of the game, he only gets stronger. To provide context, I think the full amount of healing he provides is more solo than 2 dedicated heal cats from Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate.
Holy shit.
I personally regret not leaving him in the camp for my first playthrough, and I'd hate to see the rest of you experience the story in the same way. With that in mind, let's talk about the story.
He said cat busted. That's basically what he's saying. He's saying cat broken. He's saying cat too strong. He's saying cat the real carry. He said cat is the real reason IGN dude didn't card at all the way up until endgame, and then once he got to endgame, he only carded twice. He said he got carried by Palico. Wow. yeah. Your boy Billy, Tommy, your boy Billy is out here being the Blue Ranger, all right? Master Chief, all right? Master Chief, all right? Mountain Screamer, all right? All right? I don't know.
This time around, all of the characters you speak with have some sort of clear motive and driving force behind them. And like most good stories, not everyone agrees on everything all the time. Interpersonal conflict and growth from that conflict is at the root of most good stories, and it's nice to see that Wilds is taking some effort to demonstrate this. A big change this time around that does help you stay more immersed is the focus on gathering. It's been a long time in Monster Hunter where you ever really felt like the original core design of having to gather in the field was a big issue. From the very first game almost, the prevalence of these huge, powerful healing tools between max potions and ancient potions kind of trivialized the way that you healed in them, especially later on. This time around, the slinger is always available to grab things. Honey, bitter bugs, god bugs, and whatnot. And so you'll find yourself not only appreciating those mega potions more because you gathered the honey, but then you might even use the healing shortcut that actually says, hey, maybe this time, just use a normal potion instead.
It's interesting because nobody, the hammers from other Monster Hunter games, right? I'm pretty sure that hammer was in Generations Ultimate. I think that's where I remember first seeing it at, I think. But it was in like games before that. but I haven't heard anybody mention anything about item duping or farm stuff, is what I should say. Item duping sounds like some cheating ass shit, but you know what I mean, like farm. I can only refer back to Palico Farms and Poke Village and shit. Y'all know what I'm saying. Where you go, you be like, hey, I need honey, and you every quest you go back, you get you sprinkle some summoner jelly on it. You put that summoner jelly on there, and things happen, and you get multiple items back, and you grow mushrooms and all. Not one mention of that shit. So I'm assuming maybe that's gone. Nobody said anything about any of that shit. So maybe we about to be going out into the wild and getting our own honey, gathering our own herbs. Even though at launch, Capcom gonna be handing out them free packs like, it ain't nothing. Here, 30, 40 mega potions, some life dust, couple traps, armor spears. Go ahead, download this DLC pack day one. We giving you the good stuff. Here you go. Tail Raiders? Nothing about anything like that. No gathering hub, no, nothing about tail raiders or any way to get multiple items from like a farm source. Yeah, nothing. I'm very surprised because ain't nobody saying shit about any of that type of stuff. And that just brought it to me when he said, oh, you gather your own honey and you might appreciate your mega potions more because you gathered the honey for it. Right? So maybe we had to go out on our own to get our own resources.
Weapons are now defined by their more offensively orientated skills, whereas armor is mostly focused on defensive or utility. Now make no mistake, there are definitely pieces of armor, even very early on, that feature offensive armor skills. But for the most part, you're able to make a fairly significant trade-off on a whole bunch of defensive skills versus relatively low amount of offensive skills in your armor. Capcom has asked that I not share any information about the late game, but they are okay with me sharing that there is a high rank. Okay, nearly done with editing, Shepard here. Sorry to interrupt, but I am going to put one little caveat here, only because the review guidelines from Capcom themselves were updated due to a very recent event. The PlayStation Play event has revealed...
Wait. I guess that makes sense since they're moving away from the traditional post-quest, eat, hunt, come back, craft loop. I feel that like it's a good thing for a newer player. What not being able to spread summoner jelly on items to get extra stuff, or what? The name can't think of. Ishmael. That's Ishmael, right? That's Ishmael, correct? I am right. That is Ishmael, right? Right? Eat, hunt, crap, loot. Making it so they explore the world more. But Gaijin Hunter... oh no, my secret identity. But Gaijin Hunter said he didn't really explore. He said he just rode sacred everywhere. So like, he said he didn't engage with pop-up camps, and he just hopped on sacred and went and made a sandwich and drank some water as he took up to the next monster. So all right, yeah, maybe, I don't know. You know me, like when they came out with the dog and Rise, I was all not about dog. So I was like, hey, I'm running double Palico, dog. Maybe I forced y'all to like do the same thing, but like I'll use Sacred, but I'll probably explore a little bit off of Sacred. Sacred, Too Fast, Too Furious, and maybe
some of the things that are going to be in the end game. I will review what they shared, and without going beyond what they shared, talk a little bit about what that looks like. So I'm going to try very hard not to break embargo, but there's still some things that they mentioned that are worth talking about in a little bit more detail. So definitely some spoiler tier stuff.
Might not be no thief
I
cat.
will do my best not to spoil anything too much, and especially not go outside of those guidelines.
Yeah, I'm probably not going to use that shit. Spoiler warning now.
Okay,
Turn back.
So I'm going to talk about the stuff that was revealed from the PlayStation Play event.
I think that was the
You
shit
wanna
Tommy
have
was. I
minimal
was streaming and
spoilers?
Tommy was talking about it. And
I suggest you
stream
turn
at
off
like
the video
4 in the
now.
morning.
If you want to
I
get
asked
a
him to
little,
link it to
little
me and he
sneak
didn't.
peek as to them, as well as my overall impressions of them, go ahead and watch. Okay? You have been warned. Okay, so PlayStation Play
Yeah,
event
I don't think there's a thief
revealed
cat no
the
more.
existence of tempered monsters. Now, these are the same sort of guys that existed in Monster Hunter World. I think they do a little bit of a better job this time around demonstrating that they are battle-hardened monsters. They have scars on them.
This is spoiler, is it? I think they already told us that there's frenzied and tempered monsters in the game.
I don't know how much I could talk about that. But imagine, if you will, what it was like hunting tempered monsters back in Monster Hunter World. And there you go. They are in the game. They are in high rank, which is where you will fight them, and you will get some different materials. Next up, something they discussed are Ardean weapons.
Also heard about this from multiple reviewers prior to this review.
These are primarily obtained during tempered monster quests, and there'll be different parts that will be required based on the weapon type. And then not only that, they can also be strengthened. I don't want to get into any major spoilers here, but this is definitely a system for which the people that really like to min-max things can really min-max things. So I think from what I saw and what I experienced myself, I think, you know, it beats the hell out of pretty much any of the other launch endgame content. Again, you will have to wait until the full release to see for yourself, but I like what they did with them.
Okay, wait a minute.
Okay,
Let's go back a little bit.
Really like to min-max things can really min-max things. So I think from what I saw and what I experienced myself, I think, you know, it beats the hell out of pretty much any of the other launch endgame content. Again, you will have to wait until the full release to see for yourself, but I like what they did with them.
Okay, so Shepard's opinion is high on the endgame side of things. He's saying to him that this system that they got for endgame is better than Worlds base endgame, better than Rise base endgame. English version of that stream was done yesterday. I put it behind the spoilers tag in Monster Hunter News. There's an official translation of this slide in the community stream yesterday. All I care about is fashion hunter. Saw some people use Google Lens to translate the JP slide, and it referred to some monster as Pokemon. Wow. Better watch out, Nintendo, come for that ass.
For weapons and armor can be obtained as additional rewards in high rank hunts. Multiple skill decorations can be obtained with tempered monsters' additional rewards. There's not a lot to say here, and again, I don't want to get into spoilers, not major spoilers.
That tempered Raytheon icon is straight from World, dog. Straight from. Now I see there's like a bunch of question marks. There's a couple new icons in there that I've never seen before. It does look weird. Yeah, everything on there looks very small. I love the background. A little bit of artwork. Probably some spoilers in there. All right. I think I see Gammoth right here. All right. Just those little motherfuckers that be body blocking you in the beta when you trying to fight Arkvale. When you trying to do a sneak attack, they all land in his butthole and you can't get past them. Looks like some giant magic mushrooms or some shit over here. Some corn. There's some corn right here for all the corn creamers and Tommy's corn creamer lance that he wants. All right. Love it. All right. whole bunch of ancient Monster Hunter language that don't even exist in the game anymore, I don't think. Damn it, dog. Fall back.
Not outside of what I am allowed to discuss, but this is in tandem with the Ardian weapons, another thing with which you are going to be spending, you know, a reasonable amount of time on. Ardian weapons, as you can imagine, are going to be the major time sink, but, you know, as you min-max things, of course, you will be looking around for decorations as well that will best complement whatever build it is you are going for.
But the dude at IGN said there's no reason to do that because the game is so easy and there's nothing hard enough to even waste your time doing that.
They confirmed the return of investigations, but using this, you're able to find monsters on the map and then save it as a later investigation.
Hello, someone has been translating the Monster Hunter language for the past 6 years. Is Monster Hunter I don't think Monster Hunter language is in this game. I think they got rid of the yaddy yaddy. I don't think they got rid of it, bro. What are these little dudes doing to this? It looks like it might be some Kongolala or something.
Within the context of Wilds now,
why they pulling his weave out, dog? Why they doing that?
Monsters running around on the map, and you were able to see right away.
He's trying to pull his weave out, dog.
On them. Now, it doesn't take a lot to put 2 and 2 together. You can then save that as an investigation and then go into.
Wait, we haven't seen Wyverians, have we? A good question, Pope. They're preparing to smear summoner jelly all over that Kongolala's butt. Like, they stealing his weave. That's what they doing.
Or invite someone into your own world, post that, and then you could all share it. I mean, it's not very different at all from the sort of investigation system that you had in World, other than it is not a pain in the ass to do.
Damn. Alma got shit on. She smelled like pee-pee poo-poo. Pee-pee poo-poo.
That's it. You find a good quest, hold on to it, keep it around for whenever you're going to play with your buddies later, or as you are all playing together, you know, make sure you always got a guy in the lookout, making sure that there's going to be some decent things there. Okay, there are some other things that were revealed in the Play event. I don't need to discuss them because they are truly explicitly spoilers for no reason other than to spoil it, and I do not want to do that. I simply just want to talk about the sort of endgame concepts that were introduced at the event, and can say that from what I played,
spin to win,
and I played quite a bit in my experience pre-release. These are good systems, better. I mean, there's not even a question about whether or not it's better than what Rise had on release, even what Rise had post-release, even what Rise had post-Sunbreak. But the argument could also be made that it is more engaging, definitely for sure, than the sort of investigation system you had in Base World, and certainly the investigation system kind of continued the same going into Iceborne.
Okay, so this man just said that the endgame systems in Monster Hunter Wilds, in his opinion, which I'd say his opinion is valuable. He plays shit tons of Monster Hunter. He says the endgame systems in this game are better than Rise, post Rise, and even Sunbreak. I think he said. I'm gonna rewind it a little bit because he definitely said something.
I played quite a bit in my experience pre-release. These are good systems. Better. I mean, there's not even a question about whether or not it's better than what Rise had on release, even what Rise had post-release, even what Rise had post-Sunbreak. But the argument could also be made that it is more engaging, definitely for sure, than the sort of investigation system you had in Base World, and certainly the investigation system kind of continued the same going into Iceborne. So it's the sort of thing where as we get more title updates, as we get more monsters, that sort of system is only going to continue to grow and develop, and there will be a consistent stream of things to continue to get added into what you search for in terms of what you're going to be building. Okay, so that was a lot of talk. If you stuck around for this part, again, that's pretty much all I'm able to talk about until the actual release. I want to be very careful not to go farther than what was shared during the Play event. I'm already almost up to 7 minutes talking about it, though, so I'm going to end it here. Thank you all so much for watching. See you guys on launch.
So if you see this little image right here, he was playing with a mod that changed all the monsters. Like, it changed all the monsters' bodies with other monsters. So he got to Zora Magdaros, and Zora Magdaros was basically a giant Kulu Yaku. And I think I've seen him do a hunt where he was fighting Anjanath, but Anjanath was a Rajang, right? It's Anjanath's body, but it's Rajang's skin, and like Rajang's, I can't even, like, it's like Rajang's body over Anjanath's skeleton, right? So it looks crazy. so yeah, he gets to Zora Magdaros, and Zora Magdaros is a giant fucking Kulu Yaku, but it's still Zora Magdaros, right? He still has Zora Magdaros's back and all that shit on him, but it's just like a giant Kulu. Like, it's kind of crazy. He was using some mod, dude, like, just playing for fun. He played through the whole game with the, you know how people were getting the polygon monsters in the beta. Somebody made a mod for Monster Hunter World to make all the monsters look like that. Like, all the polygon looking monsters from the Wilds demo that were happening to people on PC. Somebody made a mod for World that turned all the monsters to look like that. Alright, so I gotta pee, and then we're gonna dive into Rurikon's video. This one is gonna be the last one, and it's gonna be like an hour, so I'll be right back. Bring the old wizard. Alright, and we are back. Ready to dive into this extra long review from Rurikon, the last one. Go ahead and dive on in, bro.
Ironbreakers, and welcome to my Monster Hunter Wilds review. Over the last couple of days I've been playing the game and I've put around 55 hours into it. During that time I engaged in what I would consider to be a more critical path type of playthrough. I did deviate from the main path from time to time in order to make my set and to explore certain portions of the game, but the reason why I went for a critical path playthrough is because I wanted to save some things to discover on stream with you guys, because that's just where I'm going to be having the most fun with the game, because I always looked at my review save as kind of like a temporary thing, because I want to be experiencing everything alongside you guys, and that's going to be the playthrough where I'm going to be taking my time to smell the roses and do all of that. But I still wanted to play through the game so that I could give you guys my opinion on it in this video. Now, naturally, as you can imagine, this title was provided to me by Capcom so that I could give it a look and tell you guys my opinions on it. So let's start by talking about Monster Hunter. For those of you that might be completely new here and you're just like, oh, what is this Monster Hunter Wilds game? Seems to be pretty popular. Everybody's talking about it. So Monster Hunter is a game where you go and you hunt monsters, as the name implies, but the objective is going to be for you to, hunt these monsters, collect parts from them, and then you craft better armor and weapons that then allows you to go and hunt stronger monsters, and then the cycle repeats until you run out of monsters to hunt. And that usually will take you quite a bit of time. This time around, there's also a little bit more focus on the story elements of the game, which we are going to be talking about, but fundamentally this is the idea. Third-person action game, hunt monsters, collect their materials, craft their gear, hunt tougher monsters. And this is the 6th generation title when it comes to the Monster Hunter franchise. Now, whenever there's a generational leap, it's kind of a big deal because there are going to be things that are going to be different from previous versions of Monster Hunter. And so, in this case, when it comes to Monster Hunter Wilds, the main differences from what you would have experienced in a previous title, like, say, Monster Hunter World, would be there is a bigger focus on the narrative during the campaign. And I know that for some veterans of the series, you might be thinking like, oh, I don't know how I feel about that because, I like the whole thing about hunting, right? But once you are done with the campaign, things kind of like revert back to what you expect from Monster Hunter. You're going around hunting monsters, collecting their gear, making your sets, doing all of that stuff. Having said that, at any point during the campaign, you can kind of just like put the brakes and go like, hey, I feel like going to grind now, and then you can go and you can grind, you can go smell the roses, you can go gather stuff, you can do whatever you want. Another thing that I would consider to be one of the main differences in Monster Hunter Wilds is that there is a much bigger focus on the world and in immersion, making things kind of like seamless, like you just go from your town hub or the village or whatever it is that you happen to be and you go into the hunting field and you go hunt monsters and it's all seamless, there's no loading screens, none of that. Now, when you actually get a little bit further ahead in the game, you are eventually going to be hopping from different locale to different locale, and that will involve loading screens. But, the whole game feels like it has a much more natural flow to it. Now, when it comes to the hunting action, it is still phenomenal, and I personally absolutely love the game, which shouldn't really be a surprise. I tend to really just enjoy all Monster Hunter games. It's kind of like my thing. So, yeah, I love it. To continue down this intro, I figured let's go ahead and just instantly talk about some of the main criticisms that I had for the game. And one of the biggest ones is that I expected the monster roster to be bigger. Another one is that I feel like performance is still not where it needs to be, and I'm hoping to see some improvements, but then again, we still don't have stuff like updated drivers for some of the GPUs and all of that stuff.
30 FPS
because
with the
as I'm recording
5090
this video, we're still in the review period, so those have not come out. I'm hoping that some more optimization will happen before the actual release, but this is what I have to work with right now. The other thing is I still wanted more challenge, but then again, at the end of the day, being a veteran, I'm always going to want more challenge. But I will say I did get one of my wishes, which, if you guys remember, I said multiple times, man, I wish I would cart in low rank. And I did. So that made me pretty happy.
You did it on purpose.
Let's talk about things in a little bit more detail. Usually I like to start by talking about
IGN
visuals.
dude ain't cart in low rank.
In my opinion, I think that the visuals of the game are very
rank?
good, assuming that you have a good enough rig to run them. The version of the game that I've played is the PC version, so I'm going to be getting into specifics about my hardware and all of that stuff, but I know there's going to be people here that are from the PlayStation 5 side of things. I did do a preview event where I played on a PlayStation 5 in performance mode. If you guys check out my preview footage, there's like gameplay for 3 of the monster hunts that'll give you an idea of what to expect for performance for the PlayStation 5. I'm assuming that, considering that the version that I played there was a version for the preview event, things can only get better from there. That would be my expectation, but like I said, I haven't played the PlayStation version of the game. I haven't played the Xbox version. I've just played the PC version. Now, in terms of visuals, in my rig, the game is running like super smooth. The visuals look absolutely fantastic, except in one very specific type of content, which is during dialogue scenes. Now, when I play the game, I've been playing with FSR3 because I have an AMD 7900 XTX.
All right,
and I'm playing
AMD
with
boy.
FSR3 set to quality, so I am using upscaling as well as frame generation. I'll talk more about that in the performance section, but just to give you guys an idea of the settings that I'm running and all that stuff, I have everything maxed out, but FSR3, upscaling, and frame generation. And so during these dialogue scenes the game has, which the game has cinematics, but then it also has these dialogue scenes where you're interacting with other characters and you get to like select little bits of dialogue and there's a conversation between the two characters, which is different from a standard cinematic, which is better animated and stuff is happening and all that. During these dialogue scenes, I felt like the detail on my armor was not as good as I would have liked, so that's a little bit of a ding there when it comes to the visuals, but that is being a little nitpicky, I will admit. Now, I've also been informed by the team that there is a 4K texture pack that is going to be released on the actual release of the game. So during the review period, we did not have access to this 4K texture pack.
Dang,
so
25 frames on the 5090 then with the 4K texture pack.
And I'm going to be streaming the game, so
y'all.
you can come and check it out if you want to know my opinion about it at that point. Now, not everybody will notice this because I did do a podcast with Cowboy, which will probably be going live tomorrow. He didn't notice it as much as I did, but that could be due to the fact that he is running the game on an NVIDIA GPU, and DLSS is superior to FSR3, as I'm sure most people will be aware. So therefore, he was playing in DLSS quality, I think. So therefore, things might have looked better to him, but in me, I noticed the little thing about the armor. Now, beyond that, cinematics and the performance of the characters are absolutely fantastic. I love them. Animation, as per usual, whenever it comes to the Monster Hunter team, they are the best in the business as far as I'm concerned, both from a cinematic standpoint as well as a gameplay standpoint.
I mean, they do good work.
Always love their animation work. They do fantastic stuff. In terms of sounds, they've done a fantastic job. I love the sound of all of the combat impacts. I mostly use the gun lance, as you can imagine, and I love the sound of the big explosions, the sound of wounds popping up. You can usually even tell when a wound is about to come up if you pay close attention to the sound, which is always a good thing. I also love, obviously, monster roars, the sounds of their attacks, everything sounds absolutely
Tommy, where are my
fantastic.
earplugs?
But one of the big standouts is obviously the soundtrack. The soundtrack is just phenomenal this time around. From the action tracks themselves, when you are fighting the monsters, they feel really good, really tense, fantastic. And when you're in town, it's just so chill. I love the sounds that they put in the music when you're in town is just so good. I absolutely love it. I mean, there's a reason I even have like a playlist of some of the tunes that we picked up in the beta and stuff like that. I have that on the channel because I just enjoy all of that so much. In terms of voice acting, I feel that the voice acting is solid. However, I do have a little bit of a criticism, and once again, we go back to those dialogue scenes that I mentioned earlier, and that is that during those dialogue scenes, I feel like there are some pauses, which I'm not sure if that was made because of localization, because maybe in Japanese it takes them a little bit longer to say the stuff, but there are some pauses that make the conversation not feel as organic, which sounds very different from the rest of the game. So the delivery and the performance of the actors is solid, but the pacing of the dialogue gets a little bit weird from time to time. Now, you can press like a button when you're done listening to the dialogue, and you press like on X and it moves on to the next dialogue, but that also causes animation skips in the characters, and it's a little bit weird. I feel like that is a point where they could tighten up a couple of things, but then again, this is something that the Monster Hunter team hasn't really tackled before, other than
That's Pope. He gonna skip all the cutscenes.
Quest line that they've done for the Witcher collab in Monster Hunter World. There really aren't a lot of scenes where you're going like through dialogue menus and getting additional information.
Man,
and
you
there's a
brought up
lot
the
of that
Witcher.
here.
Ancient
But I
Legend,
love
dog.
those
You remember
dialogue
Ancient
scenes
Legend?
because the fact that you do get additional context into the game, which is optional. You don't have to like, oh, let me go through all of the dialogue options. I do because I like that, but I understand there is usually an option that you can just pick if you're like, oh, I just want to keep going. You pick that option. They just, they keep going. But I love the fact that they're giving you this extra dialogue stuff because it gives you more lore stuff about Monster Hunter. And obviously, I think that historians are going to love that aspect of it. So now let's get into the performance side of things. And this is actually one of the more negative aspects of the game. Now, the game definitely runs better than it did in the beta, which is one of the concerns that the community had. I remember when the beta initially came out, everybody was like, oh my God, this is actually the final performance that we're getting. There's going to be no improvements whatsoever. And no, I would say that the final game runs significantly better than the beta, but in my view, it still needs improvement. Now, there's a limited pool of hardware that I can pull from, and one of the rigs that I wanted to run was my Rathalos rig, which runs like a 2060. It's a super low-end rig, my super old rig.
Rathalos
But if
rig.
you guys remember, I recently replaced that with another computer, and turns out I did it just in time because I've been trying to boot that rig for the last 4 days without success. It's not like I'm sitting there trying to figure it out. I know what the problem is. It's got like a problem in the motherboard and whatnot, and anyway, I don't want to get into that. Let's just say I wasn't able to test on the 2060 like I wanted to. Now on the 7900 XTX, the game runs silky smooth, no issues. Like I said, I am using upscaling and frame generation, which is not something that I'm happy about. So like I said, in my opinion, performance still not there. I would like to see further performance improvements. But having said that, FSR3 set to quality, frame generation, silky smooth, 4K, 7900 XTX. Now on the 6900 XT, which is another GPU that I have access to, I was also able to run the game in both these cases, I'm running above 100 FPS in most situations. And on the 6900 XT, I was running FSR3, but rather than running it on quality, I was running it on balanced, and I lowered the shadows a little bit, lowered a couple of settings, tweaked instead of having everything maxed out. And I was also getting really good performance, which was surprising because usually Team Red are the ones that are getting shafted in terms of, issues and performance problems and all of that stuff. But on my end, things have been fairly smooth, which is interesting because in the discussion that I had with Cowboy, he was telling me like he experienced some crashes related to frame gen and like some crazy mesh bleeding or whatever where the monster mesh
which he did mention in his review. He did mention it.
No crashes on my 55 hours, no crazy bugs, nothing like that happened to me. So I was like, I'm looking good. So I also tested this on my other computer, which is running an Intel Arc B580. Yeah, that's rough. I was getting, I think, like 40 FPS or something like that, and usually going down into like 35, trying to run, I think I was trying to run 1080p at high-ish settings, but it didn't seem like there was a massive change as I was fiddling with the settings. That's how my shit gonna look on PS5, just like that. Case, in that specific GPU,
I'm okay.
That is just
I'm okay with
that
this.
Either Intel needs to come out with some better drivers, or I don't know, more optimization needs to be done specifically for the Intel GPU.
That
because
lightning
the Arc B580 was struggling. But then again, I didn't buy that GPU to play games. I bought that to encode AV1, and for that, it's working fine. But yeah, that's my view on performance. I know that this is going to be a hot button topic in the community. It's like, look, my advice to you is run the benchmark tool. That is likely going to be the closest thing that you have to test it. Pay particular attention to the scene where you're out in the field and it's actually the open field. It's actually
when you jump down off the cliff, which is sacred, and you're sidewalking.
When you
that's where I've seen the biggest hit in performance.
And if it seems to you like that is not acceptable, then you should probably hold off. That's my view on the performance side of things. Now, let's talk a little bit about the story. I'm not going to get into any spoilers on this review whatsoever. And by the way, there's also quite a few embargo guidelines. So if you feel like, Rurikhan didn't talk about this specific thing, did he forget? Is he getting old? No, the embargo is just very, very restrictive, which is weird to me because it's like, I think the game is phenomenal, so I don't think you needed as much of a restricted embargo, but I think they're doing it to specifically prevent people from spoiling the story, because that's something that tends to happen with a lot of outlets that are a little bit less careful about the footage that they show and stuff like that. But you guys know the deal, right? So anyways, what can I tell you about the story? I'll tell you that it was a bold direction that they've taken with the story.
You might want to stay off YouTube.
Starts with a simple, hey, let's go explore the Forbidden
bosses.
Lands, actually takes quite a few unexpected twists and turns. And the thing about this is I don't think that the story is going to land with everyone. I've been thinking about it quite a bit after I finished it, and I think I've come to the conclusion that I kind of like it. I kind of like that they did this. This is going to be one of those things where the historians of Monster Hunter, the people that dig into the lore of Monster Hunter and all of that stuff, they're going to be scratching their heads for a while after they experience this story. That's my prediction, because I don't really cover the
Wait a minute.
Let's talk a little bit about the story. I'm not going to get into any spoilers.
I gotta hear what he says
whatsoever.
Again.
And by the way, there's also quite a few embargo guidelines. So if you feel like, Rurikhan didn't talk about this specific thing, did he forget? Is he getting old? No, the embargo is just very, very restrictive, which is weird to me because it's like, I think the game is phenomenal, so I don't think you needed as much of a restricted embargo, but I think they're doing it to specifically prevent people from spoiling the story, because that's something that tends to happen with a lot of outlets that are a little bit less careful about the footage that they show and stuff like that. But you guys know the deal, right? So anyways, what can I tell you about this story? I'll tell you that it was a bold direction that they've taken with the story. Something that starts with a simple, hey, let's go explore the Forbidden Lands, actually takes quite a few unexpected twists and turns. And the thing about this is I don't think that the story is going to land with everyone. I've been thinking about it quite a bit after I finished it, and I think I've come to the conclusion that I kind of like it. I kind of like that they did this. This is going to be one of those things where the historians of Monster Hunter, the people that dig into the lore of Monster Hunter and all of that stuff, they're going to be scratching their heads for a while after they experience this story. That's my prediction, because I don't really cover the lore side of Monster Hunter nearly as much as other people in the community, but I think they're going to be talking about this game for quite some time, and I think there's going to be a lot of people that are going to be frustrated about it. But I will tell you what, I respect the fact that they were willing to just like, you know what, yeah, this is the story we're telling, let's friggin' go, it is what it is. Because as stuff was happening, I was just like, really? This is what, okay. I was very surprised with that.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to say something here. I don't know, but a lot of people been saying some weird shit about the story, how like it's going to turn the lore of Monster Hunter, you know, it's gonna have them scratching their head or have them, you know, really surprised to some degree. Now, I know at some point within the last couple years, somebody made a model of something in the lore known as, I think it's called the Ancient Dragon Weapon. Are they hinting at that they're really gonna do like the Ancient Dragon Weapon thing? Because like everything they're saying kind of makes me think this. Because they, like, some of the people have been very specific. Like, Gaijin Hunter was like, yeah, they're doing something with the story. I don't really like it. I don't agree with it. He's saying the same thing. He's saying something like they're taking a bold action with the story. You know what I mean? Cowboy also mentioned that, like, the lore heads are going to be, like, very hyped up for this. Like, I feel like they're leaning into this a little bit. I don't remember like where that was the one guy's something to do with for Monster Hunter 4, The one guy said something about Monster to do with Monster Hunter 4. Yeah, they did say there was some Monster Hunter. Wait, wasn't that there an item that found in the beta that referred to the ancient dragon weapon thing? I don't know. I don't know, but the way they keep mentioning like stuff about lore and it's gonna, it's making me think like, are they really gonna put that in the game? Just me speculating on how they're reacting, because like that's one thing that would, like, it's lore in the world, in the universe of Monster Hunter to some degree, that was like some concept art in the past. It's not like really canon, but it is something that they did create, but it wasn't really like canon stuff, but it is there. So like, you know, and the way they talking making me think like maybe it's that. Maybe it's that. Just maybe. That's all I'm saying. I can't say yes. Some golden dragon looking thing. No, some ugly mythical beast. Called like the equal dragon weapon. I said ancient, but basically similar to that. Let me see if I can find something that like. So what I'm talking about is you can't. Right. See it if I do this. This is what I'm talking about right here. The equal dragon weapon. Like not really canon, but it is in some kind of lore for Monster Hunter. When it was being created, when they were creating Monster Hunter, this was something that they did create. It was like in some kind of book or concept art or something like that. And it says like equal dragon weapon. The equal dragon weapon was discovered in some ruins in an ancient storage facility. It is possible that the only remaining weapon of the war from the age of the Great Dragon War, the man-made dragon, was pierced together using parts harvested from over 30 mature dragons. However, the equal dragon weapon boasts a might compared to any other living dragon. Its physical strength, endurance, and firepower are said to have posed the most relevant threat to the dragons during the ancient war. The technology behind crafting the equal dragon weapons reached its pinnacle during the Great Dragon Wars. But that technology, along with the great dragon hunters of the day, ancestors of the modern day monster hunters, were not destined to last. The humans engaged the dragons in war of epic scale, with both sides fighting valiantly and viciously until they were simultaneously brought to the brink of extinction. Now, I don't know how like canon this shit is, but it is a thing. That's just a dragon though. No, it's not. It's an artificially created dragon created from basically other dragons from the Monster Hunter universe. Basically, that's what it is. Yes. Created from fatalises and shit. Yeah. Basically, it like fucked the whole world up. Like the creation of this thing and the war that created the world that we hunt in today, and why the world is the way it is because of that war that they talk about. Like, that's what I'm talking about right there. Like, is that what they're hinting at? That, like, you know, wow, they're really gonna do this? You know, like, it seems like something like that. But I could be wrong. I'm just speculating a little bit from what they're saying, the reactions, things they're saying from, you know, these reviews we've been looking at. It's just what I'm speculating on.
The direction that it takes. The pacing of the story is also very good, in my opinion. The overall pacing of the campaign, as you are experiencing the story, you know, you're constantly going places and hunting different monsters and doing all this stuff. I found that it had very good pacing. There's never really a situation like what we had back in World, which was frustrating for a lot of people, where it's like, okay, we need to go gather some tracks to find a pink.
But I remember I've seen something. I don't remember where I've seen it, but somebody, like a fan, created like a actual model of that ancient dragon weapon, and Capcom like purchased it or did something with it. I don't remember exactly what it was, but they had some kind of interaction with the model that a fan created, and like something happened with that model in Capcom.
Rathian or something like that, right? So you don't really
have go smell them feet, dog.
And yeah, I like the pacing. It is going to be faster than you expect. Like, between you going from each locale, it goes by, like, you'll be at the third locale very, very fast, is what I'm getting at. And I think you guys will be surprised how fast you get there. That's not to say that there's not a lot of content. There is tons of stuff to do, and like I said, I skipped a bunch of optional quests that they showed and all of that stuff because I was trying to do more critical path. But yeah, there's tons of content to do, tons of stuff to engage in, particularly if you also enjoy like ecology and fishing and all that stuff. There's quests for doing all of those things. So yeah. Basically, the one thing that I would say is very few people.
The one that was hanging off the chains in the air, right? Yes, the one I just showed on the stream, the dragon weapon hit. It's like they don't talk about it, but like it was in like a concept art book. Like they don't really mention it, that if it's actual canon or not. They seem to dance around it a lot. It's not really concrete. Yeah, exactly what Pope just said. They say that everything in the book was just concept art and never given an answer if it's real or not. Right? Yeah, correct. And like they keep saying stuff like, "Oh, they're doing this," so that just made me think of that. Like I was like, well, maybe they're gonna do something. I just remember like a couple years ago, it might have been during COVID, where I remember hearing something about some fan created some kind of actual model of this thing, like a real life model of that equal dragon weapon. And there was some kind of action between this model, the creator, and Capcom.
People come to Monster Hunter for the story, but I think that those who do enjoy the story, this is going to be one of those that you're either going to love it or you're going to hate it. I don't know if there's going to be like a middle ground. But ultimately, you're not here for the story, so let's talk about what you are here for, which is the gameplay.
Talking about.
So the first thing that I have to say is that the structure of the game feels very different from previous Monster Hunter games. Because and this is the biggest change that we have in Monster Hunter Wilds. Both the story quests and the hunts, they kind of like float together in a very organic way. If you think about Monster Hunter games, the gameplay loop has always kind of been, you prepare, you eat, you hunt, and then you repeat. And somewhere in the middle of there, you're also going to be crafting your sets and doing all of that stuff. But that's kind of like the gameplay loop, right? You do your preparation in town, you get like your consumables in order. Okay, I'm good. You eat your canteen meal, then you go on a hunt, and then you keep repeating this. Unless you're doing guiding lands, then you're kind of like staying there for a little bit longer and you keep hunting.
Grinding lands, baby.
But the essential experience of Monster Hunter has always been kind of like that. Now, it's very different. You're just flowing through the story, and you're just like going from cinematic to hunt to NPC interaction to maybe dialogue interaction to another hunt to another cinematic, and everything just kind of flows like a more traditional action-adventure game, I would say. That's kind of like the overall vibe that the team seems to start going. There's even several sections where you're straight up just mounted on Sacred, and it's on rails. And they do allow you to do a little bit of gathering with the slinger while you're doing these sections, so you can be like, oh, a mushroom, while stuff is happening and dialogue is happening and you're talking to Alma or some other NPC. You're like, you know, doing your investigation stuff.
Ooh,
but you're basically on
Wiggly
Sacred, and it's a little bit on rails. These don't really overstay their welcome. Like, there's a lot of games where they do overstay their welcome, and I do feel that for, you know, for the people that usually like to zoom through the game, they might feel that way. But I felt that the pacing was pretty reasonable in terms of, you know, oh, here's a little bit of section where you're talking with the NPCs, learning about this particular area, doing these things. And while you're doing that, you're like, oh, a mushroom. Oh, honey. Oh, this thing, and you're collecting stuff. But it does get frustrating sometimes, because like I would see a mining node and I was like, oh, can I dismount real quick? The mining node, it's staying back. No. So that did happen from time to time.
Need them bath salts, dog. I need that bath salt.
There's a million of these things that are going to be happening, right? Now, I know that at this point, there's going to be a lot of people that are also going to be curious, okay, but how does it work in multiplayer? Do we have to do the thing that we did in World where somebody goes in the quest and then they see the cutscene, then they do an SOS and all? No, it's not like that, but it's also not seamless. So I tested this with Cowboy actually earlier today, because I didn't do any multiplayer up until this point, pretty much. I've just been running around and doing everything in single player and experiencing the game that way. And so I was like, hey, Cowboy, I really want to test this thing, so I was able to wrangle him to come test this with me. And so we both started brand new characters, and we go up to like the first quest where you can actually co-op. And what happens is, if you're in a link party with somebody else, which is what you want to be doing if you're playing with friends, when you are experiencing the story and you're doing the things that are not hunt related, so like, oh, I'm doing this thing where I'm hanging out with these NPCs and I need to go collect some.
So do you guys think that this my phone, hold on. I had to answer the phone call. Do you think in the beta, because you know in the beta we start off, we're on the airship, we see the girl, she's on the Sacred, she's running, there's a whole bunch of Balaharos, right? We understand what the beginning of the game is like, and the first monster that you fight is Tetsukabra, or not Tetsukabra, Chatacabra. All right, we need Tetsukabra, but Chatacabra. And then after you fight Chatacabra, you basically get taken to the hub. Do you think it deviates from that after that point? Do you think it's this? Because like I think we get dropped in the hub in the beta, and then they're like, okay, you can go like play around, fight Doshiguma. Do you think like it changes from there? Does it go in a different direction? Do you not really fight Doshiguma next? Do you go somewhere else? Do you fight? Because I see a lot of people fighting the spicy nugget chicken. So maybe that's really the second monster, and you don't really fight Doshiguma until later. What do you think about that?
Something, or I need to do something. While you're in those moments or during cinematics or whatever, you're in your own instance, but you're still in a party with somebody else. And then whenever one of you gets to a point where it's like, okay, I've started a quest, then your character will automatically send an invite to everybody in your link party for that quest. And then they can join you. They can talk to their version of Alma and go like, oh, I want to join this, or there's even like a little pop-up that says, hey, this person invited to a quest, and you can just open that and join instantly. And so if you are both at the same progress point, which in our case we were hunting a specific monster you're supposed to do early in.
I'm asking, do you think that, like, because in the beta you fight Chatacabra, and once you beat Chatacabra, you basically get dropped in the main city area, hub area, and then in the beta, it's like, okay, let's say the first beta, not the second beta. I'm talking about like progression. You have the option to fight. You don't really have a quest. You fight Doshigumas, baby Doshigumas, Alpha Doshiguma, Valahara. Those were the monsters, and then Raidao can appear. Do you think, like, because I don't remember there being a story quest to hunt Doshiguma or Valahara at all in the beta. But I see a lot of people fighting Spicy Nugget Chicken, Queepatrice, whatever its name is. So do you think it's Chatacabra, Queepatrice is the second monster that you fight? Or is it like Valahara, or do you think it's Doshiguma? I honestly think it's Queepatrice, but I might be wrong.
In the game, and the quest pops up for both of us, and then I forget if I joined Cowboy or Cowboy joined me, doesn't matter, because then we hunted that monster and the progress counted to both of us, and then it basically kicked us back to our instance. The party is still active, so we're still in the link party, but we each go back to our instance and we continue experiencing the story. So technically speaking, if you want to do like a full campaign playthrough with a friend from this very just like testing in one monster, I'm assuming that you're able to do that for the whole campaign. It's just whenever you're doing non-hunt things, you're in your instance, and then when you eventually get to a hunt, you know, it sends out invitations to your friends, and so long as you're all on the same progression point of the quest, you can join each other and you can finish the quest, and that would be what I would expect for that. So still not as seamless as I know a lot of us would like, but a whole lot better than it was with Monster Hunter World. So it is what it is. Now, when it comes to this change in structure that I talked about earlier in this section, it felt very weird to me at the start, because due to the fact that my brain still formatted for that whole, I stock my stuff, I eat, and then I go hunt, I constantly forgot to restock my material. So I would be going, oh, I did this hunt, now I have this cutscene, and now we're off to do something else, and now I'm in another hunt. And then suddenly I'd be hunting a monster, and it'd be like, oh, I only have 2 mega potions. Oops. Messed that up. so it takes a little bit of adjusting for you to remember that, oh right, I need to go restock because I just did like 3 hunts in a row and now I'm out of consumables. So that was something that is weird. The other thing is the food buff, because the way that the food buff works now is if you do your cooking thing, then you get 50 minutes of the food buff, but if you're not paying attention, you're gonna run out midway through the quest, and then your health is like boop, you lost your food buff, and it's like, ah! Then you have to very quickly grab like a well-done steak and recover your health, because that's a very easy way to do it. Or if you're, if the monster runs away, you can whoop out the BBQ and you can cook something right there wherever you happen to be and get your food buff back. On the food buff, I was also kind of disappointed about the canteen. I'm probably going to bring that up a little bit later again, but there's no canteen in the game, which I was like, oh.
No canteen, no muscular chef, no grandma cat making us good food. That kind of sucks. I can't eat cat. That sucks. That sucks ass. Yeah, that kind of sucks, bro. I can't even lie about that. Even though, like, I wasn't too happy with the old dongo shit we had in Monster Hunter Rise, at least there was something there. At least you got to see the cats make the food. Like, you don't even get to see nothing like that, which kind of sucks. All right, well, I can only accept it.
Man, but once you kind of like get used to the new flow of things, everything just feels very organic. You're just like going through the motions, doing all of your hunting, and whether you're doing the actual mainline quest or you're just doing like a grinding quest, you're going to be looking for monsters. You're going to be like, oh, there's a monster right there, and that's actually one of the ones that I need. I'm going to go hunt it. Maybe I need a couple of materials here. I'm going to pick up a couple of, a couple of mining nodes, something like that. And you can be doing that midway through the campaign, or you can actively just go like, okay, that's enough of the campaign for now. I want to take a break here, and I want to go hunt, or I want to go and I want to go gather, do all of that stuff.
I'm kind of glad that he's explaining this to me, because I have a way that I plan to play the game, and knowing this flow will help me with that. Sadly, like, if I didn't know that, it would make like real fucking difficult, especially for live streaming. I plan on doing a weapon wheel for all the hunts and stuff. So knowing that this is like the structure of how we're used to hunting, prep, craft, eat, go to the quest board, hunt is no longer a thing, will actually help me in the long run. So I'm actually kind of glad that he's explaining this. It will help me in my live stream experience with the game.
Because you can stop the campaign anytime that you want. However, do keep one thing in mind. Whenever you embark on the main quest, be prepared to hunt, which is something that I often would forget. I'd be like, oh, yeah, right, I gotta go talk to Alma for the next step in the main quest. And I wouldn't even prepare. I'd just go talk to her. And so it's like, oh, now I'm fighting this monster with 3 mega potions. Oops.
Well, I mean, to do that, IGN said you don't even need
a
mega potions. He said you don't need them.
Or maybe you guys will do just fine and not make the mistakes that I've made, but I'm just saying, my experience, I made a lot of mistakes.
You said you ain't gonna card dog.
Now, when it comes to the actual hunting action, whenever you are fighting monsters and doing your thing, absolutely peak. Feels absolutely phenomenal. I love it. I mean, it's one of those things where I'm obviously still in the honeymoon phase.
Yeah, he honeymooning. He honeymooning, dog.
Over time, but right now it's my favorite Monster Hunter experience, period. Like, I've done so many cool things, like I'd be fighting some flying wyvern or whatever. It comes in, swoops at me. I'll do like a perfect block, do a counter slam as it's flying by, and then sometimes I'll be able to weave in like a stake as it's flying by, and then it flies by me and I just like turn around, wyvern fire, bam, shoot it down from the sky. It's just, oh my god, bro. I was losing my mind on so many of these hunts. I absolutely love it. By the way, during these 55 hours, so far, I have only played the Gunlands. And a lot of people are going to be like, Rurkan, you can
that makes sense.
Equip 2 weapons. Why are you only playing the Gunlands? Because playing the Gunlands is almost like playing 3 weapons, okay? I know that it's the same moveset, but shelling styles make different things. And I'm still learning all the 3 different shelling styles. Let me have fun with my weapon, okay? And tell you what, when I start my live streams, guess what weapon I'm going to be using again? The Gunlands. I love the Gunlands implementation on this so much, bro. It's insane. I'm brutally addicted to it. Absolutely. I love the impact. Like, we had some hit stops complaints during the beta. You're not getting those here. There's no, it's so good. The impact feels fantastic. Overall, the combat is just absolute peak.
That's
the
good
clashes,
to hear. That's good to hear.
The combos that you get to do with your, I mean, at least for my weapon, like I said, I've only played Gunlance. I've spoken to Cowboy about the other weapons. He's been having a blast. He's been playing every weapon under the sun. But yeah, the combos feel good. The clashes feel phenomenal. The whole thing where the monster comes at you and I hold up my shield and then I reload the Gunlance, blast it up in his face. I didn't get to do offsets, so I'm not going to comment on offsets, but every time that I see a clip that's posted anywhere with people doing offsets, I'm like, oh, that looks so good. Phenomenal. Love it. And the whole combat does feel very organic because of just how everything flows, how open the world is, all of the traps that are available for you to pull from. Everything just feels fantastic. The roster of monsters, in terms of like the diversity of monsters that you have available to hunt, also feels very good, even if, like I've mentioned earlier, I expected the roster to feature more monsters. That is one of the things that I've mentioned, and I'll keep mentioning. I expected there to be more monsters. As I unlock more locales,
I mean, we have heard this from multiple reviewers today, is that the quality is high, but the volume is low. I've even heard somebody say that the roster is smaller than Base World and Sunbreak, or Base World and Rise. I've actually heard one of these reviewers say that. Like I said, I'd expect to see at least 3 surprises. At least. Not unless they spoiled every fucking thing. Capcom just does not listen to us at all. At least not the people that I've heard say they be revealing way too much. They be spoiling everything. Like monkey with lump on head. I didn't know monkey on lump with lump on head was actually in game until I was on Twitter and I was just scrolling, and some random person that I don't even follow came up in there and posted an image of monkey with lump on head, which I didn't know was even in the game. So that would have been a surprise for me, but somebody had to ruin it. Capcom had to throw it in some weird ass trailer, you know, thinking like nobody is gonna see it, which they didn't have to do. It was unnecessary. It was unnecessary. They didn't have to do it. That's just my opinion.
Another thing that I noticed is that I was changing the way that I play the game. So like in Monster Hunter Rise and Sunbreak, obviously you'd be doing optional quests whenever you're farming, because that's the only way to properly farm. Or you can go on expeditions or whatever, but usually you target monsters through quests, you go to the quest to do the thing. You can do optional quests in here, but you usually don't want to do that because you can get better rewards by just hunting them out in the open world. So basically going on expeditions, except in here, it's not really considered going on an expedition as much as just like, oh, I'm going to leave the village and go into the world and go hunt something. And usually you want to do that instead of doing the optionals because of the fact that those monsters will give you additional rewards. That is how you end up, at least how I ended up doing most of my hunting as I got progressed further and further into the game. Rather than going to an optional quest list, I would just be like, oh, is any of the monsters that I want to hunt available right now? And you can also advance time. You can use points to like advance time, and you can advance to different seasons. So say, oh, I feel like playing in the Plenty right now. You can advance to the Plenty. I feel like
we
playing
can
in
change the time
right now. You can advance
or
to
seasons whenever we want with points.
You know, guild points.
Huh.
Which is not like
that's a spoiler, though.
Not like a prohibitive
I
amount.
ain't know that.
Everybody that I've spoken to is constantly like cycling through it. I purposely haven't done that because I enjoy the immersion of feeling like, oh, I can only hunt these things right now. This is what is available to me. So let me choose from the things that are available and hunt that. And then if the specific thing that I want to hunt is not there, then I'll go and I'll do an optional or whatever. But usually you want to do it this way. And that brings in the new investigation system. So in World, the way that things would work is you would hunt monsters and then eventually you would get investigations for those monsters with additional bonuses and rewards and all that stuff. The way that it works in this game,
well, Pope said that this is
every monster that is popping out into the world, you can almost
your own
investigation,
basically.
Except you don't have access to the investigation in your quest log yet. But you can. That is one of the mechanics. So basically the way it works is, let's say you find a monster out into the world, you just see him in the map, and you're like, oh, this one has really good rewards. You can just go and you can save that monster as an investigation. That gives you 3 uses of that quest, and then you can still go and you can kill them. So you can get like 4 uses of that quest. So naturally, whenever you see a monster that is like, oh, this one's got really good rewards, then you want to go and you want to save that. Sometimes among the rewards, you can even get things like the rubies or the gems or whatever that monster drops. You can get that
like gems and plates and shit.
So it's very useful for you to, like, you know, save some of these investigations and stuff like that. Pretty good. So let's talk about the end game. As you can imagine, low rank is going to be a fairly straightforward experience, as it is just an introduction to the game and should be viewed kind of like as a campaign tutorial. And it is a very fun campaign tutorial with a lot of really cool set pieces, a lot of really fun hunts. But at the end of the day, you're not really meant to be meaningfully challenged during low rank unless you are a newcomer to the series. And if you are a newcomer to the series, I'd also like to warn you that there is a credit scene at the end of low rank, but the meat of the game is just after that. As you get into high rank, that is when things really ramp up. There's going to be new monsters to hunt, there's still more narrative to develop, and there's going to be a lot of things to chase. So you're going to be hunting new monsters that you haven't seen yet. You're going to be hunting harder versions of monsters that you have already seen. You're going to be doing this to be able to craft the strongest armor sets in the game. That is going to be one.
Okay, so he's kind of letting me know that I'll probably get the wish of having at least 3 surprise monsters that I don't know about and don't want to know about until I play the game. He's hinting towards that, even though they keep saying that this roster is very small. You know, it's high quality, but low volume. Heard this multiple times. Difficulty is really not a thing. Supposed to be super duper casual, easy, which is not a bad thing. I mean, I like to be challenged, but it's okay. I got my challenge from getting my ass beat by REVEIWS in the beta over and over and over again, so it's all good.
One of your objectives. Another objective is going to be to collect some fashion, because this time around the way that things work is as you craft high rank versions of armor, you're automatically going to get those added as layered armor, and you can start mix and matching your own favorite fashion in the game. Another develop, and there's going to be a lot of things to chase. So you're going to be hunting new monsters that you haven't seen yet. You're going to be hunting harder versions of monsters that you have already seen. You're going to be doing this to be able to craft the strongest.
I don't think he said variants, but maybe.
That is going to be one of your objectives. Another objective is going to be to collect some fashion, because this time around the way that things work is as you craft high rank versions of armor, you're automatically going to get those added as layered armor, and you can start mix and matching your own favorite fashion in the game. Another thing that you're going to be collecting in the end game is going to be decorations. You're not just going to be collecting them by doing quests, you're also going to be able to meld them at the melder. As Tokuda-san had already mentioned in previous interviews, you're going to be able to meld single skill decorations, so it's going to be easier for you to target some harder to get skills that maybe you never got whenever you were playing through Monster Hunter World.
Oh, you mean like attack up decos? So wait a minute, wait. So there will be crafting decos, or some decos you can craft, but there's also decos that drop from monsters. What about charms? Do we got charm farm or charm craft? Does he even talk about it? I'm curious. He's saying there's some decos you can craft, then there's decos that you get from doing some of these investigations. Motherfucker in one of the videos said he got 20 decos or something from some investigation or some shit.
And you're also going to be making weapons from the monsters that you are killing. But naturally, that's not all when it comes to the end game. We're also going to be getting the return of tempered monsters. Now, this is a system that was originally introduced in Monster Hunter World, and tempered monsters consist of stronger versions of existing monsters. They're also going to give you more rewards for hunting them. In the case,
you will have double skill decos that drop from monsters, but you'll also be able to craft decos. But what about charms or talismans or whatever the hell they're called? From what I heard, crafted decos only have 1 skill. Okay. So, no, I don't know. Yeah, crafted only has 1. So we got multi-skill decos like in World. There were multi-skill decos in World. Well, what about talismans or charms, whatever the hell they're called? Talismans / charms. Any info?
case of Tempered Monsters and Wilds, those rewards are going to be multi-skill decorations and Artian parts. So multi-skill decorations, as the name implies, are decorations that include more than one skill. If you want to get single skill decorations, you can just do regular quests, and you can also go and engage with the melding system in the game. But currently, the only way to get multi-skill decorations
Most likely they come from hunts. Nah, deco hunting better than Rise Sunbreak. Deco, you crafted your. I don't think we had multiple decos. We gambaed. We did gamba for charms, talismans, whatever. We're able to craft decos. Monster Hunter World, we had RNG decos, but we were able to craft talismans or charms, whatever the one. I don't remember there being decos. But there were in World Iceborne. That 100% there was in World Iceborne.
is to hunt tempered monsters, so naturally you want to be doing a whole lot of that. Beyond that, they also drop Artian parts, and these Artian parts are these crafting materials that you're going to be using to craft Artian weapons, which are, these endgame weapons that you're going to be chasing down and that you want to be crafting a bunch of them. I'm not really allowed to tell you a whole lot about Artian weapons, with the exception that you're going to be able to use special materials to further upgrade them. Now, beyond tempered monsters, there's also going to be frenzied monsters, but again, I can't go into too many details on those, but to be honest, I haven't really fought that many of them, so I'm not exactly sure what I could give you of additional detail. But all in all, I would consider this to be a more robust endgame than what we got in base Monster Hunter World. And while there are a decent amount of things for us to do and different avenues to chase more power, the current monster power levels just don't really require you to take advantage of every single endgame system in order to become stronger. But it's probably going to be a good idea to do so in preparation for the title updates,
or you gonna get bodied by Mitsune
challenging hunts.
In the first title update.
And maybe
he's gonna come out and body everybody.
Pieces of feedback, which is starting things off, the different seasons, the whole Plenty, Inclemency, and Fallow. I didn't feel that they were super impactful to the hunting experience besides the visual look of the area and the monsters that spawn, because I do know that it affects monster spawns. I'm actually not sure how much I'm even allowed to say about that, because like I said, there are some very big restrictions on embargo, but yeah, they affect the monster spawns, and I think that there's some effect on monster behavior, but because this is a base game, the difficulty is not high enough where that behavior is going to make a difference, unless you happen to be more of a newcomer to the game, because I didn't notice it. Like, I would hunt things in Inclemency, I would hunt things in Fallow, and they would die just as easily in one way or the other. I never noticed too many differences. I asked Gaijin, I asked Fightin' Cowboy, they didn't notice that many differences either. The other thing is, and this actually caused me to go back and look at my reviews of Monster Hunter Rise as well as Monster Hunter Sunbreak, was the whole difficulty, because you guys know me, I always talk about difficulty, but I wanted to look, okay, how did I feel about difficulty in the previous two Monster Hunter releases? And what I've noticed is that, yeah, I didn't find Rise too hard, I didn't find Sunbreak too hard, so at one point I'm like, maybe I did get significantly better after I did World, which World I would say was probably the one where I felt difficulty. Because before that I had played Monster Hunter, but I wasn't like, super grinding, creating content, doing all these things. World was the point at which I really focused a lot more on Monster Hunter, despite the fact that I obviously started in friggin' Freedom Unite back in the day. And World is where I started really developing muscle memory and doing all of these things, and I just feel like probably since then I've only felt difficulty in actual end game of like master ranks and stuff like that. So I didn't feel like the game was too hard. I will, however, say, like I said earlier, I did get my wish, I did card in low rank, and I really appreciated the fact that I carded in low rank. That made me very, very happy. Now, one of the things that I will bring up when it comes to difficulty is that the Palico this time around is absolutely busted. Palico is so strong, in fact, that I'm considering for my stream.
Did you hear what he just said? He said, I'm gonna let him say it himself again, what he just said. What did he just say?
Developing muscle memory and doing all of these things, and I just feel like probably since then I've only felt difficulty in actual end game of like master ranks and stuff like that. So I didn't feel like the game was too hard. I will, however, say, like I said earlier, I did get my wish. I did card in low rank, and I really appreciated the fact that I carded in low rank. That made me very, very happy. Now, one of the things that I will bring up when it comes to difficulty is that the Palico this time around is absolutely busted. Palico is so strong, in fact, that I'm considering for my stream playthrough not taking the Palico.
Now, Shepard said the same thing. He said that you should leave your cat in the goddamn tent. And now Rory is reflecting that. He said he is busted. Let nude soloer. Like, this is very, very difficult for me, because like this is gonna be my real life cat that I created in Monster Hunter Wilds. This is his first Monster Hunter, dog, and I want him to shine. I want to give him his shine in the game, right? I want to do that. But they keep saying like the Palico is too strong. They keep saying Palico too strong. Leave your Palico in the tent. And then we're like getting into like the gatekeepy type of shit, where it's like, you played through the game, it was too easy. Oh, did you use the Palico? You know, did you use Sacred to get on it? It's like it's taking me back to the Elden Ring shit, where in the ring they were like, oh, you didn't beat that boss, you used the spirit summon or some shit, right? Like, it's getting into that where, you know, it's like, oh, you didn't really beat the game, you used your Palico, or like, you didn't really beat that boss, you used the spirit summon. Like, that's the type of vibe I'm getting from that. And like, it doesn't really matter. No, it doesn't really matter. But I like, you know, I can't say I don't want challenge in the game. Like, I definitely do. You know what I'm saying? Oh, you used the mimic tier. Exactly. There you go. Like, you know what I mean? Like, we're getting back to that shit, right? And like, do I want challenge in the game? Yes. But I understand that like if this game can outperform World, I'll say that the things that they're doing is worth it. But if it does not, then I'll be like, nah, wasn't worth it. Cater to us. Cater to your player base.
I know that when I say something like this, people are going to start like, so Palico not intended. Not what I'm saying at all. Do not take my words out of context, okay? It's just, I want to be more challenged. I haven't made up my mind yet on whether or not I'm going to be using Palico, but I think that you should use Palico. You know, don't turn this into a discussion like friggin' Elden Ring and using spirit summons. Please, let's not go down that road again.
Wow. I just said this shit and then he says it. 69 gigabytes? Holy shit.
Again, okay?
Oh.
Palico's in the game. You should use it.
doing it.
I used it throughout my whole first playthrough. I think that for the second one, I want things to be a little bit harder, so I might keep him at base. But the reason why I say that he's so powerful is because...
Hold on. Wait. Is 69 gigabytes? That's bigger than the fucking game. That's bigger than the fucking game, dog. I swear that pack is bigger than the actual download for the game. I swear that is. I know, like, on PlayStation, it was like 53, or it was either 53 or 58 gigs for the download. And on Steam, I want to say it was like a little bit higher than that, so like 60, like 62, 63. But if you're telling me the texture pack is larger than the actual whole game, is fucking crazy to me.
Oftentimes, he will heal you like so fast that you will barely have time to drink a potion. He gets like a ton of tools available to him. I don't know how many of them I'm even allowed to talk about again because of embargo restrictions, but he is very, very, very powerful in the stuff that he ends up doing in the game, and super, super useful. So I think it's going to be very good, particularly for new players, to have a Palico that is that useful.
That's what he's saying.
But if you are a veteran and you're just like, oh man, this feels so easy, try going at it without the Palico. I think you will have a different experience. Now, another thing that I want to bring up is Sacred. And the reason I want to bring up Sacred is not even necessarily because of I know that probably a lot of people will bring this up, which is the usefulness of using Sacred to pick you back up off the ground after you've been knocked down, which is super useful and super powerful. I think I rarely use that. It was just like, it didn't even cross my mind. Most of the time I'm just going off of muscle memory and I'm just like, oh, let me get back up. Let me, I wouldn't think to call Sacred. I usually call Sacred.
I didn't even know that was a
to
thing.
Move me around.
Until I started hearing this shit in these reviews. I didn't even know you could do that.
And yeah, it is what it is.
I didn't even know that.
Beyond that, one of the things that I noticed about Sacred is that I feel like I barely know the layouts of any of the maps. This might be a me thing, but
my number on Steam said 58 gig.
Monster movie way, call Sacred.
So the 4K texture pack is bigger than the goddamn game.
How to navigate these maps without Sacred. Take Sacred away from me, I don't know where to go. And that is only exacerbated due to the fact that there are some nooks and crannies that only Sacred can get through. So like those, if you're talking about the Windward Plains, like those places on those rocks up top where...
Yeah, like when I was saying, like, to do the quick mount with Sacred to save your butt. Yeah, I didn't even know you could do that. Like, I just found that out, like, in these reviews that you can, I guess you use whatever, but some people I see use circle. I guess you press up on the D-pad to call, like you would call Sacred, and if you're on the ground, he'll come pick you up. I didn't even know that was a fucking thing. Yeah. Yeah, the texture pack is the 4K texture pack is bigger than the game. Now the numbers I gave out, like I said, I was like, I don't remember exactly. I remember like seeing 53 or 58 gigs on PlayStation, something like that. I know the game on PlayStation is smaller than on PC. It always is. It always works that way. It's always a little bit smaller than it is on PC. 4K pack. That shit's crazy. I said that early on. You said what early on? The Sacred can save your butthole?
Where Sacred goes, only Sacred can go there. Like, you can't reach there as a hunter. So navigating the maps requires Sacred in a lot of instances. And I feel like that made me, in a way, less aware of the layouts. But that could just be a me thing, but it's a little bit weird for me to kind of like...
It has a cooldown on the autosave. What is it, like 3 seconds? Because a lot of people are saying like you could just get knocked down and then get picked up. It's the Gaijin said it's like having infinite wire bug. So how short is this? How long is this cooldown?
Balance that out with what I expected from other maps. So like, you put me in a map for Rise and Sunbreak, and I'm going to be web slinging all over the place with wire bugs, and I know exactly where I'm going. I know exactly where everything is because I had to learn that. And even if you were riding around the Palamute doesn't just ferry you to the monster. So you have to learn the routes and the stuff that you're doing. And with Sacred just being so absolutely convenient, it's kind of like, in between you fighting the monster, whenever the monster moves away, you're just like, yep, Sacred, let's go, take me there. And the Sacred takes you exactly where the monster is every time, super fast, super efficient, to the point where I barely engaged with the pop-up camp system, right? You have the pop-up camp system where you're placing down these camps and all of these things, and there's not really much of a reason to do that because I can just go straight from base camp, get on Sacred will get me to the monster so fast that I think the time that it would take me to like, oh, let me teleport to a camp that's close, it's like, no, just press up D-pad, Sacred will zoom you right there so fast, doesn't even matter. So I'm not saying this as like a bad thing, I'm just saying this as something that I consider to be food for thought. Like, is this something that we want? I don't know, I'm still conflicted on it, and I'm not saying, again,
no, like, I wasn't a big fan of the Palamute in Rise to begin with. So, Sacred is cool, but I'd rather be on foot. But I'm always like that when I play a game, right? I don't really like to be on a mount all the time. So, especially in big open world games, I choose to walk and explore and take in the sights of the environment myself, and just hop on a mount and just run around and like, you know, like, yes, it has its uses, but I'm not the biggest fan of exploring the whole game that way. That's just me though. People gonna play how they gonna play, and your experience was this way because you was critical hunting the story to get done so you could make this video and produce your content so you can get the views, right? So it makes sense why you feel that way. I think if you was to take the time and be a little bit more on foot and intimate with the maps, you'll learn them. That's just my opinion.
People will take what I'm saying and they'll be like, oh, Rurikon hates Sacred. It's like, no, that's not the case. I'm just thinking about things, right? But that's because I'm a big boomer and whatever. Now, the other things is
I'm
obviously
big
gonna
boomer
have
too,
to be,
dog.
focus
Old
mode,
man show
and
here.
The whole thing, I made a whole video of feedback about focus mode during the beta, and specifically the fact that we're still in that situation where if you go to the Greatsword and you start charging and you hold down focus mode, you can move the camera with the left stick. Makes sense because, you know, your finger is going to be on the faceplate button, so you can't have your thumb touch on the camera stick. It just makes sense. You can move the stick with the left. And I think
Sacred makes sense in regards to the scale of the zones. I think the auto tracking is what throws it overboard. If we were still chasing scout flies manually but on Sacred, I'd be more down. Well, you know, there are some settings to turn, like, because if you don't, Sacred will just wander around and run around and shit, but you can turn it off so he don't do that. So when you get on him, if you don't say press up or whatever you change the button to have him track target, he won't move. And you can manually control him to go to places and stuff like that. And then if you need to, if you're trying to get to the monster, you just press up and it'll take you there. So you just need to go into settings and find those settings and change them. Yeah, because I definitely hate when you hop on and he just starts running. I hate it. I don't like it at all. So go in there, turn that shit off. And like you want to come to a stop and like you take your hands off the controller, but your boy is still moving and shit. Like, yeah, I don't like it.
I think it sucks that they didn't add that functionality to a lot of the other weapons. So if I'm on the gun lance and I'm doing my combo, and you know, my character can't move because I'm stuck in place doing like brah, brah. Why can't I turn my camera with the left stick?
I'm trying to figure out what he's saying. He's saying you
will take what I'm saying and they'll be like, oh, Rurikon hates sake. I made a whole video of feedback about focus mode during the beta, and specifically the fact that we're still in that situation where if you go to the greatsword and you start charging and you hold down focus mode, you can move the camera with the left stick. Makes sense because, you know, your finger is going to be on the faceplate button, so you can't have your thumb touch on the camera stick. It just makes sense. You can move the stick with the left. And I think it sucks that they didn't add that functionality to a lot of the other weapons. So if I'm on the gun lance and I'm doing my combo,
I feel like I'm missing something what he's saying because I don't mess around with greatsword, so there's something I'm just not understanding. Is he saying that when you're on greatsword and you're charging and you're in focus mode, you can use the left stick to move the camera while in focus mode, but other weapons can't do that? You have to use the right stick? Is that what he's saying? Because I'm a little confused because I don't really play greatsword at all, so I don't know how it works.
and you know, my character can't move because I'm stuck in place doing like brah, brah. Why can't I turn my camera with the left stick? There's no reason. And there are other weapons. There's a ton of other weapons. Like, I made a whole video dedicated to this. You guys can go check that out. My feedback on focus and all that stuff. I'm really surprised that it made it into the game in this state. It's not a bad thing, but why? Why can't every weapon get the same functionality as the greatsword? Now, I know that some people will say, well, some inputs, you know, some weapons have directional inputs. Yeah, I agree. And in those, yeah, you can't move the camera. Yeah, makes sense. Makes perfect sense. But there's a ton of things that don't require directional input because you are locked in place while you're doing it. And I don't see a reason why I shouldn't be allowed to change the camera, especially because you can do it if you're playing mouse and keyboard. Hell, I can do it if I have paddles on the back of my controller. And speaking of that, obviously the other complaint is still the NSEC-LIVE controls, which are still the same. They didn't change it. They said that they weren't going to change them, so I wasn't expecting it. But, you know, in the review, as a part of the review, that is something that I have to bring up. I think it sucks that people that made the NSEC-LIVE, basically to really get a good experience with the weapon, the best way to do it is with paddles on the back of your controller because, you know, you're not going to be charging B and doing Y combos and at the same time turning your camera. It's not going to happen. So, you know,
I mean, that's why you use the lock-on feature. That's what I did. Like, you go in, you turn off the monster focus tracking, and it still targets the monster. And when you press the button, I think it's L1. It's either L1. I think it's L1. On your controller, it will target snap to the monster for you. So you can literally do that. But the one thing is, if you play hold on focus mode, you're gonna have a hard time. You're gonna be gripping that controller and holding all kinds of buttons. So to alleviate that, you need to learn how to play with toggle mode on off instead of hold for focus mode. Toggle, press a button, it turns it on. You press it again, it turns it off. This will alleviate some of the holding that you have to do, and it will free up your hand to be able to tap that L1 button to lock on to the monster. And that's one of the things I was doing. That's how I navigated. There was only one time I would do some weird shit where I would reach over the controller, and that was when I was charging my Kinsec at like the start of a fight. I'd charge the Kinsec, and I'd be charging it, and I would just reach my left hand over to the stick to adjust the angle at where I want to throw the bug, because when you threw the bug in the beta, it was very weird. You would throw it straight, and that motherfucker would fly up into the sky. So you had to aim way down at the floor to throw the bug so it pierces through the monster so you can get all 3 extracts at once. But I'm assuming they're probably gonna have that fixed so you're not, when you aim, you're gonna throw it where you aim instead of like it flying up into fucking to space. I did L1 target, hold to focus, and it was all right on gun lance. Yeah, it's gonna vary for weapons, but on Insect Glaive, you have a charge button. So circle to charge your skill. So you're holding that down, and you're trying to fly through the air, or so you're already using your thumb as a multi thing. You're like, your thumb is here on your controller, you're on circle, you're holding circle down, and you're tapping triangle for your combo, right? You're already holding a lot. So you don't want to be holding down circle, tapping triangle with your right hand, and then on your left hand you're holding down L2 and trying to control the movements of your character, because you're not going to be able to manually move your camera with the right analog stick, because your thumb is on that circle button tapping to attack. So I would just toggle it, and then if I needed to adjust the camera, I would just hit the L1 button, and it would track the monster. And if I needed to turn it again, I'd just press it again. Like, that's the way I learned how to deal with it. And it worked for me. I also heard you could do some weird, if you had a Nintendo Switch or PS5 controller, you can turn on the gyroscope and try to play that way. I don't know how weird or wonky that's going to be. I've never really played with those type of things, but it is something you can do. Definitely is. But you gotta have a specific type of controller, like a Nintendo Switch controller. I don't know if I could do it with my little USB dongle with the Nintendo Switch controller. I don't know if it'll actually work, but I do have a dongle that will allow me to hook up any controller and tell it, hey, hook it up to the PC, and tell the PC, like, hey, this is a Switch controller. Like, I might be able to hook a no, it don't work with the PS5. It only works with Xbox, PS4, and Switch controllers. But you can literally plug in a Switch controller, tell the PC it's actually an Xbox controller. So, but I don't know how that works. Probably do that if you want. Might make controlling the camera easy. It might be weird. I feel like it'd be weird. That's how I learned to do it. Like I said, I only had one weird moment where I would adjust to try to charge the button. Also heard about people saying, hey, you need back pedals. Like he just said, you need extra buttons on your controller to actually play that weapon correctly or something.
I know that some players do it and they do like crazy claw things. It's just like, look, not everybody wants to do crazy claw things on their controller.
Bro, we came from the claw, all right? We was born on the claw, all right? If you play PSP Monster Hunter, you was clawing all the time. Okay? It was claw life, all right?
Especially when this is clearly a problem in the control scheme. At least that's my opinion. I know that some people disagree with me. It is what it is. Another thing, no canteen. I've already brought that up. I miss the canteen a lot. In the place where the canteen would be, there's a dude there that just gives you rations from time to time. So you go up to him and he's like, oh, here's some rations. And he just keeps giving you rations, which you can then use to cook. But I miss the cantina experience, having like the cutscene of the palicos preparing food for you and all that stuff. Oh, I always like that kind of stuff. Now, it's not like that stuff is gone. That is replaced with something which is the meals that some of the villages will prepare for you. So as you unlock locales throughout the game and all of that stuff, and you do quests for the different villagers and the different places that you go to, eventually some of those villagers will invite you for a meal. And then you go there, you get a cutscene, kind of like the one that you guys will have seen even in the benchmark tool. There's a cutscene where they're like,
oh, where they would like, it was putting Mufa cheese all over some bread and had some beans and shit. So that's like a scripted type of event type thing that happens like randomly. So I wonder how much food is in the game. Like how much food buffs do you really have control over? Are we still gonna have things like Moxie and things like that? You know, are those things still exist, or is it just very limited type of ingredients for very simple type of buffs, right?
All of that stuff. There's a cutscene like that for the different places that you go to, and all of those cutscenes are different, and from time to time they just invite you, hey, come have a meal with us, and you'll see that marked on your map. There'll be like a well done steak symbol on your map, and you go there and then you talk to an NPC, and the NPC's like, oh, we wanted to offer you a meal, and then you go get that cutscene. So there is that, and those usually give you better buffs and all of that stuff, but those aren't available always, so you will be cycling.
Yeah, but he's saying that you only can get that sometime. He's saying that like the difference between the canteen is that you go to the canteen every single hunt when you want to eat. He's saying that this shit is like every once in a while they will invite you to eat some shit. Like that's not the same. It's definitely not the fucking same. So. And then like they invite you to eat. You have zero control over what you're eating. It sounds like it's very scripted. It's a bigger meal. It's going to give you some buffs, but you have zero control over what those buffs are. You just get some random extra buffs. That's it. So it sounds downgrade. Sound like downgrade. That's what it sound like. Sound like we need to riot, all right, for canteen shenanigans, all right? If we don't complain about this now, we ain't gonna get one in the expansion, bro. So be upset. Hashtag bring back the canteen. Hashtag where the f is my Poogie? All right. Okay. Yeah. Do it now, or you ain't gonna get one in the expansion. All right.
Through doing some of those, and then sometimes you go into your tent and cook, and then sometimes you might just BBQ out in the open. It's however you want to do it, but at the end of the day, I still miss the canteen, very much like I miss another thing that is very near and dear to my heart, which is the Gathering Hub. There is no Gathering Hub. It's like, oh, I really wanted the Gathering Hub. This again is one of those things that I know that not all players want that. I'm just giving guys my opinions on it. I wish there was a Gathering Hub, but there isn't one.
I'm indifferent about the Gathering Hub. Like it don't really matter about the Gathering Hub. The canteen is kind of sad though. I don't know. And also no mention of any type of farm type mechanic in the game. No, not one mention of it. No summoner jelly shenanigans or anything like that. No mention of it from any one of these reviewers. It was never brought up at all. So it's weird how they be doing shit, bro. Like it's like like they take stuff away, they bring stuff back, and then they take more stuff away. Right, it's weird. Like in Rise, we had no tracking whatsoever. It's like, hey, your Kahoot just is like eyes in the sky. You see all the monsters in Rise Sunbreak on the map. You know what I'm saying? And in this game, it's like, well, you don't really see. You can see the monsters and where they're at, but you don't really have to track them anymore. But you got your sight grid, and you still got scout flies, but you don't need to sniff feet and actually search for the monster anymore. You know what I'm saying? No putting that Congalala poop in the farm for you. Yeah, none of that. Yeah. At least it's not mentioned. Nobody mentioned it, so I'm assuming that shit's out the window, right? So it's like, and then there's like, oh, well, here's Rise Sunbreak. Hey, no hot drinks, no cold drinks. Yeah, you don't need none of them. And now, like, we're back here, and they're like, oh, hot drinks and cold drinks are black. We're back. We're back. Hot drinks and cold drinks are back, dog. Like, you know what I'm saying? Oh. I believe they are still testing things with this game. You think so? I think Monster Hunter World was definitely a good test, especially with the guiding lands, because it seems like the whole game is like a guiding lands experience almost. You think so? We'll see.
I think is the way that the team is looking at it, because you can form a link party, then you can form an environment party, and everybody just gets together in the same place, and you go hunting monsters and having a good time, and you're just all together in the same place, and that's what it is. But I still miss having that, you know, it's your little clubhouse where you hang out with everybody, and everybody's in the gathering hub. I didn't like the fact that they didn't have one for Sunbreak, and I definitely miss having a gathering hub here as well. The arena experience is also different from what you expect. I'm not sure how, again, because of the embargo restrictions, I'm not sure how much I'm allowed to talk about the arena, but it's not a big deal. It's just like...
So, does he saying the arena is not a big... Does he mean like the arena, like, you know, hey, Pope, let's go see if we can get a rank so we could get some coins, and you have to choose, you know, out of a limited selection of weapons, and you need to kill a monster fast enough to get a rank to get some of the wyvern coins that you would need to craft certain equipment? Is that what he's talking about, arena? Or is he talking about like Monster Hunter World Arena, where, you know, you go out, you capture a monster, that monster quest would randomly pop up in the arena, and you go to the arena and drop rocks on them and hit them with the Dragonator and kill them? Like, which arena? I'm a little bit confused on what arena he's actually talking about.
Quests as you remember them, like arena as you remember it, fundamentally different. At least the version of the game that I played. Who knows if that is something that is getting updated or not. As a final conclusion, the key words that I would say for Monster Hunter Wilds are immersion and flow. It's all about immersing you into the world, experiencing the ecology if that's something that you're into, hunting monsters in their natural habitat, and just flowing through quests with as little attrition as possible without having to worry about, oh, I gotta go eat the thing, gotta go do the thing, gotta go do this, gotta go do... It's like, no, just flow, just do it. Campaign is very different, like I've already mentioned. It's just, it bears repeating, because I think that for a lot of people in the beginning, it's even going to feel a little bit alienating, because I felt that way as I was going through the campaign. I was like...
What you think, Pope? You think this Monster Hunter is going to outperform? Outperform.
I don't know, this feels so different. It's kind of weird. But after a while, after you get used to it, I ended up liking it. I like it a lot, personally. Hunting action, still awesome. Personally, I can't wait to do my real save on stream. And in terms of whether or not would I recommend the game, absolutely. It's super easy recommendation, so long as your rig can run it. So if you're playing like on a PlayStation, if the performance is like what I experienced at the preview event, I think it's easy recommendation. And if you're playing on PC, make sure to run the benchmark tool, because I've already seen mileage varies wildly depending on everybody's PCs and all of that stuff. But if your rig can run it at a decent frame rate, yeah, super easy recommendation. I think you're gonna have an absolute blast with it. I'm gonna be streaming the whole thing here in the channel, so make sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon, all of that jazz. And for now, that is going to be it. Hopefully you guys enjoyed this review. See you guys in the next one. Stay strong, stay safe. Peace out.
I think it will do numbers. I think it will sell faster and more than World. That's what I'm asking. I think it will do numbers. Right now, I think the game on a Metacritic scale is the same across. Got 90 back in the day too. Like Monster Hunter World got a 90 as its overall Metacritic score, and this game got a 90. Well, that's it for those reviews. That was a long ass stream of just watching videos. 5.5 hours of me just talking shit and looking at a bunch of videos about Monster Hunter Wilds reviews and stuff. A lot of information, a lot of disappointment, but we still playing the game. We still gonna be here at launch, live stream, all the things that's gonna happen. If you was here, you was hanging out, I appreciate you. If you hit the like button, thank you. If you didn't, thank you anyway for just stopping by at Pass. I think it will do better than Rise, man. Rise didn't do that great though. Well, we gotta remember, this game is releasing on everything at once. And unlike World that only released on console and then Rise was only on the Switch. You know. The Eagle Dragon weapon going facing the War of Wilds. I wonder, man. Got a lot out of that. I got a lot out of it. I hope it can reach GOAT status, and it also has crossplay. Didn't have before. It's also released globally on everything at the same time. There's no waiting for updates for this and that and expansions coming out on this while the base game is over here. You know, so yeah. Yep. But on that note, I'm going to get dinner. Thanks for hanging out. Y'all have a great day. I will catch y'all at the launch. Monster Hunter Wilds. Deuces.